Chapter 48, a huge success. Everyone's attention is still focused on the game and the players, especially since the top 10 received special rewards, enough to keep them excited for a while. However, after the water cooling stones are sold, she expects even more people to contact her, but she has already accumulated a lot of gold coins before then. She'll see if she can raise 30,000, if not, she'll have to use energy stones as payment. Exiting the system shop and opening her own store, she found that all 10 water cooling stones she listed had been sold, earning her 250 gold coins and a pile of gold and jade. At this rate, 30,000 minus 250 and then divided by 50. Ling Mo took out her phone, opened the calculator, and calculated that she needed to sell another 595 water cooling stones to raise the required amount. And this was only if the other party paid with gold coins. Thinking this, Ling Mo listed 10 more water cooling stones, this time requesting a gold coin exchange. Looking at the 10 items in her store, she had originally planned to upgrade her store after selling the water cooling stones, but now it seemed she would have to wait until next time. Given the effectiveness of water cooling stones, it's not recommended for individuals to exchange for them, as they can easily cause frostbite. Fortunately, individuals can't afford them anyway. If public places like shopping malls and supermarkets could place water cooling stones, the pressure on the power supply system should be greatly alleviated. Hospitals are also a concern, as seen on television. They are already overcrowded, even the corridors are full of patients, mostly suffering from heatstroke. Some people who were hospitalized before the extreme heat have also seen their conditions worsen due to the extreme weather. What she could think of, those above naturally could as well. Therefore, when she saw the Don't Miss Out shop restock water cooling stones, San Mu 2 Ren immediately instructed everyone to buy them all. Since the Don't Miss Out shop started selling interstellar machines, this shop has been a key target for monitoring. Whatever they restock must be reported immediately. This time, the water cooling stone matter was delayed due to some matters, but after San Mu 2 Ren tested the effects of the water cooling stones, she immediately reported the matter. After learning about the effects of the water cooling stone, the higher-ups immediately decided to contact the shop owner, drunk on soy sauce, and acquire it at any cost. The person chosen for this task naturally fell to 123 Wooden Man, who had previously interacted with drunk on soy sauce. Game currency was hard to come by. The market price for a single silver coin had risen to nearly 50,000. And there was no guarantee anyone would sell, as money was becoming increasingly worthless. Moreover, besides the military, some large corporations were also buying it. Those people had no shortage of money. Fortunately, besides gold coins, gold and other precious metals could also be exchanged. Just then, the person responsible for monitoring the Don't Miss Out shop shouted, "Boss, drunk on soy sauce has put water cooling stones on the shelves again. Then buy them quickly." "Didn't we already prepare the gold?" 123 Wooden Man frowned. The person shook his head vigorously. This time he doesn't want gold, only gold coins. "What?" 123 Wooden Man quickly opened the shop and saw that it was indeed true. He didn't want gold? Was the other party currently short of gold coins? Or was what they were doing just a market test? Whatever the reason, they had to acquire all the water cooling stones. "We're not afraid of gold coins either, buy them quickly, don't let anyone steal them," 123 Wooden Man shouted. At the same time, he took out his phone and instructed the person on the other end to continue buying game currency. He had a feeling that if the other party really needed gold coins, then all the water cooling stones would likely need to be exchanged for gold coins. After hanging up, 123 Wooden Man opened the game's back end and continued sending messages to the person who had drunk soy sauce and was acting crazy. However, the messages disappeared without a trace. Actually, it wasn't just him. Everyone else who tried to contact Ling Mo via private message also received no response. Ling Mo was extremely busy listing water cooling stones. Seeing her water cooling stones sell out instantly as soon as they were listed, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh. She had indeed underestimated the world's wealthy. Rubbing her cramping fingers, Ling Mo took a deep breath. For the sake of the illusory cloak, she was going all in. About half an hour later, Ling Mo noticed a significant slowdown in the buying speed, guessing that these people had probably been squeezed dry. Therefore, Ling Mo finally had time to check her private messages. Opening the profile picture of 123 Wooden Man, the latest message was from 20 minutes ago. How many water cooling stones do you have left? I'll take them all. Drunk and rambling, do you still have gold coins? The other side quickly responded. 123 Wooden Man, no more. 123 Wooden Man, do you want gold and jade? We have plenty here. The message was followed by a cute emoji. Ling Mo looked at her earnings from the past half hour. In that time, she had listed over 300 water cooling stones and earned 17,000 gold coins. She knew these people definitely had more gold coins, probably saving them for emergencies. It seemed the rest would have to be paid with energy stones. Drunk and acting mad. Besides water cooling stones, I have other good stuff here, do you want some? 123 Wooden Man, what good stuff? This was followed by a cute dog emoji. Drunk and acting mad, waterwood stones can make plants grow healthily and shorten their growth cycle by half. This time, there was no response. Ling Mo wasn't worried, everything she said was true, without any exaggeration. As long as those people knew their stuff, they wouldn't refuse. 123 Wooden Man, can we buy a waterwood stone to try it out? Drunk and acting mad, of course. Ling Mo agreed readily. True gold fears no fire, let them try whatever they want, but the money owed must be paid in full. Ling Mo kindly exchanged the gold coins for gold. On the other side, next to Yi San Mutu stood a short-haired, round-faced girl, beaming with pride. How about it, boss? Isn't the chatting method I taught you much better? Your previous method was too stiff and not appealing at all. Although Yi San Mutu wasn't used to this method, he had to admit it was indeed effective. He hadn't expected that just a few cute emojis would change the other party's attitude so drastically, even leading them to bring out a new product, waterwood stone. If the waterwood stone really worked as well as the drunken madman described, wouldn't the crops be saved? Chapter 49 The 10 Most Terrible Talents. The red light, green light character took the newly acquired waterwood stone to the experts for analysis, unaware that Ling Mo only brought out the waterwood stone because the quantity of it far exceeded that of the water cooling stone. A trade-in program was set up in one location of the shop, while other locations were filled with water cooling stones, this time along with waterwood stones. The shop was then closed, and the system shop was opened. With 17,000 gold coins and 13 energy stones, Ling Mo finally bought the illusion cloak. She couldn't wait to put it on. The semi-transparent cloak made her instantly invisible. Detected that the master is wearing the illusion cloak. Automatically connected to the AI. Then, a screen visible only to Ling Mo appeared before her eyes, displaying information about the illusion cloak. The illusion cloak has two modes, an invisibility mode, like now, where wearing it is like not wearing anything, allowing for showering, eating, and changing clothes without interference, and a stealth mode. In this mode, Ling Mo needs to manually pull the hood over his head. Of course, if he can't free his hands in a critical moment, he can have Chia Man do it for him, which is quite convenient. With this illusory cloak, no one should be able to find me, right? Ling Mo looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Yes, the illusory cloak is now in stealth mode, so in this situation, he can't see or touch anything. According to interstellar statistics, divination talents are ranked 10th on the list of the worst talents. Chia Man's words aroused Ling Mo's curiosity. Why is that? Because every divination requires a price. The more powerful the object of divination and the more detailed the information, the greater the price. Some diviners in interstellar space die before they can even speak after a divination. So in interstellar space, divination talents can only be used to divine small things, such as finding a lost cat or divining about love luck. Divination talents are ranked 10th, so what are the top 9? Ling Mo asked curiously. Ninth place, flying talent. Before the widespread use of personal aircraft, this talent was very popular. This flying talent should be considered obsolete by the times. Eighth place, mind reading. Mind reading, what a joke. Ling Mo's eyes widened. Mind reading can read other people's thoughts and feelings, but it has distance limitations, and if the other party is prepared, it is very likely to fail. Moreover, interstellar space has now developed devices specifically designed to counter mind reading. Seventh place, X-ray vision. Able to see things or structures behind objects, but other than that, it has no offensive power. Sixth place, resonance perception. Able to resonate with others and experience their emotions. Fifth place, time reversal. Able to rewind to a certain moment in the past, but cannot change it. Fourth place, memory storage. Able to store one's memories in an object. Third place, future foresight. It has been proven that a preordained future cannot be changed, so once the Interstellar Federation discovers someone who has awakened the talent of future foresight, that person will be immediately monitored, and unauthorized use of the ability will result in immediate death. Second place, color vision. Their world is colorful. First place, abnormal healing, which allows one to transfer all of a patient's symptoms to themselves, thus curing the patient. However, the person with the abnormal healing talent cannot cure these diseases themselves. Hearing Kaiman list these 10 most useless talents, she could only say that it was fortunate she hadn't awakened these talents, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do. Looking at the time on her phone, it was already 5 o'clock. Ling Mo decided not to waste any more time in bed, she had a bunch of plans for today. First, before the water, electricity, and gas were cut off, she needed to prepare more cooked food. Who would have thought that in this third round of the game, the food she consumed the most would be food? While in the game, Ling Mo's mealtimes weren't fixed. Most of the time, she'd feel hungry while walking around, take out a boxed lunch, and shovel down a few bites of rice and side dishes. At first, she didn't think much of it, until she finished all the boxed lunches in her storage space. Keep in mind, to be on the safe side, she had prepared a month's worth of food for 3 meals a day. Moreover, knowing her appetite had increased recently, she had prepared 3 boxed lunches and 2 large steamed buns for each meal. After leaving the game, when Ling Mo checked her storage space, she found that she had eaten all the food she had prepared. That meant she had eaten a 30 days' worth in 7 days. Realizing this, Ling Mo immediately stepped on the scale, 90 pounds, not heavy, actually 4 pounds lighter. What was going on? Ling Mo weighed herself several times, using several different scales, and her weight remained stable at around 90 Jin, approximately 45 kilograms, confirming that the scales weren't broken. It seemed that frequent use of her talent would unconsciously increase her appetite. Having figured out the key, Ling Mo decided to take advantage of this time to prepare more cooked food and store it in her spatial storage. Without hesitation, Ling Mo took out a large pile of ingredients from her space. She turned off all the air conditioners, otherwise, using the rice cooker too much would cause it to trip the circuit breaker. The lights in the house had been flickering lately. Then she placed the water-cooling stone on the stove. She cooked rice, steamed buns, steamed dumplings, and washed vegetables. The dough proofing was done inside the spatial storage because the outside temperature was a bit low, affecting yeast fermentation. While waiting, Ling Mo washed the lunchboxes she had previously collected and set them aside for later use. With the wait and see feature, Ling Mo directly uploaded everything she had downloaded to her smart brain, which was both convenient and time-saving. Moreover, the smart brain could monitor the temperature while cooking and the proofing process of the dough. With Kaiman's help, Ling Mo, a kitchen novice, can now prepare several dishes simultaneously. She's been busy until past 10 a.m., filling her empty lunchboxes to the brim and making extra, storing it in a large stainless steel bowl. There are countless steamed buns, dumplings, and twisted rolls. Since it's just for herself, she doesn't care about appearance, so the shapes of the steamed buns and twisted rolls are completely haphazard. The steamed buns are simply kneaded a couple of times, the twisted rolls are just casually twisted, and for the dumplings, Ling Mo only has one requirement: they don't leak. When Ling Mo finished and came out of the kitchen, the room outside was enveloped in a thick layer of steam. Even before the extreme heat, the room would have been unbearably hot in this condition, but now Ling Mo didn't feel it at all. In fact, she felt the temperature was just right. Chapter 50: The Death of the Player. After resting for a while, Ling Mo went up to the third floor. Since arriving here, she rarely came up to the third floor. It was more of an attic, which she used as a storage room for unnecessary things. Although she could store everything in her spatial storage, she worried that if others came to see her and found the living room empty with very little furniture, she wouldn't be able to explain. But now, Ling Mo stored all the clutter from the third floor into her spatial storage, and then took out the ebony fungus she had collected in the game. She arranged it neatly on the floor, along with the bark. Fresh ebony fungus was slippery and very difficult to pick, but it became much easier after drying. The last step was to remove the sunshade mat from the window. In an instant, the room was filled with blinding, scorching sunlight. Fortunately, Ling Mo was prepared. She wore both colored contact lenses and glasses, so the blinding sunlight had no adverse effects on her. Despite the intense sunlight, Ling Mo felt her exposed skin burning, as if she were about to get sunburned. She quickly left the room. At this rate, the sunlight would evaporate all the moisture from the black fungus in less than an hour. She'd have to be careful not to overexpose it. Back on the first floor, Ling Mo didn't rest but began exercising. This time, the scientific training method devised for her by Chia Man was much better than her previous haphazard practice based on videos. Archery and shooting lessons were also added to the schedule. Ling Mo wanted to learn many things, but she knew that nothing could be accomplished overnight. These things could only be done little by little. Chia Man had also specially designed a mental strength training method for her. Occasionally, when she felt too cold, Ling Mo would put away the water-cooling stone for a while. During her breaks, she would run to the third floor to collect the dried black fungus and then put the new ones back up. Ling Mo didn't throw away the bark after harvesting the black fungus. It was soft and fluffy after drying and could be used as firewood. She didn't finish her workout until sunset, her clothes completely soaked with sweat, but Ling Mo didn't complain at all. Instead, she felt happy. She knew that if she didn't sweat, she might end up bleeding. Between the two, she preferred to sweat. Back in her room, she took a shower and checked her phone for updates while drying her hair. What she saw shocked her. The appearance of water-cooling stones had caused a huge uproar online, but due to their high price, most people couldn't afford them and could only watch the spectacle. But another thing was different: a player had died. Ling Mo clicked on the post and discovered that the player hadn't died from game failure or player versus player combat. He had died of illness. The deceased player had successfully completed the third round of the game, but after the game ended, he started feeling unwell, vomiting and having diarrhea, and his body was burning with fever. A hospital examination revealed a systemic infection. This infection spread from the inside out, and before the doctors could devise a solution, the player convulsed and died. After the player died, his body decomposed rapidly and emitted a foul stench. Upon learning of this, the government immediately ordered the body to be cremated. However, this was not an isolated case. More than 20 other players exhibited the same symptoms, some having completed the game and others not. These players, however, had milder symptoms and did not die as quickly as the previous player, but the situation remained serious. After questioning these people, it was discovered that they all experienced their symptoms after drinking water from the same lake. Initially, they only noticed the water tasted strange and didn't pay much attention, nor did they heed the onset of symptoms. By the time they realized the seriousness of the problem, it was too late. Looking at the post, Ling Mo couldn't help but recall the lake she had encountered before. Could this be the lake these players were talking about? She had felt something was off then, but she hadn't expected anyone to actually dare to drink from it. Wait a minute, Why do you think these people are like this? Could there really be something wrong with that lake? According to the master's description, after analysis, it's not a lake, but rather the urine of a titan ape. Cough cough cough. Hearing the explanation, Ling Mo coughed violently. That was. She had only felt something was off then and hadn't stayed long. Is there any hope for these people? Ling Mo asked. Titan ape urine has mild corrosiveness and strong infectivity. If ingested, there is hope for recovery in the early stages, but in the later stages, only a high-level healer can save them. The implication was that these people were beyond saving. Surely someone on Earth had awakened healing talent, but wait, we're talking about a high-level healer, referring to one at level 6. Putting down his phone, Ling Mo tidied himself up and prepared to go out. After this period of extreme heat, people had gotten used to going out at night. Outside temperature detected above 45 degrees Celsius. Activate the temperature control device on the illusion cloak? What? A temperature control device? Ling Mo froze, annoyed. Why didn't you say you had this sooner? Master didn't need it before, and I thought you knew about it. Ling Mo, I suspect you're implying something. But thinking about it carefully, such an expensive item having this function seems quite normal. After activating the temperature control device, he indeed felt much more comfortable. For a moment, Ling Mo felt like he was back to before the extreme heat. As she walked down the street, she noticed many people rushing to enter the mall, where two burly men stood at the entrance, openly charging admission. Ling Mo was shocked by this scene. What was going on? Did they have to pay to enter the mall now? Why didn't these people resist? They even seemed eager to get in. However, she quickly understood what was happening. It turned out the mall owner had acquired a piece of water-cooling stone and placed it inside his mall, then converted the entire first, second, and third floors into paid cooling areas. Understanding this, Ling Mo couldn't help but give the man a thumbs up. Impressive. No wonder he's a big boss. However, Ling Mo didn't choose to go in. She knew it would be packed with people, and she wasn't going to bother. Riding her electric scooter, Ling Mo made her way through the crowds to the central square. It was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Chapter 51 The Trading Market. Initially, only a few people sold things here, but gradually, more and more people came and went, turning it into a large trading market. Before entering the market, Ling Mo saw a sign at the entrance outlining the rules for entering. 1. Setting up a stall requires a handling fee of 500 yuan per person per day, or half a jean of rice. 2. Theft and robbery are prohibited in the market, anyone caught will bear the consequences. 3. Transactions within the market are entirely voluntary. 4. Ling Mo still had some money, so she decided to spend it as much as she could. She wasn't short of food, so she wouldn't compete with others, she could see if she could find something good here. Unlike supermarkets or shopping malls, the trading market didn't require queuing. Ling Mo followed the crowd deeper inside. Upon closer inspection, she saw that everything was being sold, except for food. Thinking about it, food was precious these days. Rice had already reached 1,000 yuan per jean, but it was hard to find. Ling Mo looked at the items on the stalls, some new and some old. Most of the old items were second-hand, brought out from home with unwanted things, hoping to exchange them for something useful. These were mostly clothes and bags. The new items were from vendors in shopping malls. The malls had cleared out floors 1 through 3, or perhaps they couldn't afford the high rent, so they simply set up stalls. At least they could earn some money to supplement their income, better than having things gather dust in the warehouse. Ling Mo looked from one end to the other without finding anything she wanted. Sure enough, finding bargains was just a plot in novels. However, Ling Mo wasn't discouraged. She bought some pots and pans, then went to a shoe stall to buy a few pairs. There were several shoe stalls nearby, but she didn't want to squeeze in with the crowds, so she chose the one with the fewest people. Moreover, after looking around, Ling Mo realized that this shoe stall had the best quality. The reason it was less crowded was simple: it was expensive, and the owner wouldn't accept bargaining. No matter how much a customer pleaded, they couldn't get a single penny off. "Boss, how much are these shoes?" The boss glanced at Ling Mo and said, 500 per pair, no bargaining. Having already witnessed the boss's stubbornness, Ling Mo didn't waste time and directly took out her money to buy all the pairs of shoes she had her eye on. Seeing her take out her money, the boss was clearly taken aback. After all, many people had come to ask about the price over a long period, and everyone who heard his quote complained that it was too expensive and then tried to bargain. This was the first time he'd seen someone pay so readily. Ling Mo picked out 5 pairs of dark-colored shoes. After the last round of the game, she had deeply realized how easily white sneakers got dirty, and how difficult they were to clean over time. While packing the shoes for Ling Mo, the boss kindly reminded her, "Young lady, don't be so quick to pay next time you buy something, or you'll attract unwanted attention." Hearing this, Ling Mo glanced at him. She was acting this way because he didn't give her any room for bargaining. The reason she was so quick was simply because she didn't want to waste time. If she could bargain, she wouldn't have paid so readily. Ling Mo opened her wallet and said nonchalantly, "Even if they're watching me, it's no use. I've already spent all my money." As soon as she finished speaking, the number of eyes secretly observing her decreased significantly. As for the rest, Ling Mo didn't care. A few days ago, she had just apprehended a criminal gang and even executed several people to deter those lurking in the shadows. Although the city was somewhat chaotic, the public security was relatively good, far better than in other countries. News reports showed that many players with awakened talents abroad had already established their own kingdoms. Riding her electric scooter home, Ling Mo saw a garbage truck emptying its load. Upon closer inspection, she realized the truck was empty. Then, upon closer inspection, the garbage truck looked strangely familiar. Wasn't this the interstellar machine she had sold before? These people had actually repaired it and even converted it into a fully automated garbage truck. Talented people. Indeed, selling the machine was the right decision. After all, these things were just a pile of scrap metal in her hands. Back home, Ling Mo charged her electric scooter and then stored everything she had bought that day into her spatial storage. Mosquitoes kept buzzing around her ears. These mosquitoes were incredibly venomous these days. A bite not only sucked blood but also caused unbearable itching. Ling Mo didn't want to suffer that. Even with her mental powers, the mosquitoes couldn't bite her, but their constant buzzing in her ears was still annoying. She took a mint leaf, mixed it with water, squeezed it into juice, and sprayed it around the room. The effect was better than insecticide. Plus, the air smelled nice, so there was no need to worry about any poison. After the mosquitoes finally stopped buzzing, Ling Mo sat down on the sofa and opened the game forum. The hottest topics right now were water cooling stones and the deaths of players. All 20-odd players who had shown symptoms were dead, and their bodies were cremated. "Li Dashao, I've seen that lake too, but I thought the water smelled weird, so I didn't go near it." "Ha ha ha, you're lucky, you just missed a dead man." "Spring breeze green you, drunk and acting crazy. Are you there? If you see this message, please reply. I'm willing to provide you with a luxurious penthouse in Beijing, move-in ready, and I guarantee you'll enjoy the same lifestyle as before the extreme heat. Eating is a blessing, give up." Lots of people are looking for drunk with soy sauce and acting crazy these days. They probably won't even look at your conditions. Don't embarrass yourself here. Wild Rose. I heard someone insisted on carrying the water cooling stone around, and ended up with severe frostbite and had to go to the hospital. I love hot pot. In this situation, shouldn't drunk with soy sauce and acting crazy take responsibility? Laugh and look, are you blind? It clearly states not to carry it around. You're asking for trouble. What does that have to do with drunk with soy sauce and acting crazy? Exiting the game forum, Ling Mo opened the back end. Many people were trying to contact her, wanting her to continue listing the water-cooling stone. The first among them was 123 Wooden Man. This guy maintained a frequency of sending her a message every 5 minutes. If she didn't reply, he would keep sending, each message ending with a pitiful emoji. 123 Wooden Man, how much water-cooling stone do you have? We want to buy in bulk. Drunk and rambling after drinking soy sauce, just like water-cooling stone, no bargaining. 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man, no problem, but I'd like to ask, does waterwood stone also have a time limit like water-cooling stone? Drunk and rambling after drinking soy sauce, just stay next to vegetation. Leaving vegetation only lasts for half a month, then it turns into a normal stone and cannot be restored. Chapter 52 The marrow cleansing fruit ripens. After the two negotiated the price, 123 Wooden Man finally decided to buy 10,000 waterwood stones from her. Originally, 123 Wooden Man wanted more, but Ling Mo didn't agree. Whether in business or in life, if you're too easy to talk to, you're easily manipulated. Drunk and acting crazy, I'll start listing them in the shop in 5 minutes. 123 Wooden Man, no need, we have a trading tool here. We can trade directly when the supplies arrive. In 123 Wooden Man's opinion, these waterwood stones were even more precious than water-cooling stones. What if someone else snatched one or two when they were listed? Drunk and acting crazy. Okay, I need to prepare something too. After saying that, Ling Mo flashed into her space, collected 10,000 waterwood stones, and then temporarily built a warehouse. She was worried that the trading tool had a location tracking function, so hiding in the space shouldn't be detected. After the transaction started, Ling Mo directly activated the invisibility function of her illusory cloak. Fortunately, the transaction went smoothly without any unexpected problems. Given the other party's good behavior, Ling Mo generously gifted an extra 200 water-cooling stones. On the other side, a player looked at the 123 Wooden Man with a puzzled expression. Boss, that trading item clearly allows for video transactions, why didn't you use it? If you had, we might have been able to directly find out who drunk on soy sauce is. The 123 Wooden Man glared at the player. Drunk on soy sauce has been hiding her identity from the beginning, which means she doesn't want to expose herself. If we really did that, it would only arouse her disgust. Since she was willing to take out the waterwood stones, it shows that she still cares about this country. Currently, apart from them, other countries only know about water-cooling stones and have no idea that waterwood stones exist. Moreover, according to the experts' analysis, drunk on soy sauce might not be a man as they initially thought, but rather a young girl. Thinking about it this way, her caution is understandable. What they can do now is try their best to maintain social stability and provide her with a safe space to grow. Suddenly, 123 Wooden Man shivered. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Not only him, but everyone else felt it too. The surrounding temperature was getting colder and colder. Suddenly, one of the staff members responsible for counting the waterwood stones exclaimed with delight, "Boss, it's water-cooling stone. Besides the 10,000 waterwood stones, he even gave us 200 water-cooling stones. No wonder it's so cold." Hearing this, 123 Wooden Man ignored the cold and quickly went over. Seeing that it was indeed water-cooling stone, he was overjoyed. They had only managed to grab a little over 200 water-cooling stones after all their previous efforts, and even then, they had all been allocated to salvage supplies. Even so, it was far from enough. Now, these 200 water-cooling stones were a lifesaver. Just then, a note floated out, written in crooked handwriting, "Buy 50, get one free. Only this once. Next time depends on my mood." Seeing this note, 123 Wooden Man knew that his previous decision not to investigate was correct. It's freezing. Quick, throw all the water-cooling stones into the water. Everyone scrambled to get all the water-cooling stones into a tank full of water-using tools. Any slower, and they might have frozen into ice sculptures. It's so cold. On the other side, Ling Mo didn't leave the space. She was breathing heavily as she looked at the marrow-cleansing fruit tree laden with fruit. Besides the marrow-cleansing fruit tree, the other trees were also growing very well, but the fruit's growth rate differed. Only the marrow-cleansing fruit tree was ripe now. The ripe marrow-cleansing fruit was blue, semi-transparent, and seemed filled with a flowing liquid inside. Ling Mo picked a fruit, washed off the surface dust with water, and took a bite. The flesh melted in her mouth, like eating jelly. After finishing the fruit, Ling Mo felt excruciating pain throughout her body. Soon after, when the pain subsided, she smelled a stench emanating from her body, almost making her faint. Leaving the space, Ling Mo rushed into the bathroom without a word, washing away the foul-smelling filth. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at herself after her shower, she felt her skin seemed a little better than before. After asking Qiaman, Ling Mo learned that consuming the marrow-cleansing fruit involved 2 stages. The first stage was eliminating impurities from the body. The filth she had just washed away was the impurities accumulated in her body. The second stage was about improving and strengthening her constitution. The first stage could be completed quickly by taking the cleansing fruit multiple times, while the second stage required long-term consumption. Ling Mo decided to cleanse her body of impurities first, so she took out several more cleansing fruits and ate them right there in the bathroom. She figured she'd need them later after the impurities were expelled, and this would also prevent her clothes from getting dirty. Even as she grimaced in pain all over her body, Ling Mo continued eating the fruits, occasionally taking a moment to wipe herself clean. She continued this until the next morning, having eaten over 20 cleansing fruits. Finally, the pain subsided, and no more impurities were being expelled. According to Qiaman, once the pain was gone, the first stage was complete, and she could begin the second. Looking at herself in the mirror again, she was still the same person, but the feeling she gave off had changed drastically. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ling Mo was no exaggeration to say that even a freshly peeled boiled egg didn't look as good as her skin now. It felt like all the skincare products she'd stockpiled before were no longer suitable. Besides the changes in her appearance, the changes in her body were even more significant. Ling Mo felt much lighter and more agile. It was as if she had been running with sandbags strapped to her back, but now that the sandbags were gone, she felt like she was walking on clouds. This effect became even more pronounced when she started exercising. Watching herself effortlessly perform a split, Ling Mo looked at her legs in disbelief, reaching out to touch them. Were these really her legs? She estimated that her physical fitness was at least several times better than before. Because of this change in her physical condition, Ling Mo asked Qiaman to create a new training plan. Chapter 53 Cooperation. The next few days were incredibly fulfilling for Ling Mo. She cooked, exercised, dried wood ear mushrooms, trained her mental strength, and meditated every night. Ling Mo could feel her skills improving little by little. Inside the space, looking at the target 100 meters away, Ling Mo confidently drew her bow and shot an arrow, hitting the bullseye. With skills like this, if this were before the extreme heat, I would definitely be a martial arts prodigy. At the same time, her marksmanship was also improving rapidly, but she had limited ammunition and dared not practice freely. That day, Ling Mo completed her daily exercise as usual and looked at the crops she had planted on the other side of the living room. They were growing well, lush and vibrant. Especially the bok choy, which was already ready to eat. The credit for such a great achievement naturally didn't go to Ling Mo, it was because she had placed a waterwood stone nearby. Ling Mo discovered that the harsher the environment, the more obvious the effect of this waterwood stone seemed to be. Looking at the tender bok choy, Ling Mo decided to have stir-fried bok choy for lunch. She opened her phone to see what news was available that day. During this period, due to the government's strict control, no major serious incidents occurred, but petty theft continued unabated. Every day, people complained online about their homes being burglarized and their stockpiled food being stolen. However, most of these incidents occurred in older, less developed neighborhoods on the outskirts of the city. Their neighborhood, located in the city center, was immune to such occurrences. Furthermore, her mental detection range had expanded considerably during this time, revealing a significant number of players in their neighborhood. Especially the few families who had recently moved in, they were all players. Fortunately, these people didn't seem to intend to do anything malicious. From her observation, they were relatively well-behaved, only hoarding supplies and not engaging in any outrageous activities. Speaking of which, Ling Mo had to admire these people. Even with food supplies being rationed, they still managed to procure so much. Moreover, she had a premonition that her player identity had been exposed. Those who had awakened their talents emitted a special aura. Ordinary people couldn't detect this aura, but those who had also awakened their talents could. It's like a martial artist who can tell if someone is also skilled by recognizing their gait, habits, and even the sound of their footsteps. Realizing this, Ling Mo spent 100 gold coins in the game store to buy herself a disguise, giving her identity a layer of protection. Although the other players living here currently seem harmless and have no ambition to dominate, that doesn't mean they won't in the future. The players here maintain a tacit understanding: if you don't expose my identity, I won't expose yours either, and will nod in greeting when we occasionally meet. Ling Mo released her 2 German shepherds, whom she named Dahe and Arii. They had grown quite a bit, and she could now issue some commands through her mental power. However, the dogs were still too small and posed little threat. Suddenly, Ling Mo remembered the blood-filled ball that had fallen from the sky in the game. She hadn't paid it any attention after throwing it into her spatial storage. Had it died after all this time? Thinking of this, Ling Mo hurriedly began searching, only to find that not only was he not dead, but his injuries had also healed. He was now lying under the plant she had picked up, his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Ling Mo paused for a moment, then the knocking continued. She checked the time again. Who was it, knocking on someone's door in broad daylight? Ling Mo got up and looked through the peephole, seeing that it was one of her new neighbors. What's up? Ling Mo asked through the peephole. The person outside smiled and said softly, Young lady, I mean no harm. You must be a player, right? Can we talk? Open the door first. Ling Mo. If she didn't know this person genuinely meant no harm, his 2 wolfish words would have been enough for her to call the police. In the end, Ling Mo opened the door. Her door was specially made, with 3 layers. After opening the first 2 layers, there was another layer of perforated security door. What is it? Tell me, Ling Mo said, looking at the man in front of her through the security door. He looked to be in his 20s, wearing glasses, and had a refined and gentle appearance, the kind of face that easily puts people at ease and makes them feel good. Seeing the other girl's wary expression, Ye Kai said helplessly, Little girl, you really don't need to be so wary of me. If we were going to fight, we would have done it already. Why wait until now? Ling Mo rolled her eyes inwardly. That's only if they succeed. Since that's the case, why did you come to me now? Believe it or not, we're just like you, we just want to live peacefully. But a group of people will be disturbing our lives in the next couple of days, and we can't stop them with just a few of us. So we'd like to ask for your help. Ye Kai said seriously. Ling Mo didn't detect any signs of lying in his tone, and she also sensed that quite a few people were currently gathered at his house, and many more were on their way. Seeing Ling Mo open the door, Ye Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it would take some effort to gain the girl's trust. When Ling Mo followed Ye Kai to his residence, dozens of people had already gathered there. The room was very cool, but the air conditioning wasn't on. Ling Mo immediately guessed it was water-cooled stone. Everyone smiled and nodded when they saw Ling Mo enter. Looking around, Ling Mo realized she was the youngest among the players. At that moment, a young man came down from the 2nd floor, a gentle smile on his face. Neighbors, my name is Jiang Xian. I apologize for disturbing your lives, but this matter concerns all of us, so I had no choice but to gather you all here. Jiang Xian hadn't originally wanted to meddle, but the people in their neighborhood had bought a large amount of food, and those people were specifically targeting their neighborhood. One of my companions has awakened a divination talent, but he can only divine once a day. He just divined that someone will attack our neighborhood tonight. The enemy has a large number of people, so I hope everyone can work together. Hearing Jiang Xian's words, Ling Mo realized that if it was true, then they, the players, really would have to cooperate. After all, they all lived in the same neighborhood, they understood the principle of mutual dependence. However, she was the youngest among them, and she shouldn't be the one to say this, nor did she want to be the one to stick her neck out. Chapter 50 For the Heartbroken Doll. Those who live here are no ordinary people, they naturally understand the principle of mutual dependence. At this moment, another voice rang out from the crowd. I can agree to cooperate, but I need more specific information and its source. The speaker was a young man who looked to be in his early 30s, wearing glasses, and possessing a refined air. Okay. Jiang Xian nodded and recounted the whole situation. Those people have been watching us for more than just a day or two. The reason they chose to act tonight is because they plan to sabotage the community's power supply system. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Although they tried to be discreet when purchasing supplies, the large number of trucks entering and leaving the community recently had likely already attracted attention. It's important to know that most parts of the city are currently experiencing water and power outages, with only specific times of day for water and electricity. However, their community has not been affected. Firstly, because their community has excellent facilities and its own solar power system. Secondly, because there are many players in their community, and no one dares to provoke them. Although they haven't formed a formal group, as the saying goes, familiarity breeds camaraderie, especially since they live in the same community. Just as Ling Mo didn't want the entire country to descend into chaos, they also didn't want their neighborhood to be in turmoil, as it would disrupt their peaceful lives. In the young man's eyes, Jiang Xian was enveloped in a faint white light, his ability to discern emotions and whether someone was lying. Okay, I believe you. Hearing this, those around him who knew about the young man's talent breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this was true. Jiang Xian, seeing that these people believed him, also breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't good at dealing with people, and he had already decided that if he couldn't convince them this time, he would just mind his own business. There's still some time before nightfall and those people move out. Let's all tell each other about our abilities so we can coordinate later. I'll go first, my talent is lightning. With that, Jiang Xian directly conjured a purple lightning bolt. The originally invisible lightning appeared as if it were an object in his hand, crackling and popping. Jiang Xian knew that talents were everyone's trump card and couldn't be easily revealed. To avoid wasting time, he simply revealed his talent first. After all, there was little point in hiding his talent, it would be exposed as soon as a fight broke out. Sure enough, seeing Jiang Xian so readily reveal his talent, those who had been hesitant before also introduced their talents. My talent is clairvoyance. My talent is increased movement speed. My talent is flight. My talent is transforming into a beast. When it was Ling Mo's turn, I can communicate with animals. Among the dozens of people, those who awakened elemental talents and physical enhancements were the most numerous, accounting for about 2/3, with the remainder being mental or special talents. However, it's important to know that mental and special talent awakeners are mostly more inclined towards support roles in the early stages. Jiang Xian didn't intend to take the lead and monopolize power. Instead, he chose to discuss the matter with a few others. With both sides calm and the process progressing quickly, the plan was finalized in no time. Throughout, Ling Mo remained silent. She didn't consider herself as quick-witted as these people, she'd leave this to them. She was just an assistant. At this moment, Yi Kai, who had initially approached her, came over and said somewhat apologetically, you can communicate with animals, so could you do me a favor? Ling Mo's first reaction was that this man was testing her, until she was led to a listless ragdoll cat. With its snow-white fur, fluffy tail, sturdy body, and blue eyes, this ragdoll cat was practically a perfect embodiment of human beauty standards. She had considered getting a ragdoll when she was buying a cat, but had given up after hearing that these cats had sensitive stomachs and were prone to illness. Could you ask Xiaobu what's wrong? It's been listless for the past few days, eating half its usual amount of cat food, and it's lost weight. Ling Mo looked at the plump cat in front of her. She could see the disappointment, but as for losing weight, she honestly couldn't tell. Ling Mo released her mental energy, attempting to communicate with the ragdoll cat. She had been doing this frequently lately, so the process went very smoothly, and she quickly understood the reason. Withdrawing her mental energy, Ling Mo said to Yi Kai, "This ragdoll cat fell in love with a stray calico cat because of its meows, but for some reason, after they met once through the window, the calico cat left without looking back and never appeared again. Heartbroken, it's naturally in a bad mood." Upon hearing this reason, Yi Kai instantly exploded, outrageous. "How dare a mere stray cat dislike my son? What right does it have?" Seeing Yi Kai's aggressive demeanor, as if he wanted to confront the calico cat right now, Ling Mo thought for a moment and decided to tell him the truth. In a cat's eyes, a calico cat is an absolute beauty. At this moment, Yi Kai hadn't realized the problem and subconsciously asked, "Isn't my ragdoll pretty?" Ragdoll cats are very pretty, but that's human aesthetics. In a cat's eyes, a ragdoll's appearance is equivalent to. Ling Mo suddenly paused, glanced at the ragdoll cat at his feet, and lowered his voice, "Equivalent to being fat and ugly." Yi Kai was stunned and looked at his handsome eldest son. How is that possible? How could his son be fat and ugly? This is a purebred show-quality ragdoll cat. What does being fat and ugly have to do with it? Human aesthetics and cat aesthetics are different. Anyway, your son is listless because he's heartbroken. Either wait for him to slowly get over his heartbreak, or you should find him another calico cat as a wife. At this moment, the ragdoll cat on the ground suddenly meowed. Meow. What did it just say? Ling Mo pushed up his glasses. It said it wants the original one. After resolving the ragdoll cat issue, the others also discussed their strategy. Because of her young age and lack of offensive talent, Ling Mo was left behind. However, Jiang Xian didn't let her be idle. He had her communicate with all the stray animals in the neighborhood, acting as a lookout. Before the extreme heat, many stray cats and dogs had gathered in the neighborhood, all fed by the residents. Hearing this request, Ling Mo looked at the sky outside and sincerely asked, "In this temperature, how many of those stray cats and dogs do you think will survive?" Chapter 55 Stray Cats and Dogs. Ling Mo didn't know what method Jiang Xian had used, but he actually managed to find her over 20 stray cats and a dozen stray dogs. The cats were mostly tabby, orange, and calico, while the dogs were all mixed-breed dogs, also known as Chinese rural dogs. However, these stray cats and dogs weren't in good condition when they arrived. Yi Kai wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "These are all I could find. The rest are either dead or. We'll take care of their food, you just need to train them." "Even so, taking care of them every day will take up a lot of my time," Ling Mo frowned slightly. She wished there were 28 hours in a day. Where would she find the time to care for these stray cats and dogs? "Don't worry, it won't be long. We found their place, it's the villa behind your house. With a little renovation, it can be turned into a pet house." Yi Kai spoke casually, but Ling Mo was slightly surprised because she knew that the house behind hers had been occupied before, the home of the person who had previously called on players to stand up and protect the community. But yesterday, for some reason, that family suddenly left. And they left in the middle of the day, the hottest time of day, their frantic departure resembling a flight. However, Ling Mo wasn't a very curious person, so she didn't press them about the reason for their departure. She nodded and said, "That's good, wait for me a moment." With that, she ran upstairs and returned shortly with 2 German shepherds. "These 2 are trained, you can borrow them for now." Although the 2 German shepherds looked very small, their eyes were bright and alert. Hearing this, Yi Kai's eyes lit up. Although the two dogs looked small, small had its advantages. How capable are they? Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, they should be able to communicate with people without any problems. After all, German Shepherds are very intelligent. The intelligence of an average German Shepherd is equivalent to that of a 6-year-old human child, but because Ling Mo frequently communicated with them using her mental power, even without deliberate guidance, these two German Shepherds were much more intelligent than an average German Shepherd. When leaving, Dahe and Xiaohe were reluctant to go with Ye Kai because it was too hot outside, but their resistance was futile, and Ye Kai forcibly took them away. Although Ye Kai said they would take care of the food problem, the sudden influx of so many stray animals still affected her life. Fortunately, her living room was large enough. Because Ye Kai had come to her door, Ling Mo didn't dare to openly use the water cooling stone, so she could only turn on all the air conditioners. Fortunately, she had heat insulation mats in her house, so the indoor temperature was much lower than the outdoor temperature, and it wouldn't be too uncomfortable even without the water cooling stone. After checking on the stray cats and dogs, she found that they were only suffering from heatstroke and dehydration, and just needed to be given water. Ling Mo gave the animals some water and some cat food, and then let them recover slowly. Feeling the cool air in the air, it was far less effective than the water cooling stone, but since she was wearing the illusory cloak, using the water cooling stone or not made much difference to her. Over the next few days, Ling Mo observed the stray cats and dogs, occasionally communicating with them using her mental energy to help them get used to her presence. She took out a tablet and played a video about wilderness survival. Watching people dig cellars to store food, her mind began to race. Besides the front yard, there's also a backyard for the villa, just the right size to dig a cellar. In case of danger, they could hide on the cellar floor. For players, the moment they leave the game is the most dangerous. If someone is lying in wait, the chances of a successful counterattack are slim. Although Ling Mo has a spatial dimension, she doesn't want to expose it. If she could, she'd hide it forever. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. With this thought in mind, Ling Mo went to the backyard to investigate, even taking out a shovel to dig a few times. She quickly encountered deeply buried rocks. Through mental detection, Ling Mo knew that her villa was surrounded by incredibly hard rock. Digging a cellar would require an excavator and hiring professionals. The idea of digging a cellar had to be temporarily abandoned. Fortunately, the neighborhood is relatively safe, and a cellar shouldn't be needed for now. Besides, the game's time is unpredictable. Even if she did dig a cellar, she wouldn't know when she'd re-enter the game. Once most of the stray cats and dogs had recovered, seeing their filthy appearance, Ling Mo decided to give them a bath. After communicating with them beforehand using her mental energy, the bathing process went incredibly smoothly. Bathing, drying, and finally brushing. Due to the extremely hot weather, these stray cats and dogs were shedding fur like crazy to adapt to the heat, and in no time, she had collected a pile of dog and cat hair. It wasn't until evening that Ling Mo finally cleaned the last dog. Because of what had happened during the day, the neighborhood was unusually quiet today, with neither players nor families with players choosing to go out. As for those who chose to go out to buy supplies, Jiang Xian didn't stop them. After all, everyone needs to make a living, and these people leaving the neighborhood now might be a good thing, preventing them from being affected by the battle later. At this moment, the neighborhood security captain stood beside Jiang Xian and cautiously asked, "Young Master Jiang, will those people really choose to attack today?" Jiang Xian merely glanced at him indifferently and didn't speak. In fact, he wasn't sure either, because Fu Yu's divination talent could only predict the general direction. It's not that divination can't be more accurate, but the price to pay is too high. For example, they only came to this neighborhood after Fu Yu performed a divination, but because of it, Fu Yu coughed up blood and seemed to have a serious illness. From that moment, they realized that divination comes at a price. The bigger and more detailed the prediction, the greater the price. Conversely, if it's just a minor matter, only one or two harmless misfortunes will occur. Just then, a small German shepherd ran over from a distance and barked at Jiang Xian. You found someone suspicious outside? Woof. Xiao He barked and nodded its head. The security captain, seeing this, couldn't help but marvel, this dog is really smart. Is it a border collie? It doesn't look like one. Could it be a mixed breed? Xiao He understood the security captain's words, baring its teeth and growling at him, as if saying, you're the mixed breed, your whole family are mixed breeds. Chapter 56 ends. In the living room, Ling Mo was preparing dinner and feeding the stray cats and dogs. Due to her talent, she hadn't gone to the front lines, and her mental power range hadn't yet reached the point where it could cover the entire neighborhood. Even so, she could still understand the situation through De He and Xiao He. Just as the fragrant rice was cooked, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from not far away, followed by the sounds of battle. However, the battle didn't last long. Through De He and Xiao He, Ling Mo quickly learned the whole story. When Jiang Xian realized the enemy was approaching, he didn't choose to wait for them to attack before retaliating. Instead, he chose to strike first, catching them completely off guard. The opposing side didn't have as many people as they did, and they hadn't expected the players in the neighborhood to unite. In short, the battle was over before it even began. While cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had acted quickly, because these people had hidden firearms. When Jiang Xian confirmed it was a real gun and not a model, he broke out in a cold sweat. Even with their awakened talents, they were still mortals, and bullets could still harm or even kill them. What's going on? Didn't you say the players inside were all indifferent and wouldn't care about this kind of thing? A fierce-looking man, bound hand and foot, kicked the person next to him. Ye Kai looked at the man who had been kicked to the ground, thought for a moment, and said, Boss, this guy looks familiar. I remember now, isn't this the one we kicked out not long ago? As he spoke, he lifted the man up with one hand and sneered, You actually dare to come back. The man trembled with fear, and a warm liquid slid down his pants and onto the ground, instantly filling the air with the stench of urine. Ye Kai threw the man away with a look of disgust. This guy actually peed himself in fear, what bad luck. Just then, a plump middle-aged woman rushed out from the crowd and ran straight towards the man on the ground. My son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. How can I live without you? Ye Kai stared at the woman speechlessly, wondering what he had done wrong. Hey, auntie, can't you be reasonable? I didn't do anything. After a series of wailing and shouting, the woman turned her attention to Ye Kai, her vicious eyes seeming to want to devour him alive. It's all your fault. We just want to go home. Why won't you let us? The woman's eyes were filled with hatred. If these people hadn't driven them out, they wouldn't be in this state. Ye Kai was amused by her shamelessness. You know perfectly well why you kicked them out. It's one thing to go crazy in the residence group every day, but you even wanted to team up with outsiders to rob the entire community. Who gave you the guts? Hearing this, the woman's face paled, a look of terror flashing in her eyes. She had only discussed this with her younger brother. How did these people know? Besides, is this really your home? You're just a nanny who took over while the owner was away. You've lied so much that you've even started to believe yourselves. Hearing Ye Kai's words, the woman vehemently denied it. This is my home. Don't talk nonsense. It was as if the louder she shouted, the more justified she seemed. Little did she know, in their eyes, she was nothing more than a bunch of clowns. At this moment, Jiang Xian walked over, glancing at the people bound hand and foot on the ground. There were over a dozen players and more than 30 ordinary people, so many people, and they were even carrying guns. You really think highly of us, gathering so many people. The fierce-looking man sneered, adopting a heroic stance of going to his death. The victor is king, the loser is villain, do as you please. Seeing this, Jiang Xian picked up the gun from the ground, cocked it deftly, and pressed the muzzle against the man's forehead. So fearless, should I praise you? Feeling the tremor from the muzzle, he realized he wasn't truly fearless after all. The others, seeing this situation, began to beg for mercy. Some claimed they were forced into it, others said they knew nothing, everyone claimed innocence. Jiang Xian holstered the gun and turned to Ye Kai, asking, "Did you call the police?" Ye Kai nodded. "Yes, we did. They took it very seriously when they heard there was a gun and said they'd be here soon." Just then, a police siren sounded in the distance. Hearing the doorbell ring, Ling Mo opened the door. Ye Kai stood outside and said softly, "I've come to return the dogs." She let Da He and Xiao He in, then asked, "Have those people been dealt with?" "I just heard faint police sirens outside." "Did you call the police?" She thought Jiang Xian and Ye Kai would just kill them directly, that's how it's written in novels. Seemingly sensing Ling Mo's thoughts, Ye Kai said, "Of course we handed them over to the police. After all, we are law-abiding citizens." Ling Mo. Ye Kai's tone changed, becoming serious. "Besides, there are few players now, and a batch will be eliminated after each game. Killing them directly would be too wasteful, it's better to make the most of them." Ling Mo understood. After seeing Ye Kai off, she fed Da He and Xiao He, then led them upstairs. Once on the second floor, she put Da He and Xiao He into her spatial storage, then followed them in. Besides the marrow-cleansing fruit, all the other fruits had gradually ripened. Ling Mo didn't let the ripe fruit hang on the branches, instead, she built a warehouse specifically to store these fruits with special properties. Among them, medicinal fruits and enhancement fruits required long-term consumption. After harvesting the special fruit trees, Ling Mo also harvested a batch of fruits, vegetables, and grains. Finally, she checked the lake and small ocean. The fish were all thriving, each one plump and strong. Upon leaving, she saw the warehouse overflowing with various offal. Although she had sold quite a bit recently, it was still just a drop in the ocean compared to the total. She decided to continue selling offal for the next few days and upgrade the shop. 10 shelves were definitely not enough. Leaving the space, Ling Mo began meditating and cultivating. While things were peaceful on her side, chaos reigned outside. The reason those people chose to act at this time, besides the mother and child, was that there was a traitor within their community. Therefore, Jiang Xian led his men to kick down the other party's door overnight and drive them out. Chapter 57 Krino Grassland 1. This guy was also a player. He had previously wanted to recruit other players to form his own small group and then declare himself king. Because of the abundant resources, he actually managed to recruit some players to join him and pledge allegiance. However, most of the people in the community refused. Did he really think others didn't know his little scheme? "We're all players, why should you be superior?" After being rejected, this guy didn't give up. He thought of joining forces with outsiders to teach them a small lesson, and then he would play the good guy and lend a helping hand to everyone. When these people were kicked out, they were not allowed to take anything except the clothes they were wearing. Those things served as compensation for their mental distress. The man who was kicked out was still somewhat indignant, shouting that he would take revenge sooner or later and make these people pay the price. As a result, not long after he and a few of his followers walked out of the community gate, they were invited into a police car by a group of fully armed people. Watching the man being taken away, Jiang Xian cursed him under his breath as an idiot. How could he possibly let a tiger return to the mountain? He should just go and work for the country. The next day, Ling Mo was awakened by a notification sound. Opening her phone, she saw a barrage of trending topics, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. Clicking on one of the videos, the first scene was a massive explosion, flames shooting into the sky, followed by a lion-like figure emerging from the inferno and beginning to burn, kill, and loot. Ling Mo? This happened yesterday? Could this person have caused the explosion? But soon, Ling Mo realized that the explosion wasn't caused by the lion-like figure. She saw with her own eyes in the video that a rocket flew from a distance and directly hit the lion-like figure who was wreaking havoc. Ling Mo clutched her heart. Was it really this exciting first thing in the morning? Players only awaken talents, not superhumans. Even players who awaken physical enhancements can't withstand attacks indefinitely without getting hurt. The Lion Man in the video was obviously doomed. However, using a missile without a second thought, completely disregarding the safety of those around him, wasn't like their usual style. Then, Ling Mo realized the video wasn't from their country, but from abroad. A sudden realization dawned on her. She closed the video, opened the domestic news, and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. Hearing barking and meowing from the living room, Ling Mo remembered she still had over a dozen stray cats and dogs to care for. After yesterday's interaction, these animals could understand her commands, but understanding meant obeying. After all, these stray animals weren't very intelligent, and some things needed to be learned gradually. After feeding all the animals, Ling Mo went into the kitchen to prepare her own breakfast. After some practice, she was now quite skilled at cooking. She stir-fried 2 dishes and steamed some rice for herself, then enjoyed a delicious meal. Ling Mo's original plan was to upgrade his shop after breakfast and then sell a batch of goods, but just then, a familiar mechanical voice sounded. "Dear official player, you've been drinking soy sauce and acting crazy. A new round of the game will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself." Ling Mo jumped up from his chair and rushed upstairs without a word. Damn it, didn't the games always start at night? Why is it starting in the morning this time? Despite her inner grumbling, Ling Mo's hands moved swiftly. She changed into the clothes, pants, and shoes she had prepared beforehand, put on a mask, secrecy was paramount, and tied her hair up. 3, 2, 1. In the last second of the countdown, Ling Mo pulled out a hat and put it on. Then everything went black, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a grassland. She was surrounded by other players who had also come to participate in the game. Previous games had always been at night, and people had developed the habit of going out at night and sleeping during the day. This time, many people were just getting ready for bed when the game started, and it was no wonder they were scrambling to react. Many hadn't buttoned their clothes properly, were wearing slippers, and were carrying shoes in their hands. Others were dressed neatly, but were carrying a bunch of things, wetsuits, sportswear, even down jackets. They were clearly preparing thoroughly. However, looking at the endless grassland around him, Ling Mo realized that all the preparations had been in vain, as they were completely useless. Having learned from previous game experiences, although the start was somewhat rushed, everyone remained relatively calm, standing in place and awaiting the system's next instructions. Soon, the familiar game voice rang in their ears again. "Dear official players, welcome to the Krino Grassland." As the largest grassland on Krino Star, the Krino Grassland is home to many orcs. Orcs are powerful warriors, born to fight, but they also have their own troubles. Mission: find and help the orcs solve their problems. Within 10 days, collect 10 satisfied smiles. The system will award players a reward based on the satisfaction level. As the system's voice ended, a smiley face badge appeared in Ling Mo's hand. Around him were a group of extinguished lights. After counting, there were exactly 10. The system's instruction to collect smiles must mean lighting up all the lights on this badge. Ling Mo pinned the badge to his chest, and the others followed suit. This game lasted a full 10 days, longer than the previous Mocha Forest game, indicating that this game was either exceptionally difficult or extremely time-consuming. 10 days, 10 smiley faces, averaging 1 smiley face per day. After a few seconds of silence, a cacophony of noise and curses erupted around them. Almost everyone was complaining that the game had started too suddenly, catching them completely off guard. System: 10 days, no water or food. How are we supposed to survive? While they hadn't had water or food in Mocha Forest either, their task was to collect food. The forest was full of food, and as long as they were brave enough to try, they definitely wouldn't starve. But this time was different. Looking at the endless grassland, what were they supposed to eat? Grass? After complaining for a while without receiving any response from the system, the players knew they couldn't change the situation and resigned themselves to their fate. Chapter 58 Krino Grassland 2. There was nothing they could do about it, since the system ignored them completely. Instead of complaining, they should hurry up and complete the mission. Maybe they'd have food after finding the orcs. Some people tried to find acquaintances in the crowd, thinking it would make the mission safer. Besides, with such a vast grassland, who knew what dangers might lurk? Strength in numbers. There were quite a few like this, and soon some formed temporary teams. Some also wanted to recruit Ling Mo. Among a group of disheveled players, Ling Mo's attire was particularly conspicuous, clearly well prepared. Ling Mo naturally didn't want to team up with these people. Frankly, they were a burden, offering no help and only hindering her progress. So, seeing the situation was unfavorable, she simply ran away, ignoring the calls from behind. Only after running far enough did she stop. Wait a minute, do you know this place? Loading data, Krino Grassland, inhabited by numerous beastmen and orcs. Wait a minute, aren't beastmen and orcs the same thing? Of course not. Orcs possess intelligence, very similar to humans, except that certain parts of their bodies have beastly characteristics. Orcs are born warriors, simple and honest in nature, and hate being deceived. Beastmen are their primary food source. Okay, can you help me find traces of orcs? No traces of orcs detected nearby. Hearing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Alright then, I'll look around some more. Keep an eye on your surroundings along the way, see if there are any resources like water-cooled stones. Okay. To speed things up, Ling Mo took out an electric scooter and sped off. The Krino Grassland was vast, almost boundless. About an hour later, the voice of "Wait a minute" suddenly rang out. Ahead, a beastman village spotted. Thank you for the reminder, but I can already see it. Upon arriving at the village, Ling Mo noticed it was quite large, suggesting a significant number of beastmen lived there. Could it be that she could complete her mission on the very first day? Ling Mo's excitement surged, but considering the previous rounds of the game, her first game as a formal player, how could it be so easy? Moreover, the system had mentioned guest satisfaction before the game started. This was like the difference between completing homework and getting it excellent. Thinking this, Ling Mo put away her electric scooter and approached the village. Wait a minute, do you know what kind of beastman village this is? Based on analysis, this should be a rabbit person beastman village. As one of the most prolific beastman groups, the rabbit person tribe needs to recruit a large number of nannies every year. Taking care of children. Ling Mo swallowed hard, she was completely clueless about this kind of thing. Oh well, she'd ask later if there were any other jobs. If not, she'd just have to try her best. Rabbit person beastmen should be easier to care for than human babies, right? With this in mind, Ling Mo approached the rabbit village. Soon, the rabbit people discovered her presence. Rabbit beastmen are a rather timid race, so upon seeing Ling Mo, a complete stranger, they instinctively became wary, secretly observing her from the shadows. They thought they were well hidden, but in reality, her mental power had seen right through them. This is where Ling Mo's interstellar language came in handy. Don't be afraid, I'm here looking for work, she said, showing her smiley face badge and her interstellar citizen ID card. This ID card had been issued to her by the system just yesterday. Sure enough, upon hearing Ling Mo's words and seeing her smiley face badge and interstellar citizen ID card, the other party visibly relaxed. At this moment, an older rabbit beastman emerged from one of the houses, speaking in a friendly manner. Do you know how to take care of children? We've had quite a few baby rabbit beastmen this year, you could help look after them. Ling Mo smiled politely and replied, of course I can take care of children, it would be my honor to help you. However, compared to taking care of children, I'm actually better at collecting garbage. She decided to try and see if she could escape the fate of taking care of children. Originally, she only wanted to try it out, but the old rabbit orc suddenly grabbed her hand, excitedly saying, really? That's wonderful. Winter just ended, and our village has accumulated a lot of garbage. Please help us collect it all." Why was he suddenly so enthusiastic? Is collecting garbage in interstellar space so popular? At this moment, the rabbit orcs who had been hiding earlier also came out one after another, vying to let Ling Mo go to their houses to collect garbage first. These rabbit orcs were just too enthusiastic, and in the end, the old rabbit orc decided that they would go from front to back, house by house, and no one was allowed to cut in line. The first in line was a rabbit mother and daughter, and Ling Mo followed them home. Weren't rabbit orcs supposed to be very fertile? Why was there only this mother and daughter in this house? Ling Mo inquired a little and learned that the daughter next to the rabbit mother was her 80th child. The previous children had all grown up and moved out. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded, showing an expression of understanding. Wait a minute, if the rabbit people are so prolific, why are there only a few dozen houses in the village? Given their reproductive rate, this shouldn't be the case. Soon, Ling Mo understood. The houses on the surface were just for show, each house represented a family. In reality, the rabbit people lived underground. Ling Mo followed behind the rabbit mother, constantly observing their surroundings out of the corner of his eye. Although the underground houses were dug out by them bit by bit, the surfaces were covered with a layer of thick walls, painted with various patterns. This meant they dug the houses themselves and then decorated them, not only for aesthetics but also to effectively prevent collapse. "We're here. I won't go down." "You go ahead," the rabbit mother said, standing in front of a large door. Ling Mo nodded politely, and the moment he opened the door, he was shocked by the scene inside. Seeing this, Mother Rabbit assumed she was shocked by the enormous amount of trash inside, so she said apologetically, "In winter, when I'm bored at home, I like to shop online, and then." Her children, influenced by her from a young age, all inherited this hobby, which is why they've become like this. Chapter 59 Clino Grassland 3. Ling Mo suppressed her shocked expression and smiled subtly. "It's okay, I told you, I'm very good at collecting trash." With that, she stepped inside. The door slowly closed, and Ling Mo looked at the mountain of trash in front of her. Some items even still had their delivery boxes. After a quick glance, she thought, wow, this family must have spent a lot, many of the items look brand new. Ling Mo then picked up a white bag, opened it, and found a bag full of unopened candies. Wait a minute, what's this? Energy-rich candies can quickly provide the body with the energy it needs, but it's not recommended to eat too many as it easily leads to weight gain. P.S. The taste of these candies is fantastic. Those who have tried them can't help but keep eating them, so it's not recommended for those with weak willpower. It sounded similar to a nutrient solution, with a slight side effect, but that's not a problem. Good stuff, I'll take it. There was actually a whole pile of these energy-rich candies here. Ling Mo checked the date, they were still quite a while before they expired. Why were they thrown away? Suddenly, she remembered the description of the package, which advised against giving it to people with weak willpower. She seemed to suddenly understand why it had been lost. Ling Mo checked several more packages, most of which contained food. It was clear this family really loved food. A large portion of the packages were filled with dishes, mostly sweets. In the end, Ling Mo stopped looking and collected everything, planning to clean it up later. Half an hour later, Ling Mo emerged. Seeing this, Mother Rabbit's red eyes widened. Looking at the clean storage room, she sincerely praised, "You're really good at collecting trash. You're the best garbage collector I've ever hired. I feel the compensation I prepared for you is completely incomparable to your work. Please wait a moment." With that, Mother Rabbit hopped away, but returned a few minutes later. "This is a specialty of our rabbit people, energy bars, similar to nutritional supplements, but tastier." An unexpected surprise. Ling Mo smiled, accepted the energy bar, thanked them, and headed to the next shop. This shop's rabbit people were also shopaholics, but unlike the previous shop's rabbit people who preferred food, this shop's rabbit people bought a wide variety of things, covering almost every category. Ling Mo even saw a brand new fishing tool set. "Are you sure you don't want all of this?" Ling Mo asked again, because these things looked really expensive. A very stylishly dressed rabbit people snorted and said, "No, no, you can take it all." Then, she muttered something about out with the old, in with the new. Immediately, Ling Mo realized that these rabbit beastmen were incredibly wealthy, otherwise, what family could afford such extravagance? However, this was perfect for her. Next, Ling Mo began a frenzied buying spree. At first, she couldn't resist peeking at what was inside, since these were interstellar products, unlike the food she had seen before, things she had never seen before. But later, to save time, she simply stopped looking and directly used her mental energy to envelop everything and store it in her spatial storage. At first, Ling Mo was very excited about receiving so many things, but she gradually calmed down. The reason these items were considered treasures was largely due to their scarcity. However, the entire rabbit people seemed to have an extraordinary passion for online shopping. They were practically all shopping addicts, and each person had different preferences. Some liked to eat, so they bought a lot of food, leaving the excess in the warehouse. Some rabbit people wanted to exercise, so they bought a bunch of exercise equipment and health foods, and then, well, you know. In short, by the time Ling Mo had visited all the rabbit people's homes, the sun was almost setting, and she was drenched in sweat. At this moment, the old rabbit orc she had met before approached, thanking Ling Mo with a kind smile, and then took out her cane and touched the badge on her chest. The next second, a small gray area around the smiley face badge turned bright white. Then the old rabbit orc took out a package, which, when opened, contained neatly arranged energy bars. "Consider this extra reward." Ling Mo happily accepted the energy bars. Although she had already collected quite a few of these today, who would complain about having too few? One bar was enough to last a whole day without food. If they were sold, countless people would go crazy. "By the way, do you know where there are any beastmen around here? I really need work." Her search was too slow, and she had no clue where to start, so she might as well ask the rabbit beastman in front of her. Hearing this, the old rabbit beastman thought for a moment and pointed in a certain direction, saying, "Go straight in this direction, and you'll reach the territory of the twin-tailed cat clan. You can ask there." Upon hearing this, Ling Mo quickly thanked him. "Thank you." The old rabbit beastman waved his hand and said, "The Crino grassland is dangerous at night. You can stay overnight near the village and set off again tomorrow." Ling Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Okay, thank you for the reminder." She found a tree near the village and prepared to rest there. As night completely fell, Ling Mo understood why the old rabbit beastman had said it was dangerous at night. Because nighttime is when most wild animals hunt, Ling Mo would easily become easy prey if he walked alone. With the added benefit of colored contact lenses and sunglasses, even at night, in the absence of any light, Ling Mo could still see clearly. Just then, Chiaman's voice rang out. "Usable resource detected, Sweetie Ing, one of the most common insects on the Crino continent. Small, highly reproductive, and resilient. It loves sweets and emits light at night. The sweeter the food fed to Sweetie Ing, the stronger its glow will be, up to 10 watts. 10 watts? That's practically a moving light bulb." Ling Mo searched around but saw nothing. Finally, with Chiaman's prompting, he discovered a tiny insect, no bigger than a thumb, hidden in the grass. The insect's abdomen emitted a barely perceptible glow. Seeing this, Ling Mo took out an unopened bag of sugar. He tore open the bag, poured some sugar into his hand, and held it up to the Sweetie Ing. After coming into contact with the white sugar again, Sweetie Ing immediately started eating like crazy. As she consumed the sugar, the light emanating from her abdomen gradually intensified, soon illuminating her surroundings as if it were daytime. Chapter 60 Clino Grassland 4. After storing the sweetie in her spatial dimension, darkness returned. These sweeties were indeed a good thing. With them, even light bulbs were unnecessary. There were many fruit trees in the space, so the sweeties wouldn't have to worry about food. Ling Mo dissolved sugar in water, making dozens of simple sweetie catchers. They were basically just clean plates filled with sugar water. Since she had nothing else to do at night, Ling Mo placed these plates around the space, and soon a large number of sweeties were attracted. She leaned against a tree trunk, collecting them wherever there was light. After dawn, Ling Mo stored the sweetie catchers away, preparing to use them again next time. She took out her electric scooter from her spatial dimension and rode in the direction the old rabbit orc had pointed out yesterday. Does the interstellar world also have east, west, south, and north? Forget it, she shouldn't overthink it, even if it did, she probably wouldn't remember. As she rode, Ling Mo's electric scooter suddenly stopped. Dragon tooth grass, its leaves resemble dragon teeth. It's the most common plant on the Clino grassland, incredibly resilient, and has heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, relieving heatstroke symptoms. Heat-clearing and detoxifying, relieving heatstroke symptoms? Isn't that a natural heat-relieving medicine? Ling Mo picked up a dragon tooth grass leaf and smelled it. Instantly, a cool sensation rushed into her nostrils, making her shiver. The scent of dragon tooth grass is similar to mint, but its effects are much milder. Moreover, dragon tooth grass is only about the length of a finger. Ling Mo looked down at her feet, the ground was covered in dragon tooth grass. But if she pulled it out piece by piece, it would be too time-consuming. She knew better than to prioritize the task and the dragon tooth grass. Fortunately, Ling Mo had stockpiled enough, she'd consider an automatic weed cutter. Ling Mo drove the automatic weed cutter, leaving no grass behind. In no time, she had collected a whole truckload of dragon tooth grass. Ling Mo stored it in her spatial storage, and during this time, she also collected a considerable amount of dragon tooth grass seeds. After all, she knew that it was better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. No matter how much she collected, it would eventually run out, so it was better to grow her own. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo suddenly noticed a group of people running towards her in the distance, waving as they ran. After confirming that they were players, not orcs, Ling Mo decisively stored the harvester in her storage space and activated the invisibility function of her cloak to make a quick getaway. Piamia Yunyan saw a large harvester driving across the grassland from afar, guessing that it might be a player. She considered approaching it to strike up a conversation, hoping to get a ride. However, to their surprise, as soon as they got close, the harvester and its driver vanished. If it weren't for the tire tracks left on the ground, they would have doubted their vision. Upon seeing this, Piamia Yunyan stomped her feet in anger, her face turning incredibly pale. What kind of person is that? How can he be so selfish? We all entered the game together, shouldn't we help each other? A tall, thin young man next to him comforted her. Yunyan, don't be angry. That kind of person is just selfish and has no manners. Next time you meet him, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Even so, Piamia Yunyan's face was still very ugly. The other party had a harvester to get around, so his talent must be very special. Her talent lay in making people like her through interaction. If used well, this could be a terrifying ability. In the previous third round of the game, she relied on this talent to turn the tide at the last moment. But now, glancing at the two people beside her, it was far from enough, she needed to recruit more people to work for her. Ling Mo didn't know the person behind her was Piamia Yunyan. If she had known, she would have run even faster. She followed the direction pointed out by the old rabbit beastman for most of the day, but couldn't find where the two-tailed cat had fallen. Instead, she discovered a large red door. Clearly, someone had discovered this red door before her. Judging from his appearance, it seemed to be a white male. He walked to the red door, looked around, touched it, and then pounded on it, but the door remained unresponsive. Just when Ling Mo thought he was about to give up, she saw the man place both hands on the door and push with all his might. The door was pushed open, creating a crack. The man moved with extraordinary agility, slipping through the crack. The next second, the gate slammed shut. Ling Mo waited outside for a while, but no one came out. Instead, she watched as several more groups of people went in using the same method. Seeing this, Ling Mo decided not to wait any longer. Who knew where the village of the two-tailed cat beastmen was? And at this rate, even if she found it, there was a high probability she wouldn't be able to complete the mission today. This would shorten the remaining mission time and increase the margin for error. As the saying goes, one step behind leads to another. She got up and went to the red gate, looking left and right like the others before her, before finally finding the doorbell button in the upper right corner. She knew this because in the Rabbit Beastman village, although the houses outside were built of stone, they still had doorbells. However, this doorbell button was installed too high, clearly designed for the height of the beastman living there. Ling Mo pressed the doorbell with great effort. The previously closed red gate slowly opened. After she stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind her with a dull thud. Ignoring what was happening behind her, Ling Mo looked around. The environment inside was, well, a completely different world from the outside. From the outside, it looked like a house built of stone and mud, but the interior was exquisitely decorated. The wall bumpers, the overhead lights, even the patterns on the floor seemed meticulously designed. It felt like stepping from an ancient world into the future, a stark contrast. Then, Ling Mo heard a series of complaints coming from afar. What's going on? Are these people idiots? They can't even understand what you're saying. What a pathetic bunch. Hearing this, Ling Mo thought to herself, of course they can't understand, because you're speaking interstellar language. Despite her complaints, she quickened her pace. Walking down the long corridor, she arrived at a bright living room, where she saw the players who had entered before her. They had changed clothes, were wearing aprons and masks, and were now busy cleaning, looking after children, or cooking. Chapter 61 Crino Plains 5. In the middle of the living room, a huge sofa stood, and a giant with bronze skin, estimated to be 3 meters tall, lay on its side. So tall, no wonder the doorbell was installed so high. On the wall behind the sofa hung a majestic picture of a lion biting its prey's neck. Good, she now knew what kind of beastman the person in front of her was. Surely no beastman would hang a picture of themselves or their companions being hunted by a lion in their living room. At this moment, the lion beastman noticed Ling Mo's arrival and muttered, "Another one here. Find something to do yourself. I almost forgot you might not understand." Then the lion beastman pointed to the other players who were busy, and then to the changing room, indicating that she should go change. Seeing this, Ling Mo thought this lion beastman had a pretty good temper, even being bothered by so many players who couldn't communicate, he didn't show any impatience. "I can understand you." Hearing this, the lion beastman, who had been half closing his eyes, slowly opened them and looked at her with interest. Meanwhile, other players who were quietly observing this situation noticed that someone could communicate with the orcs, and they slowed down their work to observe silently. After confirming that Ling Mo could indeed understand and read, the lion orc suddenly sat up from the sofa, pointed to a player wiping a vase, and asked, "Can you understand their language?" Ling Mo replied that it was no problem, of course. "That's great, here you go." With that, the lion orc handed a blue screen to Ling Mo, saying, "From now on, you're in charge of assigning tasks to these people." Ling Mo took the screen, promising to complete the tasks. "Alright, the rest is up to you. I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back before dark." The implication was that she hoped they could complete all the tasks on the screen before nightfall. After the lion orc left, the other players immediately gathered around Ling Mo, their eyes fixed intently on the blue screen in her hand. After all, they had all witnessed the lion orc's attitude. Several players even tried to snatch it, and Ling Mo was about to warn them when two figures blocked her way. "Friends, believe me, even if you snatch the screen, you won't understand the words on it." Those whose intentions had been exposed blushed and said angrily, "We can't understand it, but does she?" Ye Kai rolled his eyes. If she couldn't understand it, that lion orc wouldn't have given it to her. Looking at Jiang Xian and Ye Kai blocking her way, Ling Mo felt a warmth in her heart and decided to give them a discount when they came to buy things from her in the future. Ling Mo looked around, cleared her throat, and said, "Stop arguing. If you still want to complete the mission, do as I say." "Why should we listen to you?" a female player questioned. Ling Mo waved the blue screen in his hand. "Whether you listen or not is up to you. The lion orc just asked me to assign tasks. We need to clean this place up before dark. The lion orc will come back to check our work after dark." The players looked at each other, but ultimately chose to follow Ling Mo's advice, given the lion orc's attitude earlier. Ling Mo then began assigning tasks: tidying up, cleaning the kitchen, cleaning the walls, windows, and screens, washing clothes and shoes, cleaning the bathroom, unclogging the drains, changing the sheets, mopping the floor, and wiping the furniture clean. Each task required the cooperation of several people to complete. After the tasks were assigned, Ling Mo chose tidying and organizing, and Jiang Xian and Yi Kai also chose tidying and organizing. While tidying up the things in their hands, the two leaned close to Ling Mo and whispered, "My name is Xian Xiang Qian, meaning may you earn money." Then he pointed at Yi Kai, "His name is Bai Ri Meng, meaning daydreaming." Ling Mo said without looking up, "My name is Lao Tian Qian Wa Ezge, meaning heaven owes me a trillion." The two were speechless. Yi Kai suddenly slapped his thigh, looking regretful. Why hadn't he thought of such a good name? Jiang Xian glared at Yi Kai, telling him to stop fooling around, then looked at Ling Mo. "You can understand what those people say and read their writing, is that your talent?" Ling Mo looked up at him and said, "Of course not, I learned it myself." Hearing this, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's eyes widened instantly. "You learned it yourself? How did you learn it? Where did you learn it?" "I performed well in the first game, and the rancher gave me a reward, and then the system gave me a machine to help me learn interstellar language." She knew that some people had the talent to see through lies directly, so rather than being exposed later, it was better to tell the truth from the beginning, although how she told the truth was up to her. Sure enough, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's eyes lit up after hearing Ling Mo's words. In the previous rounds of the game, they hadn't had any contact with the interstellar people, but this time, their first contact with interstellar people, the language barrier was the first hurdle they faced. The two looked around cautiously and didn't continue the topic. Anyway, they lived in the same neighborhood, and it wouldn't be too late to ask after the game was over. What they needed to do now was to get closer to this girl. Jiang Xian had previously heard Yi Kai say that this little girl was unusually wary, but after learning she was an orphan, he understood why. Ling Mo ignored the two people because, besides organizing her belongings, she had given herself a daunting task: collecting trash. Cleaning would inevitably generate a lot of trash. In just a short time, she had unearthed many unwanted and discarded items. Moreover, Ling Mo unexpectedly discovered the lion beastman's identity in a magazine on the table. This person was actually the leader of a beastman group. This was definitely a boss-level figure. His house must be full of valuable items. Although the screen indicated that they only needed to place the trash in the designated location, under Chia Man's guidance, Ling Mo used the screen to contact the already departed lion beastman. After all, she should ask before taking anything, otherwise, she might touch something she shouldn't. After all, she was now a formal interstellar citizen, and if the lion beastman sued her for theft, she would go to jail. After learning about this from Kaiman, Ling Mo felt very conflicted. He felt a little regretful, but not particularly so. Chapter 62 Klino Grassland 6. After all, Ling Mo's goal was simply what others didn't want. The lion beastman quickly replied, even granting her access, indicating she could take everything inside. Upon receiving confirmation, Ling Mo was visibly happy and then headed towards the warehouse while the others were still busy. By the time Jiang Xian and Yi Kai noticed, she was long gone. Opening the first warehouse, she went inside. As the door slowly closed, the overhead light came on. Ling Mo was immediately confronted by a square metal box, roughly the size of her thigh. The entire warehouse was piled high with these boxes, making it impossible for her to move forward. Judging from the dust accumulated on the boxes, they had been there for a long time. The door behind her was closed, and in front of her was a metal wall made of boxes. Standing there, even turning around was difficult. To continue, she would have to move the metal box in front of her. This was a piece of cake for Ling Mo. After removing the metal boxes on the surface, Ling Mo found that the inside contained the same metal boxes, neatly arranged in a dense array. The sheer number of metal boxes piqued Ling Mo's curiosity about their contents. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a code on the side. Wait, what are these codes? These are the 5th-generation exoskeleton armor developed by the Orc group. However, the Orc group has now reached the 10th generation, and these are obsolete. Ling Mo didn't hear the wait part, she only knew that these were exoskeletons. She didn't care about the 5th or 10th generation. These things were far more valuable than food or treasures. Ling Mo maximized her mental energy, striving to collect all the exoskeletons in the warehouse as quickly as possible. After all, this was only the first warehouse, several more awaited her. By the time she emptied the warehouse, Ling Mo's mental energy was somewhat depleted. Despite their small size, the metal boxes were quite heavy. Only now did Ling Mo get a clear look at the size of the warehouse, estimating it to be about 500 or 600 square meters. At this moment, she sincerely hoped that the next few warehouses would be as large as this one, though she wouldn't mind if they were larger. After resting for another 10 minutes, Ling Mo opened the door, went to the next warehouse, opened it, went inside, and closed the door. As the overhead light was turned on, the contents of the warehouse appeared before Ling Mo. It wasn't the exoskeleton armor from before. According to Chairman, exoskeletons had already been updated to the 10th generation. Since the 5th generation was obsolete, the 6th and 7th generations should also be obsolete. It seemed her thinking was too naive. However, the items in this warehouse seemed to be older than those in the previous warehouse. The evidence was that the dust on the items here was much thicker than in the previous warehouse. Although they were still packed in boxes, these boxes were obviously much more casual than the previous ones. Brushing away the dust from one of the boxes, she opened it to find a bunch of small, palm-sized discs, similar to yo-yos. Ling Mo picked up one of the small round plates and asked, "Wait a minute, what is this?" According to the inspection, this should be the 1st generation of spatial teleportation devices. It only has 1 square meter of internal space and is limited in use, likely to break down after about 50 uses. She now retracted her previous statement. The contents of this warehouse were in no way inferior to the exoskeleton armor in the previous warehouse. Besides the 1st generation, she also discovered 2nd and 3rd generation spatial teleportation devices. After storing all the spatial teleportation devices in her space, a large area of the warehouse instantly became empty. Wait a minute, could this spatial teleportation device also have been developed by the Beastman group? Yes, but the Beastman group only developed up to the 3rd generation before being unable to break through due to technical problems, and sold the patent to the Nebula group. The spatial teleportation devices currently used in interstellar space are all researched by them. I'm curious, what's the maximum size a spatial teleportation device can have? The Nebula group supports customized services. As long as the money is right, any size is possible. Continuing to examine the contents of the warehouse, Ling Mo discovered that all of these were items from interstellar upgrades. This Beastman group really dabbled in every field. The 1st generation thermostatic suit could maintain a constant body temperature in extreme temperatures ranging from 70 degrees Celsius to -70 degrees Celsius, requiring the use of a thermostatic helmet. At first, when encountering Ling Mo, who she had never seen before, she was still interested in asking him to explain things, but as time passed and she was in a hurry, she eventually stopped looking at everything and simply put it all into her spatial storage. The 3rd and 4th storage areas were where she usually stored miscellaneous items, unfinished nutrient solutions, energy bars, children's toys, finished magazines, and clothes that were no longer wearable, etc. When Ling Mo returned to the living room, the lion beastman had just returned and nodded in satisfaction when he saw the newly cleaned house. After inspecting the surroundings, he said, "You've done a good job." With a wave of his hand, a robot emerged. "These are your rewards." Just then, a middle-aged man pointed at Ling Mo and said, "Your Excellency Lion, this person has no job whatsoever, she doesn't deserve your reward." The lion man looked at Ling Mo. "What is he saying?" Ling Mo remained unfazed. "He says he doesn't work for the reward." "You're insulting him." The lion man's eyes widened. "There are actually people like this in this world?" Ling Mo continued smiling. "Of course, the world is full of wonders. There are all sorts of birds in a big forest." The lion orc nodded. "I see. In that case, I shouldn't have tarnished his noble character. You can have his reward. What else do you want? You cleaned up the garbage that had accumulated over the years. This is what you deserve." "Thank you," Ling Mo nodded modestly. "If possible, I'd like a weapon for self-defense." The lion orc looked at Ling Mo's small frame and whispered, "You really need a weapon for self-defense. You're far too small, such a size is very dangerous on the Krino plains." Because they couldn't understand the interstellar language, the other players could only see Ling Mo and the lion orc chatting happily, while the person who had just complained looked ashen-faced. Chapter 63 Krino Plain 7. Finally, the lion orc presented her with a white bracelet, the latest product of the Orsish Group's research. This bracelet, designed for portability, was specifically developed for women in interstellar space. Despite its small size, it contained over a dozen weapons, ranging from melee to firearms. Ling Mo was very pleased with the weapon. After taking the double dose of nutrient solution, she also collected the trash she had gathered before leaving. The other players had already left. As she approached the gate, Ling Mo detected a large group of people gathered outside. It was still dark outside, and these people probably intended to stay until dawn, but Ling Mo didn't intend to wait with them. After all, one of these players was her enemy. She activated the invisibility function of her cloak and slipped away right under the players' noses. After running a sufficient distance, Ling Mo took out her electric scooter and continued towards the twin-tailed cat village. Outside the lion orc's house, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were still waiting for Ling Mo to come out. Besides them, many others were also waiting for Ling Mo, including the middle-aged man who had complained. After leaving the lion orc's house, the other players received extra rewards besides smiley faces. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to keep them from going hungry for the next few days. Only he received nothing. Even the smiley faces he received were much dimmer than the others. It was obvious who was behind this. However, they waited for a long time without seeing Ling Mo emerge. Just then, a plump pearl bird flew over from afar, landed on Yi Kai's shoulder, shook its head at Jiang Xian, and then flapped its wings and flew away. Seeing this, Jiang Xian immediately understood and pulled Yi Kai to find a place to rest. "Boss, aren't we waiting for that little girl anymore?" Jiang Xian glanced at him and said, "She's already left. We just need to take care of ourselves now. It's already the second day, we need to hurry up and finish the mission." "Okay." On the other side, Ling Mo originally wanted to find a place to rest after getting far enough away, but as she walked, she suddenly saw a village in the distance. Based on her previous experience in the Rabbit Beastman village, the area around where the beastmen gathered was the safest. So, Ling Mo drove the electric scooter at its fastest speed. After arriving near the village, she was surprised to find that this was the village of the two-tailed cat beastmen that she had been looking for. It was truly a case of finding something without even looking for it. Ling Mo stopped near the village, put the electric scooter into her space, and went back to her space to take a shower. They were going to stay here for 10 days. 10 days without showering or changing clothes would be bearable if one didn't have the means, but Ling Mo had the means, so she naturally wouldn't make herself suffer. After showering and changing clothes, Ling Mo checked the growth of the dragon tooth grass seeds. They had sprouted. He left the spatial realm, set up the sweet glow trap, built a makeshift shelter with a parasol, and began meditating. At dawn, the two-tailed cat beastman saw Ling Mo outside as soon as he stepped out and curiously asked, "What brings you here?" Ling Mo showed his smiley face badge and said, "I'm here looking for a job. I'm particularly good at recycling trash. Opportunities don't just fall into your lap, you have to fight for them." The two-tailed cat beastman's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the words recycling trash. "Really? What level of recycler are you? If your level is too low, you alone probably won't be enough." As it spoke, the two-tailed cat beastman looked at Ling Mo's thin frame and shook its head. No sharp teeth or claws, no tail, it looked utterly intimidating, probably just a low-level recycler. Ling Mo didn't know what the two-tailed cat beastman was thinking, but she sensed the distrust in its eyes. So she showed it her badge. The badge allowed her to check the reviews from the previous customer. Although there were only 2 of them, both reviews were perfect scores. Only now did the two-tailed cat beastman believe Ling Mo's words. "Then come with me. Our village recently cleared out a batch of unused items. We originally planned to hire a few sea-level recyclers to process them in a few days, but due to a shortage of manpower, our orders were scheduled for half a month later." The two-tailed cat beastman wrinkled his nose. "Those things will rot in half a month. Now that you're here." Ling Mo, listening to the two-tailed cat beastman's words, keenly grasped an important piece of information. Do the beastmen really need recyclers right now? Of course they do. After all, winter has just ended. Winters on the Crino Plains are very cold, and food is practically non-existent. We can only stockpile food before winter arrives, but when spring comes, uneaten food quickly rots, requiring recyclers to clean it up promptly. Led by the two-tailed cat beastman, Ling Mo quickly arrived at a warehouse. The two-tailed cat beastman pointed to the open warehouse door and said, "To make it easier for the recyclers to work, we've put everything here." Ling Mo nodded, stepped inside, and immediately smelled a faint aroma of dried meat. The two-tailed cats were purely carnivorous beastmen, so their diet consisted entirely of meat. Remembering what the two-tailed cat beastman had said about food spoiling quickly after winter, she picked up a piece of jerky and smelled it. It had no unpleasant odor and was still edible. Besides this, she also noticed various kinds of canned meat, all of them ready to eat right out of the box. Just then, two-tailed cat beastmen pushed in a mountain of canned meat. They chatted as they walked, seemingly unaware that Ling Mo was still in the storeroom. "Winter is finally over. I'm so sick of eating all this canned meat. Yeah, now we can finally have a decent meal. I never want to see this canned meat and jerky again. You said the same thing this time last year, but you still had to stock up on food in the fall. I wish I were rich and powerful like the lion beastman. I could just leave in a spaceship during winter and come back afterward." The two-tailed cat beastmen casually piled their belongings into the warehouse and left, discussing where they would hunt as they went. Ling Mo emerged from a corner and silently collected all the discarded canned meat and other food. These two-tailed cat beastmen were tired of it and didn't want to eat it anymore, so she would give it all to them, she wouldn't mind. Chapter 64 Crino Grassland 8. These two-tailed cat beastmen are such a waste. Such good food, just thrown away like that. Ling Mo condemned these two-tailed cat beastmen for wasting food in her heart, but her hands were not slow at all. What is this? Is it candy? Wait. Upon testing, this is an energy block made from animal fat. It can be used as food to satisfy hunger or as fuel. One block can burn for a long time. It can be eaten and used as fuel. It's multi-purpose. What a good thing. Such a good thing is just thrown in the warehouse and treated as garbage. It's such a waste. It's okay. Now she's here to save them. Ling Mo will definitely make these things useful and give them a home. Ling Mo's eyes shone as she packed the things in the warehouse into her space. In addition to food, she also found a lot of large cat trees. Looking at the cat trees in front of her, not to mention cats, even a person could fit comfortably on them. In addition, there were various cat-specific toys and cat treats. Ling Mo spent the entire morning cleaning the warehouse. During this time, many two-tailed cat beastmen brought over their surplus food. After discovering Ling Mo, the recycler, these two-tailed cats would also notify their other companions in the village. Seeing Ling Mo's efficiency, the two-tailed cat beastman who had brought her there earlier exclaimed, "So what you said was true. You're really good at recycling trash, even faster than the A-level recyclers I've seen before. Most importantly, your attitude is good. You know, A-level recyclers are usually very expensive, and they don't accept just anything." Having successfully obtained her third smiley face, and with it not yet noon, Ling Mo hoped to get a double kill today. So she turned her attention to the two-tailed cat beastman who had spoken to her, asking if there were any other beastman tribes nearby. "Yes, there are." The two-tailed cat beastman pointed in two directions. The left is the territory of the crocodile beastmen, and the right is the territory of the honey badger beastmen. However, I suggest you go to the left. You need to be careful around the honey badger beastmen, and they don't like anyone approaching their territory. Ling Mo nodded in deep agreement. The name of the honey badger beastmen was well known even on Blue Star. She waved, took her reward, and said goodbye to the two-tailed cat beastman. Not long after Ling Mo left, another group of players arrived. Since Ling Mo had already dealt with the trash, these players' task was to take care of the children. Because of the language barrier, there was no communication between the two sides. Some of them even made the children cry and were chased out of the village by the two-tailed cat. However, all of this was no longer relevant to Ling Mo. At this moment, she rode her electric bike to the territory of the crocodile beastmen. What came into view was a huge pool of water, surrounded by patches of reeds. Just then, a black shadow loomed over her head, followed by a deep voice. "Little one, what are you doing here?" Turning around, she saw a huge mud monster standing behind her. Seeing its enormous mouth, she quickly realized that the mud monster in front of her was the crocodile beastman. Ling Mo hurriedly said, "I'm here to look for a job." "Looking for a job? Perfect, come help me take a bath." Ling Mo was taken aback by the suggestion, but still followed behind the crocodile orc. Arriving at an open space, she found many players already there, even some foreign ones. Fortunately, Ling Mo had seen them before, so she only glanced at them before looking away. These people stood on the crocodile orc's back, holding hoses and washing the mud off its body. Crocodile orcs are a very clean race and cannot tolerate any dirt on their bodies. Hearing Chaman's explanation, Ling Mo finally knew what she should do. She took the hose, climbed onto the crocodile orc's back, and began washing. Knowing that crocodile orcs are very clean, Ling Mo rinsed with water while also using a brush to scrub away the stubborn stains on the orc's back. She had arrived last, and because she was meticulous, she wasn't as fast. The others looked at Ling Mo's meticulous work with expressions of utter disbelief. With time so tight, why aren't they rushing to finish the task? Instead, they're nitpicking over details. Are they some kind of perfectionist? These people don't understand interstellar language, but Ling Mo understands it perfectly. While the crocodile orcs are all smiles, they're actually dissatisfied with the service, as many areas haven't been cleaned. Ling Mo, on the other hand, has scrubbed every nook and cranny spotless. The other crocodile orcs look on with envy and crowd around, asking Ling Mo to clean them again. Ling Mo agrees, saying no problem, as long as the pay is right, he's fine with anything, even if it means working all night. After the other players leave, Ling Mo doesn't hold back anymore and uses a high-pressure water gun to increase efficiency. This significantly speeds things up. Despite their fierce appearance, these crocodile orcs are actually quite good-natured, queuing up patiently without cutting in line. Beside Ling Mo is a bamboo basket filled with gleaming white teeth. These teeth, shed by the crocodile tribe, are incredibly sharp and sturdy. Ling Mo tried it and easily cut a hard stone in half, without any processing. After a busy afternoon, Ling Mo finally washed all the crocodile beastmen clean. The crocodile beastmen, after their bath, didn't leave immediately. Instead, like someone putting on new shoes, they carefully found a clean spot and admired their pristine scales. To describe the scene, one might say they were admiring their own reflection. One crocodile beastman laughed and said, "You washed me so clean, I couldn't bear to get myself dirty." Ling Mo smiled shyly, indicating that it was her duty. Her humility pleased the crocodile beastman even more. It's already night. Nights on the Klino grassland are dangerous. Those wandering beasts and beastmen have been hungry all winter. If they encounter you, you'll be in big trouble. You should stay here tonight and leave tomorrow morning. At this moment, Ling Mo realized that the danger of the night referred to the wandering beastmen. Chapter 65 Klino Grassland 9. Having a place to stay, Ling Mo naturally didn't want to live a life of hardship, especially after learning about the dangerous existence of the wandering beastmen. While chatting, Ling Mo inquired about the Klino grassland from the crocodile beastman. Their conversation eventually turned to their living conditions. Ling Mo didn't mention Blue Star, only saying that her place had suddenly become very hot, and she dared not go out during the day. She had no money and couldn't buy food, so she had no choice but to come out and work. After hearing Ling Mo's story, the crocodile beastman immediately felt immense sympathy for her. Poor child, no wonder you're working at such a young age, so that's why. You said where you live is very hot, then you can go find the Ding Ding Fish clan. Their scales have a natural cooling effect, and they molt every so often. They have a built-in water cooling effect. Isn't that just a weaker version of water cooling stones? Water cooling stones are good, but the effect is too strong, easily causing accidental injury. Ding Ding Fish scales obviously don't have this problem. Thank you for telling me so much. I have no way to repay you. How about I help you collect garbage to repay you? Looking at Ling Mo's sincere eyes, the crocodile beastman sighed again. What a kind child. That's not very good. The Ding Ding Fish thing isn't really a secret. Yes, yes. After a brief exchange of refusals between the human and the beastman, the crocodile beastman finally relented, but insisted on payment. After all, Ling Mo had portrayed himself as pitiful, penniless, and starving, and the crocodile beastman felt he couldn't take advantage of a child, especially one who had helped them bathe. The last time they were this clean was when they were just born. Ling Mo readily accepted. Holding the payment from the crocodile beastman, Ling Mo went to the place where the crocodile beastman stored his trash. Crocodile beastmen hibernated, so they didn't need to store food for winter. Ling Mo glanced at the so-called garbage heap. Unlike the interstellar trash he had seen before, this heap was outdoors, with only a simple shed for shelter, surrounded by withered branches and leaves, perfectly fitting the image of a garbage heap. Fortunately, once the leaves were removed, the contents weren't dirty. The heap consisted of 3 main parts, each contained in boxes of different sizes. Ling Mo casually opened one box. It contained a whole box of toothpaste. No need, I can read. Ling Mo interrupted. Wait a minute, and began reading the instructions on the toothpaste. This was toothpaste produced by the crocodile orcs themselves, very popular in interstellar space. Ling Mo thought of the crocodile teeth he had received before. Indeed, every single one was spotless. Maintaining oral hygiene was indeed very important. A toothache isn't a disease, but it can be excruciating. He checked the expiration date again. There were about 6 months left. He put the boxes of toothpaste into his spatial storage. Then, Ling Mo opened the other 2 boxes, which were filled with toiletries, shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, and body lotion, categorized as strongly scented, lightly scented, and unscented. Ling Mo checked the effects of these items. She figured they would sell like hotcakes before the heatwave, but sales were down considerably now, though still guaranteed to sell. After collecting everything, she felt a sense of relief. Checking the time, she estimated it would be several hours before dawn. Ling Mo set up the sweet glow traps around the area. Looking around, she suddenly noticed something resembling a mushroom in a corner. Wait, can this mushroom be eaten? No. Hearing this answer, Ling Mo was somewhat disappointed. It looked so much like a mushroom, yet it couldn't be eaten. What a waste. Water storage mushroom, with cactus-like properties, capable of storing large amounts of water within its body. Large amounts of water? How much? Ling Mo looked at the water storage mushroom's size. It wasn't even the size of her palm. How much water could such a small body store? Despite her thoughts, Ling Mo still picked one to try. Holding the water storage mushroom felt like holding a sponge soaked in water. Holding a water-storing mushroom in her hand, Ling Mo squeezed it hard, and a stream of clean water flowed out. Seeing the continuous flow, Ling Mo quickly took out a container to collect it. In the end, nearly 5 liters of water were squeezed out of the small mushroom. Moreover, this water was of very high quality and clean, drinkable directly. Not only that, the harvested water-storing mushrooms could be reused. As long as the water inside wasn't completely squeezed out, it could be used indefinitely. Ling Mo was utterly amazed by the water-storing mushroom's abilities. Didn't this mean that with water-storing mushrooms, there would be no need to worry about water anymore? Ling Mo apologized for her previous dismissive attitude. She tasted the water squeezed from the mushroom. It had a faint mushroom flavor with a hint of sweetness. Using her excellent eyesight, she began searching for water-storing mushrooms everywhere. This wasn't difficult, as they were ubiquitous. After a busy night, Ling Mo harvested several hundred water-storing mushrooms, even transplanting many into her spatial dimension, unsure if they would survive. After daybreak, Ling Mo left the crocodile beastman's territory through the back door. Today was the 4th day of the game, and she had already collected 4 smiley faces. This meant that at her rate of collecting 1 smiley face per day, she had an extra day, significantly easing the time pressure. Next, Ling Mo's target was the Ding Ding fish's territory. She was determined to get their scales. Following the direction indicated by the crocodile beastman, Ling Mo sped along on her electric scooter. She didn't know how much time had passed until her stomach started growling. Only then did Ling Mo realize it was almost 10 o'clock. Even though she had left the crocodile beastman's territory at 6 in the morning. At this moment, Ling Mo suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to eat breakfast, and she had spent the entire night collecting mushrooms. However, she couldn't blame herself. The water-storing mushrooms were simply too tempting, addictive to collect, and after daybreak, her mind was filled with thoughts of Ding Ding fish and cooling scales, so eating was naturally forgotten. Suddenly realizing she hadn't eaten, an overwhelming hunger made her legs go weak and her vision blurred. Realizing she might be experiencing low blood sugar, Ling Mo instinctively grabbed an energy bar and stuffed it into her mouth. Carrot flavor. Ling Mo's expression was indescribable. Energy bars tasted far better than nutritional supplements, but she didn't like the taste of carrots. Chapter 66 Crino Grassland 10. After finishing the energy bar, Ling Mo instantly felt fully recovered. However, to avoid experiencing the same low blood sugar again, Ling Mo still had Qiaman set an alarm to remind him to eat as soon as the time came. Although the energy bar was convenient, Ling Mo still preferred eating a proper meal. After resting for a while, Ling Mo got back on his electric scooter. As a fish, Ding Dingyou naturally lived in places with plenty of water. Looking at the increasingly damp land around him, and a rare grove of trees not far away, Ling Mo put away his scooter and approached the grove. In this damp environment, Ling Mo discovered quite a few water-storing mushrooms. It seemed that water-storing mushrooms, like mushrooms, preferred to live in dark, damp places with plenty of water. Ling Mo used his mental power to collect all the water-storing mushrooms he saw along the way. Noticing the moss growing alongside the water-storing mushrooms, no, it should be purple moss. Wait, what special function does this purple moss have? Purifying moss, purifying air, purifying water, likes to grow near Ding Dingyou beastmen. Companion plants? Does that mean it can't be planted in the space? Ling Mo thought for a moment, what if it was just a coincidence? It just so happened that the Dingdingu beastman liked the same environment as these purifying moss. Moreover, this purifying moss could purify water, and for that reason alone, Ling Mo wouldn't let it pass by. She took out a shovel from her spatial storage and gently scraped down a large patch of purifying moss from the surrounding trees. Seeing that the water-storing mushrooms were also growing exceptionally well where the purifying moss was growing, Ling Mo decided to plant the water-storing mushrooms and purifying moss together. Scraping as she went, Ling Mo was immersed in the joy of her harvest when suddenly a commotion arose ahead. Ling Mo frowned and looked ahead, not wanting to get involved. Rather than wasting time with these people, she'd rather collect more water-storing mushrooms and purifying moss. Just then, 7 or 8 men and women suddenly appeared in the distance, their faces filled with terror, running towards her. The 2 people running in the lead saw Ling Mo appear in the distance and shouted, "Run!" Ling Mo looked behind them and saw a dozen or so 2-meter-tall creatures covered in blue scales, resembling avatars, chasing after them with furious expressions. Dingdingu, one of the last remaining aquatic creatures on the Clino Plains, are warlike by nature and have a strong sense of right and wrong. Hearing the words "strong sense of right and wrong," Ling Mo stopped her run. Since they had a strong sense of right and wrong, this matter had nothing to do with her. Ling Mo even kindly made way for them, changing direction to continue collecting water-storing mushrooms and purifying moss. Those people must have done something to provoke these Dingdingu beastmen. According to the crocodile beastman's introduction yesterday, while Dingdingu beastmen are warlike, they only act this way towards enemies who try to harm them. Normally, Dingdingu are quite friendly, and their greatest hobby is tending their vegetable gardens. It's said that each Dingdingu has its own vegetable garden, and they only eat what they grow themselves. Eating only what they grow, that's quite a strange habit. If a Dingdingu beastman suddenly had a quest like hers where everything they grow is a death sentence, wouldn't they starve to death? Thinking this, Ling Mo finally arrived at the Dingdingu beastman's territory. Upon arrival, she saw a large, neatly arranged field filled with all sorts of vegetables she'd never seen before. However, there were quite a few weeds here, she needed to weed them. Just as Ling Mo was marveling at the sheer size of the field, she suddenly spotted a Dingdingu beastman working in the field not far away. Seeing this, Ling Mo quickly ran over and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm here looking for work." Hearing this, the bent-over Dingdingu beastman straightened up. Only then did Ling Mo realize how tall this Dingdingu beastman was. Standing in the field while she stood on the ridge, her height still only reached the beastman's waist. The Dingdingu beastman glanced at the badge on Ling Mo's chest and said in a deep voice, "I'm the village chief here. You said you're here looking for work, so what can you do? Choose your own job? Such a good thing? I can collect garbage." Hearing this, the Dingdingu village chief glanced at Ling Mo's size, seemingly a little incredulous, so he pointed to the side and said, "In that case, then collect those weeds over there." Following the direction the beastman pointed, Ling Mo's eyes widened in surprise. Those weeds looked so familiar. After picking up a leaf and taking a bite, she was even more certain this was lettuce. These were weeds? So what she thought were weeds were actually the vegetables grown by the Dingdingu beastmen, and what she thought were vegetables were all weeds. Wait a minute, this lettuce isn't poisonous, is it? No, not only is it not poisonous, but it's also rich in vitamins. Eating more is good for your health. Having received the answer, Ling Mo waved her hand, storing the mountain of lettuce in front of her into her spatial storage. The Dingdingu village chief hadn't expected the pile of weeds behind him to disappear in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but look at Ling Mo with newfound respect. "I didn't expect you to be so capable, I underestimated you." He had originally thought that pile of weeds would take Ling Mo a long time to clean up, but he hadn't expected her to clean up the mess so quickly. Ling Mo smiled shyly, then stored the other few mountains of lettuce into her spatial storage as well. These lettuce plants were even taller than the vegetables in her spatial storage. She wondered how the Dingdingu beastmen did it, and whether she could learn a thing or two. "By the way, I saw a group of people running away before I came. What did they do to anger you?" Ling Mo asked curiously, remembering the people he had been chased earlier. Hearing this, the village chief of Dingdingu village looked angry. Those people were also looking for work. We kindly arranged jobs for them, but they destroyed our vegetable fields. In just a few words, Ling Mo had a pretty good idea of what had happened. Those players came here to do quests, but they pulled up the vegetables from the villagers' fields, leaving only weeds. However, to be fair, they couldn't be blamed. After all, who would have thought that vegetables and weeds would grow in opposite directions? Soon, Ling Mo had cleared all the weeds from the village, and the Dingdingu beastmen were extremely grateful. From them, Ling Mo learned that if these weeds were left unattended for too long, they would breed green worms, which looked disgusting. The Dingdingu beastmen loathed these worms, so Ling Mo was practically an angel sent to save them. He's highly capable and humble. Even after doing so much work, he never complains, a stark contrast to the previous recycling workers we hired. Chapter 67 Krino Grassland 11. For various reasons, the Dingdingu beastmen had a great fondness for Ling Mo. With Ling Mo's help, these Dingdingu finished a task that would normally take several days ahead of schedule. Seeing the Dingdingu beastmen cheering and jumping for joy, Ling Mo was genuinely happy as well. Thank you. A female Dingdingu beastman, about the same height as her, happily hugged her. You're welcome, it's what I should do, Ling Mo said modestly. No, you've helped us a lot. Spring in the Krino grassland is very short. If we don't clear the weeds in time, they'll attract all sorts of nasty little bugs in the summer. Those bugs won't eat our vegetables, but they will lay their eggs on them, and vegetables with eggs on them are inedible. Ling Mo looked at her excited, tearful face and couldn't help but ask, you said spring in the Krino grassland is very short, how short is it? About a month, and half of that time is the rainy season, so you've helped us a lot. As the one who had helped the Dingdingu orcs so much, Ling Mo was allowed to wander around Dingdingu village after receiving the smiley face badge. Isn't our village beautiful? The female Dingdingu from before introduced happily. Through conversation, she learned that she was the daughter of the Dingdingu village chief, named Asha. Ling Mo looked at the village, which was decorated with starfish and conch shells, and looked like a secluded fishing village far from the hustle and bustle. However, Ling Mo's attention was not on these things. She responded to Asha while glancing around, seemingly searching for something. What are you looking for? Asha asked Ling Mo. I noticed a while ago, you've been looking around ever since. Seeing Asha's wary expression, Ling Mo quickly explained, I'm just looking for the junkyard. Asha's expression froze. Junkyard? Why are you looking for the junkyard? Ling Mo's face showed a forlorn sadness. It's a professional habit. I need to earn money to support my family. A look of helplessness flashed across Asha's face. What should she do? She had just described her happy life to her, would that upset her? What if she couldn't handle it and did something drastic? A deep sense of guilt washed over her. Then I'll take you there. Led by Asha, Ling Mo arrived at the junkyard. No, it should be called the warehouse, without any trouble. The only junk here is the weeds, you've already collected them. The things here aren't exactly junk, but they're all unused. Leaving them here is a waste of time, you can take them all. Looking at the nearly half-full warehouse of blue scales, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Picking up a scale and placing it in her palm, the crescent-shaped scale, only about the size of her hand, sent a chill through her the moment she touched it. Looking at Asha beside her, Ling Mo thought she was truly a good fish. Besides the scale, the warehouse contained other items, all neatly arranged in wooden crates. Because she was in a hurry, Ling Mo didn't open the crates to check them. She could look at them later after the game. Several hours later, when she finally emerged from the warehouse, Asha was still waiting for her. Ling Mo walked over. I should go, Asha said, looking up at the sky. But it's almost night now, and it's dangerous outside. Ling Mo shook her head. It's alright, I'll be fine. She still needed to use the evening to collect more water-storing mushrooms and purifying moss. Alright then. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Ling Mo took out a large conch shell he'd found on a small beach in his spatial dimension and handed it to Asha. It said that if you put it to your ear, you can hear the sound of the ocean. The sound of the ocean. Asha was overjoyed as she took the conch shell. Although the Dingdingu beastmen lived on the Krino grassland, they were ultimately aquatic beings, naturally yearning for the ocean. It was just that, for some reason, despite their considerable fighting strength and ability to travel to the ocean, they simply didn't go. Asha took the conch shell, gently placed it to her ear, and listened with a look of pure bliss. Ling Mo was about to say it was just a legend, because she had heard it and couldn't hear any sound at all. However, the next second, she heard Asha excitedly exclaim, "I heard it. I heard the sound of the sea." But quickly, Asha returned the conch shell. "Take it back. This thing is too precious. I can't take it." Although she said that, Asha's eyes were full of reluctance as she looked at the conch shell, her eyes filled with struggle. This conch shell wasn't anything special to Ling Mo. She could easily pick up 7 or 8 by taking a walk on the beach in her space. Perhaps she could talk to Asha about sound. After making up her mind, Ling Mo smiled and pushed the conch shell towards Asha. "If you're really too embarrassed, how about you do me a favor? Consider this conch shell as payment." "What favor?" Asha hugged the conch shell tightly to her chest, determined that as long as the other party didn't harm the Dingdingu beastman race, there would be no problem. "I have more than just conch shells here, I also have starfish. Could you help me promote them?" Hearing Ling Mo's words, Asha's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" Ling Mo nodded vigorously, then took out several conch shells and starfish, as well as a fish tank containing an anemone and a clownfish. Asha's eyes almost popped out of her head as she looked at the brightly colored anemone and clownfish in the fish tank. They were so beautiful. Asha swallowed hard. "Sure, what do you want to exchange for?" This question stumped Ling Mo. "Vegetables?" Dingdingu valued his vegetables highly and probably wouldn't agree. "Nutrient solution? That stuff doesn't taste good at all. It would be better to exchange for energy bars. Maybe energy bars are a specialty of the rabbit people." "I want to exchange for something that will definitely be useful." "Useful?" Asha thought for a moment and said, "I understand. You wait here for me, I'll go find someone to come over." Ling Mo pointed to a place not far away. "I'll wait for you over there." While waiting for Asha, Ling Mo didn't forget to collect purifying moss and water-storing mushrooms without stopping. About 10 minutes later, she had cleared away the surrounding purifying moss and water-storing mushrooms. Not far away, Asha led a large group of Dingdingu beastmen towards them. Judging from their size, most of them were female Dingdingu beastmen, with males making up only a small portion. Chapter 68 Krino Grassland 12. With Asha's help, the Dingding fish beastman lined up very politely. Of course, a large part of the reason was because Ling Mo had said everyone would get some. Otherwise, given the frenzy of these Dingding fish beastmen, they probably would have already started fighting. First in line were Asha and her best friend. Each of them took out a white, palm-sized seashell with a pearl-strung strap. Inside were pearl-like objects. This is sunscreen made from pearl essence. One pill can block high temperatures, and one pill can last for several days. The summer heat of the Krino grassland was deadly for the Dingding fish beastmen, so they developed this sunscreen. Each seashell bag contained about 200 pearls. 200 pearl sunscreens, plus a free seashell bag. Ling Mo generously let Asha and her friend choose. Asha chose a clownfish, and her friend chose a sea anemone. The remaining Dingding fish beastmen brought mostly pearl sunscreen for exchange, and some brought vegetable purification tablets. According to these Dingdingu orcs, the vegetables they grow are only for their own consumption because they are too fibrous and difficult to chew. However, the vegetable purification tablets made from these vegetables are extremely popular. Ling Mo accepted them all, and these vegetable essence tablets were indeed valuable. Food prices back home were rising, especially vegetables, which were almost extinct. Although she had sold a considerable amount of water and wood stone to the 1, 2, 3 wooden people, it was still a drop in the ocean for the entire country. Some ordinary people were even suffering from constipation due to the lack of vegetables. Ling Mo smiled and accepted the vegetable purification tablets. After all the Ding-Dingu had exchanged them for what they liked, she waved goodbye. She had already cleared away the surrounding purification moss and water-storing mushrooms, so she needed to quickly move to another spot. Looking at the time, it was already 5 p.m. Going out at this hour might not lead to encountering other orc villages, so she decided to rest there for the night and set off again tomorrow. All night long, Ling Mo had plucked countless trees until Man reminded her it was time for breakfast. Only then did she realize it was already morning. It was all because plucking the purifying moss and water-storing mushrooms was so addictive, time just flew by. Ling Mo climbed a tree, using the leaves to conceal herself, before finally eating. 3 boxed lunches, 2 large steamed buns with eggplant and meat, and a cup of milk tea to finish. Ling Mo let out a satisfied burp. Touching her flat stomach, she wondered where all that food had gone. Just then, Ling Mo suddenly sensed someone entering her mental detection range. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ling Mo decided it was best to leave. However, before she had gone far, the person behind her quickened their pace, the distance between them rapidly closing. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded behind her. Ling Mo pretended to have just noticed and turned around in confusion. Behind her appeared 2 men and a woman. The 2 men were Asian, while the woman was Caucasian, with a high nose bridge, deep blue eyes, and a very beautiful blonde. The 3 seemed quite surprised to see Ling Mo. The blonde woman, dressed in clean, crisp clothes, spoke fluent Chinese and greeted Ling Mo with a smile. "Hello. What a coincidence. Are you also from that Avatar orc village? Want to come along?" Ling Mo silently looked at the group, not saying a word, wondering how to shake them off. Should she just use invisibility to escape? The woman didn't seem to mind Ling Mo's silence and introduced herself confidently. "My name is Alice." She then pointed to the 2 men behind her. "These are my favorite barbecue and wolf-tooth roasted potatoes." Both men smiled and nodded at Ling Mo. Seeing this, Alice extended another invitation to Ling Mo. "It's too dangerous for you to act alone. Why not join us? You can look out for each other." The other 2 chimed in. Yes, we can protect you too." Ling Mo looked at these 3 people who were clearly looking out for her. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially in this game. Several times before, the helpful people Ling Mo had encountered had turned out to be sweet but deadly traps, so this time, she was almost certain these 3 were up to something. But if she refused, 3 against 1, unless she hid in her spatial dimension, she had no chance of winning. Even if she could become invisible, the wet ground would reveal her location with her footprints, so that path was also impassable. Alice, seeing that Ling Mo still hadn't moved, flashed a hint of displeasure in her blue eyes, but it only lasted a moment before her face softened into a gentle smile. She said understandingly, "If you don't trust us, you can go ahead first, and we'll cover you." "Cover you? For what purpose? To make it easier for you to stab them in the back?" The 2 sides remained deadlocked for several minutes. Seeing that Ling Mo remained silent, Wolf Fong roasted potato gradually lost patience and took a few steps forward, saying, "Let them come over if they want. Would we harm you if we could? What else could they do? Were they really going to protect me if not harm me?" Ling Mo rolled her eyes inwardly, but outwardly feigned terror and took a step back, frantically waving her hands to signal them not to come closer. However, Wolf Fong roasted potato clearly wasn't listening at this point. The next second, a foul-smelling substance was smeared on his face. Ling Mo made a face as if she was about to cry, gesturing wildly with her hands and screaming "Ah!" It was as if she was saying, "Didn't we tell you not to come any closer?" Alice realized something was wrong and said to Ling Mo, "You're not talking nonsense?" Ling Mo nodded. "Was that your talent just now?" she nodded again. We just wanted to protect you, why did you attack us? This time, Ling Mo shook her head vigorously, pointed at Wolf Fong roasted potato, and then took a few steps back to show that she didn't mean it. It was her fault for wanting to fight. Seeing this, Alice took a deep breath, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes at Ling Mo. She glanced at I Love Barbecue, and he immediately understood. However, just as he was about to attack Ling Mo, his face was covered with something, and then Alice followed in the footsteps of the previous two. The three tried to peel the thing off their faces, but then clumps of foul-smelling matter were pelted at them. Because their faces were covered, they couldn't even do the simplest action of dodging. Chapter 69 Clino Grassland 13. Ling Mo looked at the three men's disheveled state without a trace of remorse. Who told them to try and attack her first? Don't think she didn't know. Seeing the three men retching on the ground, unable to fight back, Ling Mo unceremoniously grabbed their backpacks and ran away. Staying any longer would only lead to the same fate as them. After running a sufficient distance, Ling Mo stopped, hid in some bushes, and opened each backpack to check their contents. Upon opening the first backpack, Ling Mo knew she hadn't been careful, because it contained 7 or 8 smiley face badges of varying brightness. She had clearly seen the three men wearing their badges on their chests. This meant those 3 badges had been stolen from others. Besides the badges, the majority of the contents were various nutritional supplements and energy bars. It was obvious that most of these were stolen. After taking the contents of the backpacks, Ling Mo hung the remaining backpacks on a tree. After what had just happened, the backpacks were covered in feces and smelled terrible. She didn't want to carry those things around. Ling Mo continued pulling at the feces as she walked, finally emerging from the forest before noon. Before leaving, Ling Mo glanced back one last time, then ran off without looking back, as if afraid she would regret it if she lingered even a second longer. Completing the mission was more important now. She would come back if she had the chance afterward. Looking at the purifying moss and water-storing mushrooms in her space, Ling Mo found a cool, damp spot and planted them, but there was still no reaction. Was it just a matter of time? Fortunately, the purifying moss showed no signs of withering, which was good news. Riding her electric scooter, watching the forest recede into the distance until it disappeared, Ling Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was still very afraid that the 3 people would catch up. Being a lone wolf was good, one person eats their fill, the whole family isn't hungry, but the drawbacks were also quite obvious, like what had just happened. If she hadn't been alone, the other party definitely wouldn't have dared to openly target her and even try to kill her. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, unless her strength is enough to crush everyone. But as things stand, that's impossible. Mental power talents tend to be more supportive in the early stages. Maybe she should find 2 teammates. For some reason, the names Jiang Xian and Yi Kai immediately popped into Ling Mo's mind. Their actions in standing up for her at the Lion Beastman's house had given her a good impression of them. Moreover, she could sense that they didn't have any ulterior motives towards her. Forget it. Ling Mo shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. While being a lone wolf has its disadvantages, teaming up isn't always beneficial. She only wanted Jiang Xian and Yi Kai as teammates, but what if others wanted to join later? Should she agree or disagree? Besides, she had quite a few secrets. What if they were discovered and the other party harbored malicious intentions? Forget it, finding teammates is best left to fate. After all, he was looking for someone he could entrust his back to, so he was being cautious and preferring quality over quantity. As he walked, he suddenly felt something hit his nose, a drop of water. Looking up, he saw that the once clear sky had darkened, and the raindrops, initially a few, had gradually increased in intensity, becoming a downpour. Seeing this, Ling Mo remained calm, took out the raincoat he had prepared, put it on, and prepared to continue his journey. However, the next second, a deafening roar and a bolt of purple lightning appeared in the sky, thwarting Ling Mo's plans to continue her journey. Being struck by lightning was no joke. She'd better find somewhere to take shelter. Looking around, all she could see was endless grassland. Finding shelter became a problem, nowhere seemed suitable. Perhaps she should just hide in her spatial dimension? Ling Mo wasn't afraid of thunder and rain. In fact, she liked rainy days because they meant she could comfort herself with a day of rest, and rainy days were also perfect for sleeping. That bolt of lightning had indeed frightened her. Just as she was agonizing over this, she suddenly saw what appeared to be a house in the distance. Its style very similar to the lion beastman's house she had seen before. Over the past few days, she had figured out a pattern: weaker beastmen tended to band together, while stronger beastmen preferred to live alone. Without caring what kind of beastmen they were, Ling Mo took off running in that direction. When she was almost there, she stored her electric scooter in her spatial dimension and continued running. After running for about 5 minutes, he finally arrived at the door. The gray wooden door was ancient and imposing. Ling Mo glanced at the size of the door. It was much smaller than the door of the lion beastman's house he had visited before, suggesting that the lion beastman was weaker. Just as he was wondering what kind of beastman the lion beastman was, the gray door opened without warning. "Welcome, my friend." Ling Mo paused, about to step inside, and looked up at the open door, feeling something was off. Just then, another purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, and the deafening thunder made Ling Mo's heart skip a beat. Looking at the open door, he forgot all his feelings and ran inside. Once inside, Ling Mo realized that this wasn't some beastman's house, but a beverage shop. No wonder there was such a doorbell. At that moment, a woman with bronze skin and a wild figure walked over. From the beast ears on her head and the tail behind her, it was clear that she was a feline beastman. "You're here to help too? You're so young, are you even an adult? We don't employ child labor here." The other person sized Ling Mo up and down, their eyebrows slightly furrowed. "I'm an adult, and I'm not here to help, I'm here to find a job," Ling Mo emphasized. Whether or not she was paid for helping out was entirely up to the other person, but finding a job was different. "Looking for a job? Do you know how to make kakas? Our kakas here is all hand-ground." "Kakas? What's that?" Kakas is a popular drink in interstellar space, with effects similar to coffee on Earth, such as stimulating the mind, improving concentration, and increasing work efficiency. "Hand-ground coffee?" Ling Mo puffed out her chest. "I can't make kakas, but I can collect garbage." Hand-ground coffee is something that looks easy to make but is difficult to master. She'd better not step on that landmine. Chapter 70 Krino Grassland 14. The woman glanced at Ling Mo, a thoughtful expression on her face. After a long while, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly asked, "Did you go to Soren's house before?" "Soren?" Seeing Ling Mo's puzzled look, the woman explained, "He's a lion beastman." Ling Mo nodded. "I did go to a lion beastman's house." "That's great. Soren, you're very capable. You helped him get rid of the goods that had been piling up in the warehouse for years. Come with me, I really need your help now." Ling Mo followed behind the woman, her eyes shining with excitement. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly this time, all thanks to the lion beastman's publicity. Of course, one must be capable oneself. If her business skills weren't strong enough, the other party wouldn't have promoted her. After walking for about 5 minutes, the two arrived at the kitchen storeroom. The woman pointed to the storeroom, which was almost overflowing. "Take everything in here." Ling Mo glanced at the storeroom and patted her chest, indicating that there was no problem. After the woman left, Ling Mo skipped and hopped towards the storeroom. Because the warehouse was overflowing, she could only collect it little by little from the outside in. "What is all this? Coffee grounds?" Ling Mo looked at the things in her hands. They looked like dirt but weren't, and resembled coffee grounds. "This is waste material from grinding kakas beans. It has many uses. It can be used as plant fertilizer, deodorizer, cleaner, scrub, hand soap, to remove skin wrinkles, to make sachets, as an insect repellent, and as a natural dye. Except for not being edible, these caucus grounds are truly versatile. Actually, they are edible. Put these wastes in a container, add water, and you should be able to brew a cup of caucus, although the taste will be weaker. Ling Mo. Even if you say that, I would never try it. Caucus and coffee have such similar effects, can't she just drink coffee directly? Why use caucus grounds to make a drink? Taking a deep breath, Ling Mo started working. Ignoring the fact that it was edible, these caucus grounds were practically a treasure. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of caucus grounds was collected. As Ling Mo continued to store the items into her spatial storage, she slowly made her way into the warehouse. She had initially assumed the entire warehouse would be filled with caucus shavings, but that wasn't the case. About 2/3 of the warehouse was occupied by caucus shavings, and the remaining third, well, with Ling Mo's current eyesight, day and night made little difference to her. After collecting all the caucus shavings, she entered the remaining third of the space. Instant caucus powder, please refer to instant coffee for details. Ling Mo's eyes widened. If she remembered correctly, this shop sold hand-ground coffee, no, hand-ground caucus, right? Why was there instant caucus powder? Oh no, she'd discovered such a huge secret. Would she be silenced? Ling Mo silently chanted, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. Then, she quickly packed the remaining third into her spatial storage. Besides instant caucus powder, there were other types, but Ling Mo didn't examine them closely. At times like this, the less she knew, the better. When the woman returned, the warehouse had been completely emptied. Oh my god, Soren's description was far too conservative. You're simply the best recycler I've ever seen. Teleporting away so much junk must have taken a toll on your mental energy. Not bad, Ling Mo said, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, feigning modesty. With your work efficiency, you should apply for an S-level recycling job. Their salary is dozens of times that of ordinary recycling workers, Ling Mo said modestly. I'm still too young. The woman nodded in agreement. That's true, you are indeed too young. I heard that the workload of S-level recycling workers is huge. You're too young to handle it. But I didn't expect your work efficiency to be so high. It seems that the compensation I prepared for you before was too small. I'll give you some extra later. What do you want? Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, anything is fine. I'm not picky. Hearing this, the woman was even more satisfied with Ling Mo. If it were any other recycling worker, they would definitely make all sorts of demands at this point. The woman took out a silver square card and scanned it against the smiley face badge on Ling Mo's chest, then took out a bag and handed it to Ling Mo. After taking the bag and opening it, he found that it contained pieces of wrapped candy. Caucus sugar cubes, a byproduct of hand-grinding caucus, high in calories, can quickly replenish lost sugar in the body. Note, eat no more than 1 cube a day, eating too many can cause hyperactivity. Good stuff. After putting away the caucus sugar cubes, Ling Mo asked, are there any other shops around here? Ling Mo decided to change his approach. The game system only required them to help the orcs to gain smiley faces, but didn't specify how to help. You want to continue looking for work, right? Of course, there are plenty. With your strong work ability, they would definitely welcome you. But even if I told you now, it wouldn't help, because the rain outside hasn't stopped yet. You'll have to wait until tomorrow to leave. Why don't you stay here for the night? Thank you so much. Next time you ask me to collect your trash, I'll give you a discount. Ling Mo said with a smile, readily offering flattering words. That's wonderful. I rarely encounter such a polite recycler. On her 5th day in the game, Ling Mo had a rare good night's sleep. The soft bed, pillow, and blankets were even more comfortable and warm than the silk quilts she had bought. Wait a minute, what brand are these blankets and pillows? This is a 4-piece silk bedding set produced by the Cloud Mulberry Silkworm Beastmen, warm in winter and cool in summer. Beastmen? Ling Mo felt the texture of the bedding and made up her mind that if she could meet them, she would definitely buy a set, no, several sets. Early the next morning, she bid farewell to the woman and set off. She followed the direction the woman had indicated. The Krino grassland, freshly washed by rain, was filled with the fragrance of earth and grass. Many plants that hadn't appeared before the rain sprouted up eagerly afterward. Along the way, Ling Mo would collect anything that the woman said was useful into her spatial storage. This thing that looks like an onion can cure colds and fevers? She'd take it. This purple mushroom can kill someone instantly after eating it? Okay. This succulent-like plant can actually heal external injuries and even a broken leg. Okay. Chapter 71 Klino Grassland 15. At noon, Ling Mo finally saw the familiar gray gate again. Pushing it open, she stepped inside. The environment was completely different from the bowl-shaped area. There were shallow puddles everywhere, and lush trees stretched as far as the eye could see. Wait, what kind of trees are these? Cloud mulberry tree, slightly bitter, inedible, but the favorite food of cloud mulberry silkworm beastmen. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo excitedly clutched her heart. Cloud mulberry tree, cloud mulberry silkworm beastmen. Was she really that lucky? She had just mentioned wanting a 4-piece bedding set made by cloud mulberry silkworm beastmen. She stepped inside, and the cloud mulberry trees she saw along the way were all very well cared for. Every leaf was large, bright, and very clean, as if it had been carefully wiped. Passing through the cloud mulberry forest, she finally saw rows of neatly built houses. Ling Mo looked around but didn't see any other players or beastmen. Were they all inside? Thinking this, Ling Mo quickened her pace. As she walked, she suddenly heard a very noisy sound. Some sounds were sharp and piercing, and prolonged listening caused headaches and tinnitus. Ling Mo covered his ears, wondering if this wasn't the territory of the cloud mulberry silkworm beastmen. Even if they wanted to drive away invaders, why install such sonic attacks outside? What was the point of installing them inside? Approaching the room, he found himself in a huge plaza, and the scene before him made Ling Mo's eyes widen. On the vast plaza stood many square shelves, each large enough to easily accommodate an adult. Looking up, he saw that these shelves, stacked together, were about 20 stories high. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that each shelf contained a white cocoon, and the sharp, piercing sounds he had heard were emanating from these cocoons. Below these shelves, players, carrying water tanks on their backs and holding sprayers-like objects, were busily spraying different liquids onto the white cocoons. Upon contact with these liquids, the white cocoons changed color, and the sounds emanating from them weakened. Could these cocoons contain cloud mulberry silkworm beastmen? Ling Mo's heart was filled with utter shock at the sight, but she remained outwardly calm, trying her best to maintain her composure as she looked around, searching for any trace of the cloud mulberry silkworm beastmen. Just then, she heard the sound of flapping wings overhead. Looking up, she saw a small creature, about 20 centimeters tall, with large eyes, a small mouth, 2 antennae on its head, and 2 pairs of transparent wings flying towards her. Seeing this, Ling Mo was just about to introduce herself, to recount her specialties and achievements, because she really didn't want to be stuck here like the other players, enduring the ear-piercing baptism of demonic sounds. Seeing them all, their expressions blank, as if they had no hearing, their hands numbly repeating the same actions, it was terrifying to even imagine. She didn't want to become like that. However, before she could even speak, the little creature in front of her interrupted her. "You were introduced here by Sister Leopard, right? I know you. By the way, why did you take so long to arrive? We've been waiting for you for ages." The little man's lips curled up slightly, as if he were complaining. "We have a lot of stuff piled up here, but Sister Leopard said that your workability is very strong, comparable to an S-level recycler." Ling Mo followed behind the little man, visibly delighted when she heard him say there was a lot of stuff. How wonderful. She wasn't afraid of having too much, only too little. It's okay if there's a lot. You said yourself I'm very capable, I'm not afraid of anything, no matter how much, Ling Mo said confidently. Really? That's great. We've hired recyclers a few times before, but they were either too inefficient or too expensive. We hope you won't disappoint us, the other players said, secretly pleased that Ling Mo had come out, thinking another sucker had arrived. But instead of working with them, she was taken away by a tiny orc. And that orc seemed to treat her quite well, at least not as fiercely as she had treated them. This was outrageous. These orcs were discriminating. Everyone was human. Why such a huge difference in treatment? If Ling Mo were here, she would tell them how important it was to master a foreign language. Watching Ling Mo leave, the crowd felt resentful but helpless. After all, they had worked so hard to get to this point, they couldn't let it all go to waste. On the other side, Ling Mo followed the little man, winding his way to a warehouse. Go in, I'll wait for you outside. Can I ask what's inside? Ling Mo asked curiously. The little man tilted his head, what else could it be? Of course, it's our defective products and some slow-moving, unsold goods. Entering the warehouse, Ling Mo found that the environment was much worse than before. It wasn't that it was dirty, but everything was arranged haphazardly. Before, at the other orcs' places, although it was also unwanted stuff, it was neatly stacked. Now, there wasn't much dust, but there were piles on the left and piles on the right. The main feature was haphazardness. Is this cardboard? Ling Mo picked up something nearby, a thin piece, light in his hand, not much heavier than a mattress of about the same size. An ultra-thin mattress, as thin as paper, yet offering complete comfort when lying on it. Once a sensation across the galaxy, now outdated. This should be quite practical for wilderness survival. Take it. Besides this, the warehouse was filled with various defective products. However, even if they were defective, they were still good for Ling Mo. After all, it was free, so what more could he ask for? Moreover, the flaws in these so-called defective products were either misprinted patterns or incorrect colors. In short, they didn't affect their use. Ling Mo actually found quite a few good things among these items, such as waterproof and fireproof fabric, which was once popular throughout the galaxy, but became obsolete after better products appeared. There were also bottles of sprays in various colors. She initially thought they were leftover paint from renovations, but after reading the instructions, she realized these sprays were for changing the color of clothes. Tired of the same old color? Just spray it on, change the color, and old clothes instantly become new. Chapter 72 Krino Grassland 16. This thing is practically a costume-changing wonder. Ling Mo looked at the pile of spray. There was so much, enough for her to use for a long time. There were even ready-made clothes. Ling Mo picked one up and held it against herself. It was way too big. Looking at the color, it seemed to be men's clothing. Looking at the label, it was waterproof, fireproof, low-temperature resistant, high-temperature resistant, and extremely elastic, capable of expanding up to 50 times its original size. This reminded Ling Mo of those who awakened their body enhancement talents, whose clothes would burst open during battle. She had seen a news report about a player who had awakened their body enhancement talent. After activating the talent, all their clothes instantly exploded, leaving them completely naked in battle. Although the TV broadcast censored it, the scene was still quite shocking. These clothes would definitely be popular. After all, elasticity was only one of its advantages. Besides, it was waterproof, fireproof, low-temperature resistant, and high-temperature resistant, essential for survival in extreme weather. Several hours later, Ling Mo emerged from the now empty warehouse, still feeling quite unsatisfied. The little figure outside the door watched her emerge, a look of astonishment on its face. I never imagined you were so capable. I thought Sister Leopard was exaggerating to get me to hire you. Turns out, she was being conservative. After inspecting the items, the little figure nodded to Ling Mo with satisfaction, then opened the delicate pouch at her waist and pulled out a pile of things many times larger than herself. You probably wouldn't like the nutrient solution we eat, so these are our latest products. Consider it your payment. Looking at the smiley face badge that lit up on her chest again, she now had 7 smiley faces, 3 more to collect, and with over 4 days left, she had plenty of time. After packing her things, she began to inquire, are there any other orcs or orc-owned shops around here? The little figure tilted its head and asked, are you looking for work again? Ling Mo nodded, I have a bunch of people at home waiting for me to support. The little figure looked at her with pity, that's pitiful. After you leave here, keep heading east and see what you can do. That's all I can do for you. I don't know the specifics because I don't go out often. Ling Mo smiled shyly, that's already very kind of you. Thank you for your help. As she left, passing by those shelves again, she already felt a ringing in her ears after only a short while. If she stayed here any longer, she was afraid she would break down. The other players looked at Ling Mo's departing figure after completing the task and couldn't help but show envious eyes. After leaving, Ling Mo saw that it was still early, and she should have a chance to get a double kill today. Since that rain, she had discovered that the Krino grassland, like the Mocha forest, was full of treasures, and she wanted to give herself more time. To achieve her goal, Ling Mo needed to complete the task as soon as possible. She glanced down at the smiley face badge on her chest and murmured, 3 left. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but the smile on the badge seemed even brighter than when she first saw it. Following the direction indicated by the cloud mulberry silkworm beastman, Ling Mo headed east. Halfway there, it started raining again. Fortunately, this time it was just a light drizzle, and there was no thunder, so it didn't hinder her journey. As she walked, her mental energy suddenly detected people ahead, so she put away her electric scooter and switched to walking. She hadn't intended to pay any attention to them, but unexpectedly, she encountered acquaintances. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai. Ling Mo looked at these 2 unlucky fellows who were also her neighbors. The 2 were standing in the rain, mouths agape, gazing at the sky. Boss, we're being so stupid. Shut up. Jiang Xian rolled his eyes at Yi Kai. Did he not know how foolish this was? But they couldn't find any other water source. Just as they stood there, mouths agape, trying to get some water, they suddenly heard a familiar voice, what are you doing? Yi Kai turned sharply, looking at Ling Mo with the excitement of seeing a long-lost relative, but the light in his eyes instantly dimmed when he saw Ling Mo's empty hands. Boss and I are getting some water. Do you want some? Ling Mo shook his head, refusing. In this drizzle, even standing still for an hour wouldn't yield a drop of water. Don't you have any nutrient solution? Ling Mo asked curiously. These 2 weren't weak, especially Jiang Xian, how did they end up in such a sorry state? Nutritional solution? The nutrient solution we got from the lion orcs is long gone. These past few days, my boss and I have been surviving on tree roots. Yi Kai became increasingly aggrieved, almost to the point of singing Little Cabbage to Ling Mo to express his current state. The nutrient solution from the lion orcs is finished, didn't the other orcs give you any? Or have these 2 not gained anything at all these days? That shouldn't be the case. Looking at the badges on their chests, 6 in total, only 1 less than hers. Others? Do other orcs give nutrient solution? Yi Kai exclaimed in surprise, even Jiang Xian was unsettled. Looking at these 2, Ling Mo knew they had been working for free all these days. You didn't just take anything from the lion orcs, did you? Jiang Xian and Yi Kai remained silent. To complete their mission quickly, they would immediately leave after receiving a smiley face to find the next target. So, what had they been eating grass roots for so many days? No wonder the orcs always tried to stop them when they left, they thought they were being prevented from leaving. Seeing this, Ling Mo stepped forward and gave the 2 of them 2 bottles of nutrient solution. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai didn't stand on ceremony, after all, now was not the time for sentimentality. They had been eating grass for several days, and their stomachs were already protesting. After the two drank the nutrient solution, Ling Mo searched around again and found two newly sprouted water-storing mushrooms in a clump of grass. After demonstrating how to use them, he successfully earned 2 pairs of eyes filled with shock and regret. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Ye Kai grinned and approached Ling Mo, asking, "Mo, how did you know there was water in these mushrooms?" Ling Mo looked at Ye Kai and pretended to be arrogant, saying, "Mind your own business with beauties, let's go." Hey, don't go. Let's go together. We'll protect you, as long as you eat and drink. Ye Kai pulled Jiang Xian and caught up with Ling Mo, looking like he was determined to stick with him. Chapter 73 Krino Grassland 17. Although Ling Mo only needed to provide food and drink to get 2 bodyguards, she still felt she was getting a bad deal. Unfortunately, these two were incredibly shameless. Regardless of whether Ling Mo coldly refused or remained silent, they pretended not to see and were determined to follow her. After all, Ling Mo was currently the only one who could communicate with the orcs here, and the benefits of being with her were obvious. Jiang Xian's talent was lightning, while Ye Kai's talent was hurricane. As they walked, a large group of animals suddenly appeared ahead. This was the first time Ling Mo had encountered animals. Her attention had been focused on the orcs, completely forgetting that besides orcs, a large number of wild beasts also lived here. Carefully examining the beasts ahead, they resembled horses, but had a pair of enormous antlers on their heads. Ling Mo blinked, communicating with Qianman mentally. "What kind of beast is this?" Deer-antlered horses, one of the most common wild animals on the Krino grassland, herbivorous, docile, and like to appear in herds. She glanced at her 2 protectors behind her. With these 2 around, the electric scooter was definitely out of the question, but traveling on foot was too slow. Thinking this, Ling Mo tried to communicate with the herd of deer-antlered horses using her mental power. Ye Kai, seeing her eyes fixed on the herd, assumed she was hungry and wanted to eat meat. He was about to say something, but Jiang Xian stopped him. "Kai, don't make a sound." Ye Kai obediently shut his mouth and stood quietly waiting. About 5 minutes later, the herd of deer-antlered horses, who had been grazing, suddenly stirred. Then, 3 robust deer-antlered horses with huge antlers on their heads trotted towards them. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai were immediately surprised. Although these deer-antlered horses ate grass, that didn't mean they weren't aggressive. Conversely, if they were bumped or kicked, there probably wouldn't even be a chance to save them. The 3 stag horses stopped just before they reached them, then slowly lay down, calmly watching the 3 of them. Amidst their shock, they heard Ling Mo's urging voice, "What are you standing there for? Come help." Hearing this, the 2 snapped out of their daze and saw Ling Mo running towards one of the stag horses, so they quickly followed. "What's wrong with them?" Ye Kai asked curiously. Ling Mo, while scrambling up to the stag horse, explained, "These are stag horses. Around this time, their antlers usually fall off and new ones grow, but some antlers are too firmly attached and won't fall off. I made a deal with the 3 stag horses. We'll help them remove their antlers, and they'll carry us for the next few days." Such a good thing. Both of their eyes lit up. Ling Mo had already climbed onto one of the antlers of a stag horse, trying to break it off with both hands and feet. However, he was too light, and after swinging like a monkey for a long time, the antler remained firmly in place. "Kai, let's help." Jiang Xian directed Ye Kai to climb up as well, and then jumped up himself. The 3 of them worked together and finally managed to remove the first antler. The antlers of the stag horse are completely ossified and rich in minerals and calcium. How to consume: grind into powder and mix with water. Ling Mo glanced at the antler on the ground without showing any emotion, then looked up into the distance. Not far away, antlers from the stag horses lay scattered like trash. Ling Mo, seeing this, used her spiritual power to collect them all. After working for a while, she finally removed the antlers from the heads of 3 stag horses. In front of the 2 men, Ling Mo stored the 3 pairs of antlers into her spatial storage. She wasn't carrying any backpack, the nutrient solution from before could be attributed to her pocket, but what about after that? Any action would leave traces, and it was better to reveal the truth from the start than let Jiang Xian and Ye Kai speculate. It was just a spatial storage device anyway, she would officially sell them in her shop after the game ended. With more items, it wouldn't be surprising. Spatial. MOMO, is this your cheat code? Ye Kai's mouth dropped open, his face filled with shock. Ling Mo rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Although the other person had guessed correctly, she wouldn't admit it. What are you thinking? This is a spatial key. I helped an NPC in the game, and they gave it to me. Not wanting to continue the topic, Ling Mo climbed onto the back of the stag horse first, urging, "Hurry up and get on, we still have a mission to complete." Sitting on the stag horse's back, Ling Mo felt the wind whistling past her ears. Fortunately, her glasses provided some protection from the wind, preventing her from having trouble opening her eyes. She gripped the stag horse's mane tightly with both hands. She felt like a rootless duckweed, swaying in the wind on a turbulent surface. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 stag horses finally stopped. Ling Mo and the other 2 grimaced as they climbed off the stag horses' backs, feeling like their buttocks were no longer their own. They checked the time. Only 10 minutes had passed since they boarded the stag horses and started downloading, but it felt like several hours had gone by. Fortunately, they had arrived at their destination. Seeing the familiar gray gate, yes, this was it. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai both looked puzzled, as all the doors they had encountered before were red. This was the first time they had seen a gray door. Pushing open the door, a 3-meter-tall orc, its body like a small mountain, walked out. "I'm here to look for a job," Ling Mo quickly shouted. Because the orc was so enormous, she was afraid that if she didn't speak up, it might accidentally trample her to death. "Oh, I know you, the capable recycler. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." He then glanced at Jiang Xian and Ye Kai following behind. "Are they your new assistants? They look so weak. With your abilities, you could easily hire a few strong assistants to help you complete your mission." Hearing this, Ling Mo was taken aback and explained, "They're from my hometown, also looking for work. I'm very poor, I can't even support myself, let alone hire assistants." Hearing this, the orc gave him a pitying look. "What poor little fellows. For your sake, I'll arrange some easier work for them." Ling Mo smiled brightly and thanked him. "Thank you." The orc waved his hand. "It's what I should do, after all, you've helped us a lot." Watching Jiang Xian and Ye Kai being led away, Ling Mo smiled and waved, then followed the tall orc in front of him to the other side. Chapter 74 Klino Grassland 18. On the road, Ling Mo asked what this place was for. The answer excited Ling Mo. It was a factory for manufacturing household flying machines. Flying machines. Wait a minute, do interstellar people travel by flying machine now? Yes, but if the distance is too far, such as crossing a city or traveling from one planet to another, they still need to use a spaceship. Ling Mo ignored the "wait a minute" part. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 2 stopped in front of a wall. The orc guessed at the metal wall from a distance, and the originally unremarkable wall began to react. With a muffled sound, several cracks suddenly appeared in the metal wall, as if it had been suddenly cut open, and an entrance slowly appeared in front of him. The orc turned around and waved to Ling Mo. "The things inside need to be dealt with. You go in, I won't go in." Ling Mo nodded and stepped inside. The light above her head turned on the moment she entered. Before his eyes were rows of neatly stacked black metal boxes. Fortunately, Ling Mo was mentally prepared for this. He skillfully found the numbers on the side of the boxes, had Qiaman check them, and after confirming that they contained aircraft, he happily put them into his spatial storage. As for Qiaman's mention that these were obsolete aircraft, Ling Mo pretended not to hear. "What obsolete? These were aircraft. You know what aircraft are, right? The kind that can fly. The kind that can save lives in critical moments." When facing the enemy, controlling the air is equivalent to controlling the initiative. Moreover, Ling Mo opened one of the boxes. Perhaps to cater to the preferences of interstellar people, these aircraft didn't have a cold, mechanical appearance, but were made into various shapes. Most importantly, these aircraft were all solar-powered, meaning that as long as there was enough sunlight, there was no need to worry about energy. Ling Mo suppressed his excitement and quickly put all the boxes in the warehouse into his spatial storage. Judging from the box he had just opened, each box contained about 10 aircraft. Because they are household flying vehicles, each vehicle can only carry one person. To use them, simply insert your foot into the latch, and you don't have to worry about the vehicle falling off during movement. They are also very convenient to carry. Just as Ling Mo was engrossed in collecting, the black boxes suddenly disappeared. Gone. Looking at the warehouse, which was already half empty, it would be a lie to say Ling Mo wasn't disappointed. How could there be so little? She hadn't collected enough yet. No matter how much she regretted it, it was gone. Looking at the remaining half of the goods in the warehouse, she opened one of them to check. Anti-gravity shoes. Wearing them allows one to ignore gravity and fly across walls. After their development, they only caused a small-scale fluctuation in interstellar space and were quickly phased out. Hearing this, Ling Mo gasped in surprise. How could such a good thing be phased out? Anti-gravity shoes are far less convenient to use than flying vehicles. Apart from a few interstellar people who like to transport goods, most people still rely more on flying vehicles for travel. Ling Mo understood, it was just laziness. She stroked the anti-gravity shoes. It didn't matter, they might dislike them, but she didn't. Who hadn't dreamed of being a martial arts hero as a child, flying over rooftops, leaping across water? Ling Mo was certain these anti-gravity shoes, like flying machines, would sell out instantly. Her previous disappointment vanished instantly, and she cheerfully began sweeping through the warehouse of anti-gravity shoes. 3 hours later, Ling Mo emerged from the warehouse. The orc outside had been waiting for a long time. Seeing her come out, he considerately handed her a bottle of high-grade recovery potion. Although she wasn't very tired, Ling Mo accepted it. Why not take it? She had thought her work was over, and felt a little regretful when she saw the tall orc turn and walk towards the other side of the metal wall. After some manipulation, another warehouse appeared before Ling Mo. Ling Mo looked at the high-grade recovery potion in her hand. No wonder he gave her this, the mission wasn't over yet. The orc noticed Ling Mo's shocked expression and, thinking she was tired, said somewhat apologetically, "This is the last one. Sorry for the trouble. If it's too much, we can collect it tomorrow." Ling Mo stopped him, saying righteously, "It's all right, I'm not tired. This is my job." With that, she resolutely walked towards the warehouse, afraid that if she slowed down even a little, she would burst out laughing. This time, besides the flying vehicle and anti-gravity shoes, the warehouse contained another item, gliding cloak. Wearing it grants temporary gliding ability, but it was also eliminated because its performance wasn't as good as the flying vehicle. Such a good item was eliminated. These interstellar people are so picky. Ling Mo grumbled as she quickly stuffed the warehouse items into her spatial storage. Halfway through, she felt her mental energy was a bit depleted, but it was okay. She drank some high-grade recovery potion and continued. This time, Ling Mo finished her work an hour earlier than before. But remembering the orc had said this was the last one, Ling Mo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She wished there were more warehouses like this. Stepping out of the warehouse, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. This haul was comparable to her previous gain at the lion orc's house. In terms of quantity alone, this haul was even greater than what she'd gotten at the lion orc's house. The tall orc first praised Ling Mo's workability, then reached out and gently touched the badge on her chest with the ring on his finger. This time, Ling Mo clearly saw the smiling face on the badge brighten even more, so her previous impression wasn't a hallucination. "It's already dark outside. You probably don't have anywhere to stay, right? If you don't mind, why don't you stay here for the night? We'll take care of your mounts. Hearing the word mounts, it took Ling Mo a while to realize the other party was referring to the 3 antlered horses. Ling Mo naturally wouldn't refuse the offer to stay the night. On one hand, there was food, lodging, and a soft bed. On the other hand, there was the constant possibility of danger in the wild. Even a fool would know which to choose. When Jiang Xian and Ye Kai met again, the two had already completed their mission. Thanks to Ling Mo's connections, they were assigned the easiest tasks. Where do we go next? Jiang Xian asked. Chapter 75 Klino Grassland 19. It's already dark outside, it would be too dangerous to go out now. Let's stay here for the night before we leave, Ling Mo said casually. Although Ling Mo had already shocked them a lot, they were still very shocked when they heard this news. The two couldn't help but think of the past few days of hardship and sleeping outdoors. In the first and second rounds of the game, food and lodging were provided, and as long as the tasks were completed on time and no one did anything reckless, they would basically not be eliminated. In the third round of the game, the difficulty increased, and there would be dangers at night, but it was still safe during the day, and there was no shortage of food and drink. But in this fourth round of the game, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai didn't know how the others had done, but they had really been unlucky from the beginning until now. Apart from the task when they met Ling Mo, which was relatively normal, the remaining tasks were not difficult, but they were torturous, taking up most of the day. The reason why the two of them didn't get paid was because they had to rush, and they were so hungry on the way that they just grabbed some grass roots to eat. They dared not touch mushrooms, having witnessed a player foam at the mouth after eating a single gray mushroom. Seeing the two remain silent, Ling Mo ignored them and asked, "Are you going to eat? If so, come with me. They even provide food." Ye Kai feigned extreme gratitude, "This is too good to be true." He then earned 2 eye rolls from Jiang Xian and Ling Mo. Jiang Xian even kicked Ye Kai, "Stop embarrassing yourself, hurry up and let's go." The three arrived at the cafeteria, feeling like dwarfs in a land of giants. Even the plates were almost as tall as Ling Mo himself. "I think 1 serving is enough for the 3 of us," Ye Kai sincerely suggested. However, Ling Mo quickly rejected this suggestion. How could they possibly get free food if 3 people shared 1 serving? Ultimately, at Ling Mo's insistence, everyone ordered 1 meal. Fortunately, robots were in charge of delivering meals throughout the cafeteria. Otherwise, even Ling Mo would have had trouble lifting those enormous plates, let alone filling them with food and then placing them on the table. Just imagining that scene was hilarious. As gifted individuals, the 3 of them had much larger appetites than the average person, but even so, Ling Mo had only managed to eat a quarter of it before he was already stuffed, and he didn't even touch the remaining 3/4. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai fared slightly better, eating about a third of their portions before they couldn't eat anymore. "I'm so full. I haven't eaten this much in ages," Ye Kai said, rubbing his stomach. "It's a pity there's so much left," Jiang Xian said, looking at the remaining food on his plate. Ling Mo saw the resentment in his eyes. "Don't worry, it won't go to waste. Why do you think I made you get 3 portions? As he spoke, Ling Mo pretended to take something from his spatial storage, but actually pulled out 3 large stainless steel bowls from his storage compartment. He poured his portion, along with the other 2 portions, into a large bowl, sealed it with plastic wrap, and stored it in his spatial storage to eat later. Looking at Ling Mo's practiced movements, it seemed this wasn't the first time he'd done this. In the past, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai would never have eaten leftovers, but now, hunger would cure even the pickiest eater. The crisis facing Blue Star wasn't just the high temperatures. According to data, the seed germination rate had dropped below 30%. This meant that 10 seeds, which would normally germinate, would now only germinate 2. This means that food may become a non-renewable resource. After eating and drinking her fill, Ling Mo didn't intend to leave immediately. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai saw that she hadn't left, so they didn't either. They were unfamiliar with the area and couldn't speak the language. Even if they wanted to leave, they wouldn't know where to go. Besides, they felt that Ling Mo's actions must have a deeper meaning. Finally, when most of the restaurant staff had left, Ling Mo quietly slipped into the kitchen. Seeing the chef still busy, Ling Mo boldly stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm the recycler. Is there anything I can help you with?" An orc wearing an apron bent down and glanced at Ling Mo. "Oh, it's you. A capable but pitiful little guy. You've come at the right time. There are some leftover ingredients and good food over there. If you don't mind, take them." No problem, no problem," Ling Mo smiled and walked in the direction the orc pointed. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai followed behind, dumbfounded, until they saw Ling Mo arrive at a pile of ingredients and call for their help. Only then did they come to their senses. "What are you standing there for? Come and help." If these two hadn't come along, she would have just packed everything up with a single thought. Now she had to stuff it all into her spatial storage little by little. Hearing this, the two quickly stepped forward to help. After finally stuffing all the ingredients in, Ling Mo started working on the leftovers. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were both a little numb to it. This was too thrifty. But they liked it. After finishing with everything, Ling Mo led the two to their lodgings. There were 2 rooms in total, and Ling Mo stayed in one by herself. "You two can make do with the other one." That night, Ling Mo lay in bed, reflecting on Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's behavior that day. So far, they seemed trustworthy, but she still needed to observe them further, as they hadn't known each other for long. As she thought about it, a wave of sleepiness washed over her, and Ling Mo closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Little did she know, the 2 people in the other room were also discussing her. "Boss, do you think drunk with soy sauce might be a spatial talent, like Momo's spatial key? You'd better ask him yourself to be sure." Hearing this, Yi Kai curled his lip. There are countless people looking for drunk with soy sauce, but they just can't find him. And once they discover someone trying to find his real identity, they block them without a second thought. Now, no one dares to make a move. None of them connected Ling Mo with the identity of drunk with soy sauce. After all, Ling Mo had already told them his game name. Whether it was true or false, they could find out by searching after leaving the game. There was no need to lie, especially since they knew each other. The next morning, the 3 of them ate breakfast again before leaving. "Why didn't you go to the kitchen today?" Yi Kai asked. "No space left." Ling Mo snorted twice, thinking to himself, "It's all because you guys are here." Chapter 76 Krino Grassland 20. Before setting off, the 3 of them caught up on each other's situations. It's the 7th day of the game now, and Yi Kai and I are still 3 smiley faces short. "I'm too short," Ling Mo said, holding up 2 fingers. In terms of time, they still had plenty of time. "Yesterday I asked that giant orc about something," Ling Mo pointed in one direction. "There's a large giant rabbit orc tribe over there, we can go check it out." The biggest difference between the giant rabbit orcs and the rabbit orcs Ling Mo had encountered before was the word giant. "Mo, after the game ends, can we learn interstellar language from you?" Jiang Xian asked. "Of course, but you'll have to pay tuition. One day in the future, Blue Star will connect with interstellar space, and interstellar language will become widespread sooner or later. Rather than cramming at the last minute, it's better to prepare early." No problem, the 2 agreed readily. After all, it was a reward that Ling Mo had worked hard to earn, and since they were going to learn it too, paying tuition was only fair. The 3 mounted their stag horses again, and after a bumpy ride, finally arrived at the giant rabbit beastman's tribe before 10 o'clock. Having learned from yesterday's experience, they were all more prepared this time, but because the journey had taken longer, their condition wasn't much better. The giant rabbit beastman's tribe was right in front of them, and the 3 decided to rest before going in, giving their backsides a good rest, feeling like they were about to be shaken to pieces. However, abandoning the stag horses was out of the question. As bumpy as it was, the speed was undeniably fast, half a day's journey was covered in less than 2 hours. Ling Mo took out the packed food and shared it with the two. These water-storing mushrooms are really useful. I've drunk from them so many times and there's still some left, Ye Kai exclaimed. Of course. Because they constantly collect moisture from the air. Theoretically, as long as you don't drink all the water inside, it can be used indefinitely. Hearing Ling Mo's words, the two were both stunned, but quickly realized what the water-storing mushrooms meant. With enough water-storing mushrooms, they could completely solve their water shortage problem. Momo, how much space do you have left in your spatial storage? Let's collect some more water-storing mushrooms to take back later. Hearing this, Ling Mo rolled her eyes. You don't need to tell me, I've already been collecting these good things. After resting, the three approached the village of the giant rabbit beast men. Back at the factory, they were lamenting that they were dwarves who had entered a land of giants, but compared to the scene before them, they were practically shrimps who had stumbled into a land of giants. Won't we get trampled to death if we're not careful? Ye Kai asked worriedly. Ling Mo didn't speak. To be honest, what you're worried about is what I'm worried about too. As they walked, they felt the ground tremble, something was approaching them. After walking a while, the figure of a giant rabbit appeared on the distant horizon. Unlike the common white rabbits, this rabbit was entirely red, hopping towards them from afar, making it exceptionally conspicuous. Moreover, the beastmen they had seen before only had some animal features, such as ears or tails. But this red rabbit looked just like a normal rabbit, except for its red fur and its slightly larger size. The red rabbit clearly noticed them. Hey, you little dwarfs, what are you doing here? Jiang Xian and Ye Kai couldn't understand its language, so they didn't react to the word little dwarfs, while Ling Mo didn't care, since they were indeed considered short in its eyes. I'm a recycler, I'm here looking for work. Ling Mo introduced himself and then showed off his medal. The red rabbit checked the badge and exclaimed with delight, you really are a recycler. Great! You've come at the perfect time. Come with me. The red rabbit was about to lead the three away when Ling Mo stopped it. Wait a minute. What's wrong? The red rabbit turned around, puzzled. Ling Mo pointed to Jiang Xian and Ye Kai, they're my fellow villagers and assistants, but they have some mental issues and can't understand what I'm saying. Could you arrange some easy work for them? The red rabbit looked at Jiang Xian and Ye Kai, thinking they didn't seem like idiots. Hey, can you understand me? Jiang Xian and Ye Kai heard gibberish. They couldn't understand a word. Looks like they really are idiots. No problem, I'll arrange some for them. Poor thing, they're quite good-looking, I didn't expect them to be idiots. The red rabbit shook its head with pity and then called over another red rabbit, slightly smaller in size. The two rabbits whispered something to each other. The red rabbit turned to Ling Mo and asked, will they attack people? Ling Mo quickly shook his head. No, they're very gentle. That's good. I'll arrange for them to take care of the cubs. A new batch of cubs has been born in the tribe. Let them clean and bathe the cubs. Okay, I'll tell them. The red rabbit looked puzzled. Don't they not understand language? How will you tell them? Because we're from the same region, we have a special way of communicating. The red rabbit nodded. I see. Then tell them carefully that our cubs are very delicate and that they must be careful. Ling Mo turned to explain the precautions to Jiang Xian and Ye Kai. Hearing that they would be cleaning and bathing the newborn rabbits, the two didn't show any resistance. After all, compared to the tasks they had done before, this task was ridiculously easy. However, what the two were more curious about was what Ling Mo would be doing while they were cleaning and bathing the cubs. Ling Mo glanced at the two and said, 2 people are enough for this job. I have other plans. After Jiang Xian and Ye Kai were taken away, Ling Mo followed the red rabbit in another direction. The red rabbit was an astonishing 5 meters tall, and each jump covered a distance of 20 meters. so it had to stop and wait for Ling Mo to catch up after each step. "You're too slow. Let me carry you." With that, the red rabbit scooped Ling Mo up from the ground. "You're so small, are your abilities really comparable to an S-class recycler?" Hearing this, Ling Mo humbly replied, "That's just praise from others. I'm not an S-class recycler, but my workability is really strong." The two of them talked and soon arrived at their destination. "The stuff is inside, I won't go in." "Okay." Ling Mo was already used to it and couldn't wait to enter the warehouse. The dimly lit warehouse didn't even have a single light, something Ling Mo had never encountered before. Chapter 77 Krino Grassland 21. However, whether the lights were on or off didn't affect Ling Mo much. Inside the huge warehouse, several meters-high sacks were piled up. Ling Mo opened one of the sacks, and black spheres rolled out. Looking at these dark things, Ling Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. "Wait, what is this?" Giant rabbit beastman excrement, colorless and odorless, releases a large amount of heat when burned. One sack can burn for a whole day. On Blue Star, it's a medicinal material called moon-gazing sand, but due to racial differences, it's not recommended for medicinal use. Hehe, thank you for your suggestion. Even if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have bothered using it for medicine. However, setting aside its excrement status, these are perfect fuel. Colorless and odorless, one sack can burn for a whole day, even better than coal. Their neighborhood hasn't stopped receiving natural gas yet, but other areas have already stopped supplying it. They don't know how long their neighborhood can last. Now, everyone is stockpiling firewood for cooking, so these giant rabbit beastman excrement won't be hard to sell. However, in Ling Mo's opinion, now was not the time for them to unleash their full power. Even so, Ling Mo still took out gloves and put them on. Although they were colorless and odorless, although they were all packed in sacks, and although she was collecting them with her mind, she still wanted to maintain a certain level of professionalism. After all, it was just gloves. It wouldn't affect efficiency and would even make her look more professional. The entire warehouse was huge, 2 or 3 times the size of any warehouse she had seen before. Ling Mo had initially thought that such a large warehouse couldn't possibly be entirely filled with excrement, perhaps other things were hidden deep inside. But it turned out she was wrong, the entire warehouse was filled with this stuff. Despite trying to reassure herself that it was all fuel, Ling Mo was completely exhausted after spending a full hour inside. Of course, part of the reason was that it really was all excrement. But then she thought, it didn't seem so wrong. Who would put things together with their own excrement? After she left the warehouse, the red rabbit behind the door was still waiting for her, and behind it were 3 more warehouses with their doors wide open. Wow, so many! They must have hoarded a lot of rabbits. How long has it been since they had someone clean it out? This is truly amazing. Arriving at the second warehouse, the contents were the same as the first, completely filled with droppings. But no worries, she still had 2 warehouses to check. An hour later, Ling Mo stood before the third warehouse, took a deep breath, and comforted herself. This was all free stuff, whether she picked up a lot or a little, it was all profit. She couldn't ask for too much. Thankfully, the third warehouse wasn't filled with droppings anymore. Ling Mo was practically crying tears of joy. Opening one of the boxes, she found neatly stacked small bottles. Carrot extract tablets, specially developed for children who don't like the taste of carrots. This product is nearing its 1-month expiration date, consumption is not recommended. Ignoring the last sentence, as someone who didn't like carrots, Ling Mo opened a bottle and tried one. A sweet taste instantly filled her mouth, like eating candy. Good stuff, she'd take it. Vegetable prices on Blue Star are almost as high as gold these days. Soon, Ling Mo discovered that the entire warehouse seemed to be filled with vegetable-related products. There were carrot extract slices, even cilantro concentrate, and various dried vegetables. Since Ling Mo had her own spatial dimension, she naturally had no shortage of vegetables. She picked them fresh daily from her space, so she wouldn't eat these, but she could sell them to others. Reaching the last warehouse, Ling Mo opened a box. The contents were familiar, the energy bars she had obtained from the rabbit beast man. However, compared to the energy bars from the rabbit beast man, these were thicker and longer, like the difference between ladyfingers and steamed buns. Were these also nearing their expiration date? Ling Mo found the production date on the packaging and discovered they still had a long time before expiring. Had they put them in the wrong place? Or had the red rabbit opened the wrong door for her? Thinking this, Ling Mo's hands moved swiftly, and the boxes containing the various energy bars disappeared at an alarming speed. 2 hours later, Ling Mo walked out of the warehouse, pale-faced, clearly exhausted. Seeing this, the red rabbit quickly took out a bottle of mental energy recovery potion. "Drink up, why are you working so hard? Making money is important, but it's not as important as your health." Ling Mo didn't speak, took the mental energy recovery potion and drank it all in one gulp. Then she smiled weakly and said, "I can't help it, I have a whole family waiting for me to support." Hearing this, the red rabbit, who had been comforting her, showed pity in her eyes. How pitiful, having to go out and support a family at such a young age. No wonder she didn't take the S-level recycling exam. S-level recycling personnel have to accompany their families to the military. She's probably afraid that if she leaves, she won't be able to take care of her family. Ling Mo's work was finished, but Jiang Xian and Yi Kai's work wasn't over yet. "Wait here, we had quite a few cubs born today, they might need a little longer." "Don't worry, I just received news that they're doing very well." After saying that, the red rabbit took out another box. "I can't help you much, so here's a little tip. We originally planned to hire a whole sea-level recycling team to do the things in the warehouse. This is their payment, now it's yours." Ling Mo opened the box, inside were various potions and energy bars neatly arranged. "Thank you." "You're welcome, you deserve it. By the way, are you hungry? If you are, you can go to the cafeteria." Ling Mo nodded hurriedly, indicating that she would definitely go. Before leaving, the red rabbit tapped Ling Mo's chest. Now she only needed to collect one more smiley face to complete the task. Because Jiang Xian and Yi Kai would need some more time to finish their work, Ling Mo turned around and went to the cafeteria. She ordered a meal. Although it was all vegetarian, the taste was excellent, and the portion was generous. After finishing her meal, she packed up the leftovers. After the other red rabbits had almost finished eating, Ling Mo went to the kitchen again under the pretext of helping out. This time, without Jiang Xian and Yi Kai watching over her, Ling Mo simply waved her hand and everything in front of her disappeared. While waiting, Ling Mo didn't stay idle either, finding many sucker mushrooms growing around the giant rabbit beast man. This mushroom has a huge internal space that allows it to absorb any gas or liquid and then release it through compression. Chapter 78 Clino Grassland 22. It might sound like nothing, but Ling Mo believed that everyone has their own unique talents. By the time Jiang Xian and Yi Kai emerged, Ling Mo had almost completely wiped out the surrounding sucker mushrooms and dragon-tooth grass. Since learning that Ling Mo possessed a spatial loop, the two had entrusted their belongings to her for safety. The three rode on the stag horse, traveling slowly this time as they weren't in a rush. "By the way, Mo, did you find out the location of the next orc?" Yi Kai asked. They found that doing missions alongside Ling Mo was incredibly enjoyable, good working conditions, high pay, and a good attitude. Yi Kai's words startled Ling Mo, who then slapped her forehead in annoyance. She had forgotten about that. But forgetting didn't matter, she had other methods. She placed her hand on the stag horse's head, and after a moment, instructed the other two, "Hold on tight." Jiang Xian and Yi Kai didn't understand what was going on, and then nearly fell backward to the ground. Fortunately, both of them had riding experience and managed to regain their balance with great difficulty. Along the way, they encountered a group of unfamiliar players, but passed by before they could even get a good look at them. "Captain, those three beasts look like they have people on them?" 123 Wooden Man glared at his teammate. I'm not blind, of course I saw people. Another said enviously, wow, that's great. They can even ride deer. That's much faster than walking. At this moment, the three of them, who were being envied, were anything but happy. The three of them endured a bumpy ride until they couldn't take it anymore and had to stop to rest. Ling Mo took out 3 meals and energy bars. Do you want rice or energy bars? Rice, the two said in unison. Although energy bars tasted better than nutritional supplements, given the choice, they preferred rice. After eating, the three of them rested for a while and then continued their journey on the antler-horned horses. About an hour later, the three of them finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the black gate in front of them and the cold, gloomy surroundings, the three of them couldn't help but shiver. Ye Kai looked at Ling Mo and said, "Are you sure this is the place?" "Something feels off here." Ling Mo nodded. The deer antler horse said this is the home of the long-legged spider. Spider? Ye Kai's voice rose several octaves instantly, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. No matter how unwilling Ye Kai was, he was forcibly dragged inside by Jiang Xian. They knocked on the door and stepped inside. The interior wasn't as gloomy as it appeared from the outside. Instead, it was bright, clean, and decorated in a cozy atmosphere. Just then, a beautiful woman with a gentle and intellectual appearance walked over with elegant steps. Her incredibly long legs left the three of them speechless. It felt like her legs were almost as tall as her. Coming to his senses, Ling Mo stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, we are." Before he could finish speaking, the woman interrupted him. "I know you're here to look for work, right? The deer antler horse has already told me everything. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Ling Mo's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Deer antler horses? They actually had this function? The woman first sized Ling Mo up. "You're probably just an adult and not married yet, right? You probably can't help me take care of the child, since you're still a child yourself." She was a little worried about having her own child take care of the child. "How about this, you help me with the housework? The two people behind you look good. Let them help make formula, that's hard work." "No problem." Ling Mo readily accepted the task for Ye Kai and Jiang Xian. Hearing that they were going to help the woman make formula, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai didn't show any resistance. "We're going to make formula, what are you going to do?" Ye Kai asked. This person seemed to have never acted with them before. Even back at the Lion Beastman's house, this person had suddenly disappeared for a long time. "I'm going to help with the housework." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman on the other side came over with a bunch of cleaning supplies and beckoned Ling Mo to come and help. Picking up something resembling a shovel, Ling Mo asked curiously, "What should I do?" The woman led her to a room. The room's ceiling and floor were entirely white. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that every corner was covered in a thick, dense layer of spider silk, and the walls were adorned with cocoon-like structures made of spider silk. "You just need to shovel down all the spider silk in this room and pile it all up in the warehouse." Actually, I have another identity, a recycler." The moment she entered the room, Ling Mo heard the woman's voice. "Long-legged spider silk, a healing elixir. Applying it to wounds can quickly stop bleeding and heal them without leaving any scars. Due to improper storage, the spider silk here has hardened, greatly reducing its effectiveness. It needs to be soaked in warm water for 2 hours before use." Seeing the woman's nonchalant attitude, this spider silk was probably nothing important to her. Even so, this was someone's home, and the other party had said they would put the silk in the warehouse instead of throwing it away directly. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ling Mo decided to introduce himself first. Upon hearing the words recycler, the woman's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? That's great. You can handle all the spider silk here and in the warehouse for me. I can pay you double." Observing the woman's reaction and combining it with her experiences over the past few days, Ling Mo came to a conclusion: being a recycler was likely a very popular job in interstellar space. And the higher the rank, the more popular they were. Encouraged by the spider silk, Ling Mo quickly began scraping the spider silk off the walls. She first scraped up a corner, then pulled hard, and the entire wall of spider silk was pulled down by Ling Mo. After quickly cleaning the spider silk in the room, Ling Mo went to another room. After cleaning countless rooms, Ling Mo finally cleaned all the spider silk from all the rooms. Despite all that she had done, aside from some mental exhaustion, Ling Mo didn't feel particularly tired physically. This was all thanks to the fruits with special abilities she had been continuously consuming these past few days. Ling Mo felt that she could now easily defeat an adult in both speed and strength. Led by the robot, Ling Mo arrived at the warehouse. Chapter 79 The Krino Grasslands 23. In the warehouse, white spider silk was carelessly discarded on the ground, covered in dust. Seeing this, Ling Mo felt a pang of heartache. This was all medicine, and it was just thrown away like that, such a waste. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the spider silk into his spatial storage. After finishing his work, Ling Mo rested for a while before finding the woman. After inspecting the quality of her work, it was clear the woman was very satisfied. "This is silk spun by our clan. I'll give it to you. I heard your family isn't well off. Keep one bottle for self-defense, and you can sell the rest. It should bring in a good amount of money to improve your living conditions." Ling Mo looked at the 10 test tubes in front of her, each about the size of her forearm, filled with a milky white, viscous liquid. Long-legged spider silk, liquid form. Spider silk in this form retains its healing properties very well. The woman then took out a black card and swiped it across Ling Mo's chest. At this moment, the already radiant smile on the badge widened even further, revealing a clearly visible red tongue and 2 pearly white teeth. A warm, mechanical voice rang in Ling Mo's ears: "Congratulations to player Drunk on Soy Sauce for being the first to complete this game's mission. You can now choose to return to Blue Star immediately, or stay here until the game ends." No need to ask, of course, she chose to stay. Ling Mo unhesitatingly chose the latter. Putting aside all the various treasures here, the sweltering heat of Blue Star was unbearable. Every day she could delay her return was better than nothing. After making her choice, the badge on Ling Mo's chest instantly turned pure gold. Based on the player's choice, the smiley badge will automatically switch to a relaxed state. After the game ends, you will be teleported back to Blue Star with the other players. Have a good time. Mission complete. Ling Mo felt no pressure at all, and she had 3 whole days, all her time was hers. "By the way, how are my companions?" Ling Mo suddenly asked. Hearing this, the woman smiled gently. "They're doing well, and they work very hard. Do you want to see them now? I can take you to find them." "No need, I'll just wait for them outside." With that, Ling Mo started walking outside. Although the woman was very beautiful, the thought that her race was spiders made Ling Mo feel a little uneasy. Although it was already dark outside, based on her experience, the area around a beastman's house was generally safe. As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed that the tree trunks were emitting a faint green glow. Upon closer inspection, she saw it was moss. Paralyzing moss, a mutated variety that has absorbed the venom of long-legged spiders. Ingestion or inhalation will cause complete paralysis and loss of mobility. This is a natural anesthetic, what a good thing. Since she had nothing better to do while waiting, Ling Mo took out a shovel and began to peel the moss off the trees. Unlike the previous purifying moss, the paralyzing moss was only a thin layer, so she had to use tools to remove it bit by bit. To avoid being paralyzed herself, Ling Mo also put on a pair of rubber gloves. When Jiang Xian and Yi Kai came out, Ling Mo had just scraped the last bit of paralyzing moss off the tree trunk. As Ling Mo approached, she saw the 2 carefully holding a transparent test tube containing liquid spider silk. "Mo, this was given to us by that woman. Do you know what it's for?" Jiang Xian asked. Ling Mo nodded and then explained the effects of the spider silk to the two. Upon hearing this, the two froze instantly, as if they were holding some priceless treasure, too afraid to move. Mo, can we put the things in your spatial storage? They still had a mission to complete, and what if they broke these two large items while carrying them? No problem. Ling Mo readily agreed and stored the spider silk in her spatial storage. They caught two sweet moon creatures to use as lighting, and then the three found a place to rest. At this moment, Jiang Xian noticed the badge on Ling Mo's chest. I remember this should be your last mission, Mo. Ling Mo nodded. That's right, I've completed all my missions. The system popped up saying I could either go back to Blue Star or stay here. You chose to stay? Ling Mo rolled her eyes at Yi Kai. Isn't that obvious? If I didn't stay, would you be able to see me now? Besides, the temperature here is comfortable, why would I go back and suffer? Jiang Xian and Yi Kai nodded in agreement. If it were them, they would probably make a similar choice, enjoying comfort for a while. By the next morning, Ling Mo had completed all her tasks, and Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were down to just one of them. With 3 days left in the mission, the three of them were quite relaxed. Riding on their antler-horned horses, they headed towards their next destination. Occasionally, they would dismount and collect patches of water-storing mushrooms, leaving them all with Ling Mo, agreeing to split them equally after the game ended. True brothers keep clear accounts, and the two wouldn't take up Ling Mo's space for nothing. Around noon, Ling Mo saw the familiar forest in the distance, realizing she had returned to the territory of the Dingdingu Beastmen. She had already emptied the Dingdingu Beastmen's warehouse, so going again probably wouldn't yield any extra gains, she might as well collect more purification moss nearby. Seeing her expression, Jiang Xian asked, Have you been here before? Ling Mo nodded. I'll tell you the precautions, then I won't come with you. The two assumed the work here was tiring and Ling Mo didn't want to work, so they didn't insist. Then you can wait for us here. Watching the two figures disappear ahead, Ling Mo began sharpening her knives, ready to pounce on the moss and water-storing mushrooms. In just a few days, besides the water-storing mushrooms, different kinds of mushrooms had sprouted here, blue and red, looking exceptionally beautiful. A little-known fact about Earth, the more brightly colored the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. However, this common sense doesn't apply here, so, wait a minute, it's your turn to shine. Red and blue have always been a perfect match. Positive and negative mushrooms, red is the positive mushroom, blue is the negative mushroom. They usually appear simultaneously, growing close together. If someone eats one of these mushrooms, and then feeds the other a different mushroom, the two will uncontrollably stick together until the positive and negative mushrooms lose their effect. Note, a little romantic gesture between lovers. Ling Mo automatically ignored the last sentence. In the future, when encountering enemies, she could feed one of the positive or negative mushrooms to the enemy and then randomly toss the other mushroom somewhere. Chapter 80 Krino Grassland 24. These positive and negative mushrooms are plentiful here, and because of their vibrant colors, they are exceptionally easy to find. Ling Mo carried a bamboo basket on her back, collecting everything she could find, whether it was purifying moss, water-storing mushrooms, or positive and negative mushrooms. After storing all the mushrooms in the basket into her spatial storage, she parted a large patch of grass, revealing a sea of red and blue. Behind this patch of grass grew countless positive and negative mushrooms, so many that there was nowhere to step. Among the many positive and negative mushrooms, 3 stood out remarkably, clearly not ordinary mushrooms. After collecting all the positive and negative mushrooms, Ling Mo approached the 3 special mushrooms. Positive and negative mushrooms, a mutated variety of positive and negative mushrooms, extremely rare. A weak electric current is generated between the 2 different colored mushrooms. Note, frequent exposure to electricity can increase resistance to electricity. Ling Mo's eyes lit up after hearing the introduction. These were indeed ordinary mushrooms. She carefully stored the 3 positive and negative polarity mushrooms into her spatial storage. As one of the most powerful attack talents, lightning resistance was essential. After doing all this, Ling Mo looked ahead and discovered a hidden lake. The water was a clear blue, no wonder she hadn't noticed it before. However, after the player's death, Ling Mo was still very wary of lakes. Who knew where the water came from? Reaching the lake's edge, she breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the aquatic plants and swimming fish. Water resources were scarce on Blue Star, many reservoirs had dried up completely. Seeing such a large lake with so much water filled her with excitement. With so much water, taking half shouldn't be a problem, right? Seeing no one stop her, Ling Mo took it as their consent. She covered the entire lake surface with her mental energy and then began filling her spatial storage with water. The water level began to drop at a visible rate. Many round stones were exposed on the riverbed. Ling Mo, seeing this, wanted to get closer to investigate. She reached out and touched them. They didn't feel like stones, they were soft. With a little force, she pulled them out of the silt. After washing them clean, she exclaimed, "Good heavens! These aren't stones at all. They're giant water-storing mushrooms." Looking at the round stones exposed by the dropping water level, Ling Mo was incredibly excited. If even small water-storing mushrooms could hold so much water, these giant ones could hold even more. Ling Mo immediately decided that she wouldn't leave until she had collected all the water-storing mushrooms. Her mental power and spatial manipulation worked together. Any water-storing mushroom that could be detected would appear in Ling Mo's spatial dimension the next second. While Ling Mo was happily collecting mushrooms, the other players, with time running out, had to risk traveling at night to complete their mission as quickly as possible. Even so, because the orcs lived far apart, they wasted most of their time on the road. Where there are strong, there are weak. Even among players who have awakened their talents, everyone's starting point is different. Some thrive in the game, quickly completing quests, while others, after a long day's work, only receive a handful of smiles. Finding orcs doesn't guarantee quest completion. Some spend hours not only failing but also being driven away by angry orcs. Trying to reason with them might result in a beating, and if they encounter a powerful or short-tempered orc, they could even be injured. After collecting all the water-storing mushrooms, Ling Mo circled the lake again to make sure no one had escaped before leaving. Just moments ago, her mental energy had detected more than one group of people arriving. However, most of them were heading towards the Dingdingu Beastmen, not towards her. After leaving the area and walking for about half an hour, Ling Mo was drawn to a reflection ahead. Her mental energy detected no life activity, but Ling Mo still slowed her pace, crouching low, and approached inching closer. Parting the grass, a different kind of forest appeared before her. What was different? There was no purifying moss here. Since entering this forest, purifying moss had been the most common thing, but it was nowhere to be found, and there was no trace of it growing on the ground. Moreover, looking at the leaves on these trees, Ling Mo's first thought was how beautifully the leaves were. Each one was a perfect leaf. The owl tree, normally indistinguishable from ordinary trees, transforms its leaves into the sharpest weapons when the wind blows, slicing anyone who gets close. Really that powerful? Ling Mo curiously picked up a dead or damaged leaf. It felt just like an ordinary leaf, easily torn in two with a slight effort. Wait, could there be a mistake? Just as Ling Mo was doubting this, a gentle breeze suddenly blew by. In that instant, the hairs on Ling Mo's body stood on end, an overwhelming sense of danger washing over her. Without hesitation, she dropped to the ground, the fastest movement she had ever made in her life. Immediately afterward, she heard the sound of sharp blades cutting through the air above her. After a long while, until the sound ceased, Ling Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly got up from the ground. Looking at the tree trunks not far away, several leaves were deeply embedded in them. Looking at the owl trees, she now believed it. Picking up another leaf, Ling Mo flicked her wrist. The once soft leaves, now like sharp swords, pierced straight into the trunks of nearby trees. This scene reminded Ling Mo of a saying, "Flying petals and leaves can all be deadly." The leaves of the azure al tree were practically weapons for sneak attacks and assassinations. Who would care about a tiny leaf? Ling Mo first used her mental energy to dig a few holes in her spatial dimension, then rubbed her hands together, preparing to attack the azure al trees. Leaves would wither, and like any disposable resource, even a large collection would eventually run out, so she decided to target the trees directly. There was no wind in the spatial dimension, so there was no need to worry about the azure al tree leaves flying around and injuring anyone. After transferring 4 or 5 azure al trees into her spatial dimension, Ling Mo stopped. These were enough for her. She had initially thought Jiang Xian and Yi Kai would finish their mission quickly, but Ling Mo didn't see their dejected figures until the afternoon. Chapter 81 Klino Grassland 25. Although the wait was a bit long, Ling Mo had managed to scavenge quite a bit of stuff, so she wasn't unhappy about it. After all, it didn't matter where she collected supplies, and the supplies in this forest were clearly much richer than outside. However, seeing the two of them like this, Ling Mo, out of humanitarian spirit, still asked with concern. What happened to you two? Did the mission fail? It's okay, there are still 2 days left. Ling Mo wanted to say something more, but her hand was suddenly grabbed by Yi Kai. We'll talk about the rest later, Mo, hurry, I'm starving. Food. Food. Seeing that the two looked like they were about to faint from hunger, Ling Mo took out 2 portions of food she had previously prepared without saying a word. The two wolfed it down, finishing it in less than 3 minutes. Jiang Xian rubbed his stomach and sighed, finally, we're alive again. 1 boxed meal certainly wasn't enough, so Ling Mo took out several more portions for the two of them to eat slowly. Now can you tell me what happened? Yi Kai swallowed the food in his mouth and said, don't even mention it, boss and I were almost exhausted. Jiang Xian continued, we found the territory of the Dingdingu beastmen as you said, and then we were made to pull grass for a whole day. At this point, they had to thank Ling Mo for telling them what grass and vegetables were. Otherwise, they would have ended up like those unlucky guys who came later, being chased by those fierce and powerful mermaids. Not only did they fail to complete the mission, but they also had to work for the Dingdingu beastmen for free. Only then did Ling Mo notice that the badges on their chests had turned pure gold, just like hers. The 3 who had completed the mission agreed to use the remaining time to collect as many resources as possible. Items from the game couldn't be taken out, but Ling Mo's spatial storage could. Mo, how many spaces do you have in your spatial storage? Jiang Xian asked. Ling Mo estimated for a moment and said, there's about 10 square meters left. That's not right. Didn't you say you couldn't fit everything at the beastman's place? Yi Kai asked in surprise. How could there still be 10 square meters of space? Even if they had consumed some food these past few days, it shouldn't be this much. Ling Mo calmly explained that these 10 square meters were reserved by himself, and also used up from the consumption of the past few days. Although Ling Mo had collected a lot of food, the 3 of them had huge appetites, so the food was consumed exceptionally quickly. With a plan in mind, the 3 of them immediately began to act. Although Jiang Xian and Yi Kai didn't recognize the purifying moss, they recognized the water storage mushroom. The water storage mushrooms here were several times larger than the ones they had seen before. They knew better than Ling Mo how scarce water was on Blue Star. Moreover, these water storage mushrooms could not only store water, but also continuously produce water. Although the speed was a bit slow, it was better than nothing. Mo, are these mushrooms poisonous? Yi Kai asked, holding up a pair of positive and negative mushrooms. It's not poisonous, Ling Mo said without looking up, but it can make you love and be close to others. After explaining the function of the positive and negative mushrooms, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai added collecting these positive and negative mushrooms to their existing collection of water storage mushrooms. However, both of them knew that Ling Mo's space was limited, so they didn't actually plan to use all the remaining space to store water storage mushrooms and positive and negative mushrooms. Because the pressure of the mission was gone, they slept exceptionally well that night and woke up feeling refreshed. Before setting off, the three ate breakfast and dinner. To make more space for supplies, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai ate voraciously. Ling Mo watched them without stopping them. After breakfast, the three rode on the stag horse and slowly set off. Useful supplies might appear in various places, requiring careful searching. As they traveled, they would occasionally dismount from the stag horse to collect some dragon-tooth grass, a good medicine to relieve heatstroke symptoms, which they had to collect as much as possible. About 2 hours later, Ling Mo stopped in front of a patch of grass. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai immediately understood. Every time Ling Mo stopped, it meant there were supplies to collect nearby. This time, the supplies were these green, straight weeds in front of them. Sugar grass, rich in sugar, can be used to make sugar or eaten directly. It can help relieve low blood sugar, and its flavor lasts all day. Ling Mo plucked a stalk, wiped off the dirt, and put it in her mouth. Instantly, a sweet taste mixed with the aroma of fresh grass filled her taste buds. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai tried it too and immediately realized that these weeds were valuable. The three of them, wielding sickles, harvested the sugar grass one by one until the entire patch was cleared. Ling Mo took the opportunity to collect a lot of sugar grass seeds. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. These sugar grasses occupied a full 5 square meters of space, but fortunately, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai had a big appetite and managed to free up some space. From then on, they could only collect the more important resources, and in smaller quantities. However, Ling Mo didn't have this restriction. What Jiang Xian and Yi Kai didn't want, she stored in her space after they left. Along the way, they encountered other players several times, some of whom even tried to rob them after seeing them riding the stag horses. This is where Jiang Xian and Yi Kai, their bodyguards, proved invaluable. Lightning and a hurricane combined to defeat them easily. After a long day, the three wanted to review their day's gains, but suddenly the previously quiet stag horses became restless. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately remembered the wandering orcs she had heard about from the beastmen. "Let's go, it's dangerous here." Without a word, the three mounted their stag horses and galloped away. Not long after they left, a group of fierce-looking orcs, their private parts only covered by animal hides, arrived at their previous location. The leader sniffed around and said to his companions, "They haven't gone far, let's chase them." Meanwhile, knowing that orcs had a keen sense of smell, especially wandering orcs, Ling Mo had been trying to find ways to conceal her presence. She looked up at the sky, wishing it would rain right now. The moment this thought crossed their minds, a purple lightning bolt flashed across the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that soaked the three fleeing individuals to the bone. Chapter 82 Krino Grassland 26. Ling Mo, soaked to the bone, wasn't unhappy, on the contrary, he was quite excited. The wandering orcs had an incredibly keen sense of smell. Even if they had escaped beforehand, they could still be found by their scent once locked on. But now, with this rain, the downpour would wash away the scents they had left behind. Ling Mo had planned to leave a few more piles of excrement he had collected in the mocha forest along the way, but with this rain, he wouldn't have to go through that trouble. The three found a cave to take shelter from the rain. Ling Mo took out dry towels for Jiang Xian and Yi Kai, letting them dry themselves off, and then took out a towel to dry himself as well. There was still a day left before the game ended. What if they got sick? Just then, the badges on the chests of the three of them simultaneously beeped, followed by a 12-hour countdown. What's going on? Why is it 12 hours? Isn't it a day? Ling Mo stared wide-eyed in shock. A moment later, Jiang Xian explained, "Our game didn't start at dawn, it started during the day, so we only have half a day left." Fortunately, their mission was already complete, and even with only half a day left, it would be enough for them to collect supplies. Let's continue collecting supplies after the rain stops. After a heavy rain, many plants will start growing like crazy, Jiang Xian said. Ling Mo looked at a patch of unremarkable plants outside the cave and said, "Maybe we don't need to wait for the rain to stop, We can start now. With that, she put on her raincoat, took out a shovel, and walked towards the patch of plants outside the cave. Because of the rain, the soil had become very loose and easy to dig. In no time, a snow-white stem was unearthed. What is this? Ye Kai asked curiously after taking it. Both of them knew that Ling Mo wouldn't dig these things for no reason. These white stems must have some unexpected use. This is white ginger. You can eat it directly or boil it in water to drink. It can prevent colds. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Ye Kai looked at the white ginger in his hand. Isn't this similar to the ginger on our blue star? Ling Mo stopped what he was doing. But it's different. White ginger tastes sweet, and it's known as a panacea in the interstellar world. It can relieve almost all ailments. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai looked shocked upon hearing this. Ye Kai, not believing it, took a bite of the white ginger in his hand. It did indeed taste sweet, completely different from the ginger he remembered. Moreover, after swallowing the white ginger, his body quickly warmed up. Good stuff. Ignoring the torrential rain outside, the two quickly joined the digging team. After digging up all the white ginger around them, a small mountain of about 50 or 60 pounds had been piled up inside the cave. Seeing that the rain outside showed no sign of stopping, Ling Mo used the rainwater to wash the white ginger clean before storing it in his spatial storage. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai also came to help. The white ginger was divided equally among the three. Since only Ling Mo possessed the spatial teleportation device, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai would each give a portion of their own to Ling Mo as payment. The previously collected supplies were also distributed in this way. Ling Mo stored his own portion into the spatial teleportation device, essentially storing it as a seed within his space. Then he would store the other two's portions there as well. The three had fled all the way, gotten soaked in the rain, and had just dug up so much white ginger. They must be exhausted and hungry. Ling Mo offered them a generous amount of food. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai didn't stand on ceremony. Space within the spatial button was limited, so every bit of space they could muster was valuable. The rain gradually stopped as dawn broke, and the three emerged from the cave. The 3 antler horses, having been caught in yesterday's downpour, were nowhere to be found. Fortunately, the three didn't intend to venture too far, choosing to search the surrounding area. Besides the white ginger they had discovered earlier, many more grew nearby. These were all precious and rare medicinal herbs, and Jiang Xian and Ye Kai dug them up with great enthusiasm. Ling Mo, while outwardly digging, was actually fully utilizing her spiritual power, exploring the ground bit by bit. The three of them could only dig up a limited amount of white ginger, the rest would be hers. As they dug, a piercing sound suddenly rang out overhead. The screaming bird, black feathers, cries similar to the wailing of an infant beast-man, highly intelligent, and fond of collecting glittering things. In interstellar space, the crying bird is known as a blind box treasure because of its love for collecting glittery things. Unexpected treasures can occasionally be found in their nests. Look at her luck, she even stumbled upon a blind box. Looking up at the crying bird, she saw that it was indeed carrying a glittery object in its beak. Its eyes were warily fixed on the direction where Ling Mo and the others were, showing no intention of leaving. The crying bird was clever, it was probably worried that if it left now, its home would be discovered. However, since it had appeared here and chosen to stop, it meant that its nest wasn't far away, perhaps even nearby. She withdrew her mental energy from the ground and then directed it upwards. Not long after, a huge bird's nest appeared in Ling Mo's mental detection. It was in the canopy of a tree not far from them. She paused slightly, looking at the wary crying bird high above, and then carefully assessed the size of the nest in her mental detection. Wasn't the size difference a bit too great? How could such a small bird live in such a large nest? The tree chosen by the morning bird only appeared normal on the surface, its entire canopy had been transformed into a bird's nest. Ling Mo even wondered if he had chosen the wrong one. But there wasn't a second bird's nest nearby. Adhering to the principle of better to be wrong than to miss out, Ling Mo stored the entire bird's nest in his spatial storage. At the same time, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai had almost finished digging, and the three prepared to leave. Mo, how much space do you have left? Ling Mo tested it and said, about 2 square meters, but there are still many small gaps between the things I stored. We can find some small things like water-storing mushrooms and dragon-tooth grass to fill the gaps. Jiang Xian nodded, then looked down at the time. There were still 4 hours left. The rain had delayed them too much, and digging for white ginger had also taken up a lot of time. Now that they had 4 hours left, filling 2 square meters of space and filling the gaps shouldn't be a problem. Half an hour later, the three parted a patch of grass, and a shimmering lake appeared before them. Chapter 83 Klino Grassland, End. At this moment, on the opposite side of the lake, many animals were drinking water, including the familiar stag horses. Ling Mo and his companion's target was naturally not these animals drinking. See that? Ling Mo pointed to the reeds not far away, where candle-like things grew. That's our target. They looked similar to the cattail spikes on Blue Star, but here they were called fragrant spikes, also known as natural insect repellent. The three carefully entered the reeds, quickly becoming submerged. The fragrant spikes varied greatly in size, some over a meter long and as thick as a bucket, others about the size of ordinary cattail spikes. Their target was the smaller fragrant spikes, given the limited space within their spatial storage. However, while searching, Ling Mo would also cut down the larger fragrant spikes. The fragrant spikes fell into the water and were then stored in their spatial storage. Boss Missouri Mo, don't you think the water level is dropping? Yi Kai, who was collecting fragrant spikes, suddenly said, his tone slightly alarmed. Could there be some huge wild beasts inhabiting this water, and they've left now? Ling Mo silently added in her mind upon hearing this. There was nothing in the water. The water level had dropped because she had stored all the water in her spatial storage. Jiang Xian didn't answer, but instead looked at Ling Mo beside her. Ling Mo immediately understood and said, my spatial storage is almost full. Then she looked at the badge on her chest, we have an hour left. Let's go collect water-storing mushrooms. I saw quite a few around here. Anyway, she could still collect them even after going ashore, so it wasn't a big problem. The three of them went to the shore, their clothes soaked through, but they didn't care and began collecting water-storing mushrooms in earnest. Based on her experience in the Ding Ding fish forest, Ling Mo went to the muddy part of the riverbank and started searching. After a moment, she touched something round and soft. Ling Mo didn't make a sound. After all, given her current situation, even if she found such a large water-storing mushroom, she couldn't take it back unless she was willing to move the items out of her spatial storage. So, she would have to take this giant water-storing mushroom herself. Ling Mo meticulously explored the riverbank, trying not to miss a single water-storing mushroom. Several tens of minutes later, she had finished exploring the entire lake, and the game ended. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai stuffed the water-storing mushrooms they found into Ling Mo's arms at the last second, while Ling Mo instinctively stored them in her spatial storage. Immediately afterward, the game system's voice rang in the ears of all players. Time's up. Players who failed to collect smiley faces will be eliminated, stripped of their game privileges and player status. In 3 seconds, everyone will be teleported out of the game instance. 3, 2, 1. Ling Mo's vision went black. When she opened her eyes again, she was back home. She checked the time, only 5 minutes had passed, and the rice and stir-fried dishes on the table were still warm. However, Ling Mo had no appetite. Accustomed to the cool weather of the Klino grassland, returning suddenly felt quite strange. Moreover, she was not only soaked but also reeked of rotting mud. She got up and went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. She took out the shower gel, shampoo, and conditioner she had collected earlier and gave herself a thorough wash, only stopping when she was sure she didn't smell anymore. After showering, she changed into clean clothes and threw the clothes she had taken off into the washing machine. Back downstairs, they heard the doorbell ring, knowing without a doubt who it was. Opening the door, they saw Jiang Xian and Yi Kai standing outside in the blazing sun. Seeing that Ling Mo's air conditioning was on, Yi Kai asked, "Don't you have any water cooling stones?" Ling Mo immediately understood, shrugging, "Not everyone can recognize water cooling stones at a glance." "True," Yi Kai nodded. "Everyone's gone to collect ingredients in the Mocha Forest dungeon, who's going to collect stones for fun?" Ling Mo, okay, so you'll get a 50% discount on everything you buy from me from now on." She took everything out of her spatial storage in front of them, saying, "There's a lot, you might have to make a few more trips." Ling Mo's spatial storage was only about 20 square meters, but all this stuff added up to more than 20 square meters. The two didn't immediately start eating, but looked at Ling Mo. Judging from their expressions, they were either guilty or had something else on their minds. Given that they had just come out of the game, these two probably wouldn't do anything wrong, so. "What's up?" The two hesitated for a moment, but Jiang Xian finally spoke first. "We plan to keep some of these things for ourselves and sell the rest to the military. We were wondering if you'd be interested. If you're willing, we can work together. I can definitely negotiate a suitable price. If you're not willing, that's okay too. Yi Kai and I will keep your existence hidden, so don't worry about being exposed." Jiang Xian spoke sincerely, and Ling Mo began to seriously consider it. Now these things were out in the open. After spending these past few days together, it was clear that Jiang Xian and Yi Kai weren't ambitious people. Otherwise, with their strength, they could easily establish a faction or join the military. If these things were to leak out, their entire neighborhood would probably be in turmoil. After a while, Ling Mo nodded, "Okay, but I have one condition." "Go ahead," Jiang Xian said. "First, I won't contact those people. Second, don't even think about using my spatial teleportation device. Third, don't try to morally blackmail me, I won't fall for that." Especially the third point. Although she was resolute, this kind of thing was disgusting. She was patriotic, that was true, but she couldn't bring herself to sacrifice her family for the greater good. "If you don't want to be harassed, just keep the spatial teleportation a secret," Yi Kai said. Ling Mo curled her lip. "Instead of letting them guess and investigate everyone around you, it's better to just tell them. What if those people, desperate to uncover this secret, went to extreme lengths to monitor them?" Although Ling Mo was confident that no matter how much they monitored her, they couldn't escape her mental detection, it was still annoying. Now her mental power could cover the entire neighborhood. After each game, her mental power would greatly improve. She didn't know if this was because of the game, or because she frequently used her spatial and mental power in the game. Perhaps both. Chapter 84 Exoskeleton Mecha. Jiang Xian agreed to all of Ling Mo's conditions and asked, "Then what do you want?" Hearing this, Ling Mo thought for a moment. What she wanted was actually a bit hard to say, because she lacked nothing. Thinking about all the things she had bought since the extreme heat, if she started from that aspect, the things she lacked would be numerous. Ling Mo took out a piece of paper and began to write. She listed everything from food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, especially food and clothing. You see, her public persona was someone who hoarded a lot of pet food because she couldn't buy any, so if the food wasn't excessive, she should note that it needed to have a long shelf life, and also a water cooling stone. Seeing what Ling Mo wanted, they obviously knew about her pet food situation. Looking at the cats and dogs around them, Jiang Xian said, "The villa behind you will be ready today." Ling Mo nodded and handed over the written document. "By the way, don't contact the military yet." "Why?" Yi Kai didn't understand, but Jiang Xian immediately understood. "Because of drunken soy sauce. Yi Kai still didn't understand. "What does our deal with the military have to do with drunken soy sauce?" "We're not doing a deal with him. After the previous games, drunken soy sauce would put up a batch of new goods. The first time it was various interstellar machines, the second time it was also machines, but the types were obviously different, and the third time it was water-cooling stones, and those animal offal. Poultry on Earth don't have such large offal. Hearing Jiang Xian's explanation, Ye Kai suddenly realized. That's right. Then let's contact the military later. Let's put these things aside for now. Ah. Boss, look at Drunken Soy Sauce's shop. Ye Kai, who was speaking, suddenly shouted. Jiang Xian was startled and frowned. What's wrong? Why are you so jumpy? What's wrong with the shopkeeper acting crazy after drinking soy sauce? Ye Kai looked up, his eyes wide, still shocked, and stammered, mechs, and flying machines. Hearing this, Jiang Xian quickly opened the shop store, where exoskeletons, flying machines, anti-gravity shoes, gliding capes, and even space locks and thermostatic suits were prominently displayed. There were only a few of each type, but they were definitely real. Ling Mo had put these items up for sale while taking a shower, but they hadn't sold yet. Was his pricing too high? However, Ling Mo didn't plan to lower the prices, this was just to stimulate the market. Moreover, she didn't plan to buy everything she brought from the game, as some items weren't yet ready to be used, such as the giant rabbit orc droppings. Nowadays, people either don't cook, or even if they do, just putting the pot out to dry in the sun has the same effect as putting it on a fire. Shocked, Jiang Xian glanced at the pricing and instantly calmed down. These things aren't for us. This is clearly bait thrown out by someone drunk and acting crazy. I bet quite a few countries have already contacted him. Ling Mo, standing beside her, thought, you know what, my inbox is practically exploding. The previous silence was probably due to her gathering supplies. Ling Mo glanced at the inbox. The wooden head chatterbox was relentlessly sending her messages, one per minute. People from other countries had also caught wind of her activity, offering to buy everything, especially the exoskeletons, saying price wasn't an issue. As men, none were immune to the allure of mechs, and Jiang Xian and Ye Kai were no exception. They definitely couldn't snatch the mecha this time, but the higher-ups could, they could trade for it. This meant their plans had to change. Mo, do you want one? Ye Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded decisively, yes. How could she use the exoskeleton armor openly in the future if she didn't? After getting the answer, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai got up and left. As for the items, they'd leave them with Ling Mo for now, after all, it was too hot, and they didn't want them to spoil if they took them back. Jiang Xian asked, by the way, when are we going to learn interstellar language from you? Tomorrow, I want to rest today. Okay. After the two left, Ling Mo opened the shop's 100 slots. Only a third of them were used to display the exoskeleton mecha, the majority were filled with various vegetable essence tablets, energy bars, and ding-ding fish scales. Ling Mo herself didn't lack vegetables, so these vegetable purification tablets weren't very useful to her. Moreover, aside from a portion of these vegetable extract tablets made sweet to cater to children's tastes, the rest were likely vegetable purification tablets for adults. While the nutrition was concentrated, the taste was also concentrated, making each bite feel like an explosion on the taste buds. There were even a large number of vegetables that tasted similar to cilantro and Hatuinia cordata, which, for Ling Mo who doesn't eat cilantro or Hatuinia cordata, was practically poison, not vegetable extract tablets. As for the energy bars, Ling Mo knew from Qiaman why they were piled up in the warehouse despite having such a long shelf life. It wasn't because they were misplaced, but because the taste was unpopular and they were unsellable. After tasting one of the energy bars, Ling Mo understood why they were unsellable. Perfectly good energy bars made to taste like soap were bound to fail. Considering that the upper classes didn't actually lack vegetables or food, it was the lower classes who lacked these things the most. Ling Mo unpacked the vegetable extract slices and arranged them one by one, labeling each slice with its flavor: cilantro flavor, Hatuinia cordata flavor. Those who can't tolerate these flavors should buy with caution, they're strong, and excessive consumption is not beneficial. She even thoughtfully indicated how long they were left before expiration, to prevent people from buying them and then waiting until they expired to cause problems and then coming to her for redress. As for the energy bars, because they were so large, Ling Mo cut them into slices. Each slice was about the size of a palm and a finger's thickness. If used sparingly, it would be enough for one person for several days. The vegetable extract slices, energy bar slices, and ding-ding fish scales were almost instantly sold out. The remaining items, due to their higher prices, didn't sell immediately, but only after a few minutes. Because Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were preparing to make a deal with their superiors, Ling Mo didn't bring out the water-storing mushrooms. After all, scarcity increases value. Chapter 85 Madness. Ling Mo was completely unaware of the sensation her products were causing outside. Perhaps they had guessed, but she didn't care. The extreme heat had persisted for some time, drastically reducing water resources, causing widespread crop failure, and making vegetables a luxury. Only the upper class and a very small number of wealthy people could afford them. Even then, it was just an occasional appearance of green vegetables on their tables, not a daily occurrence. Ling Mo continued to restock the vegetable extract slices and energy bar slices relentlessly. These people were moving too fast. She only has 2 hands, and she also has to control her mental energy to slice the energy bars. She's too busy, simply too busy. After all, seed germination rates had plummeted. There was barely enough time to grow crops, let alone vegetables. Moreover, each vegetable required a large amount of resources to grow, and pests and diseases had to be controlled. Under these circumstances, those in the middle class and below, lacking vegetables for extended periods, suffered from vitamin deficiencies and various health problems, the most obvious being constipation. Vegetables, normally unimportant and even disliked, had suddenly become incredibly sought after. So when vegetable essence tablets appeared in Ling Mo's shop, everyone went crazy grabbing them, regardless of the flavor, as long as they were vegetables. Oh my god, vegetable essence tablets. Houtuinia cordata? Although I've never eaten Houtuinia cordata, I've decided that from now on it will be my favorite vegetable. Damn it, who stole my vegetable essence tablets? Wait, you bunch of animals. I haven't had any for days. Leave me some. Ding-ding fish scales, isn't this just a weaker version of water cooling stones? Water cooling stones aren't recommended for personal purchase, but this should be portable. Exoskeleton mechs, anti-gravity shoes, flying machines, gliding capes. Is this what I'm thinking? It wasn't just China, people all over the world were going crazy because of Ling Mo's shop. However, these people weren't targeting the vegetable essence tablets, they were eyeing the exoskeleton mechs and other such items. Of course, vegetable purification tablets and energy bar slices were still being snatched up. Everyone was frantically making phone calls, ordering resources to be delivered. Game Management Bureau. A meticulous man, his face serious, asked, "Did you manage to snag it?" "Yes." A staff member looked up sharply, grinning from ear to ear. As a non-combatant player, his task was to constantly monitor the activity of other shops. Among them, the only privately owned shop, Don't Miss Out, was attracting global attention. After all, it was the first shop, and it sold everything related to interstellar space. Either way, Don't Miss Out was enough to garner their attention. This time, the moment the game ended, without even a break, he immediately opened the shop page. After refreshing for 5 minutes, Don't Miss Out finally showed signs of activity. He immediately locked onto the best and most valuable items: exoskeletons, aircraft, space hubs. These were exoskeletons and aircraft, things straight out of science fiction movies, their rarity beyond question. If he had the resources, he'd sell everything he owned to buy a set. Who doesn't dream of owning a mecha? Unfortunately, he had no supplies and couldn't afford to buy them even if he sold everything he owned. He reported the matter immediately, and the higher-ups responded promptly. Afterwards, special arrangements were made, and the supplies were delivered within minutes. "Hurry up, let's take a look," the man urged impatiently. Okay, I'll get it now. The staff member excitedly brought out the exoskeleton. A huge iron box appeared in the room. This is the exoskeleton? How do you use it? The instructions say to just put your hands on the box, but one set of exoskeleton can only be bound to one person, so. Everyone present stared intently at the iron box on the ground, except the persistent red light, green light message. He was completely oblivious to the situation here. The man took a deep breath, suppressing his impulse. Don't touch this for now, what about the others? Here they are. The flight vehicle, the space hub, the thermostatic suit, the anti-gravity shoes, and the gliding cape. There was one of each. The man looked at the staff member. These things don't need to be bound, right? The staff member shook his head. No, but the spatial hub only has 1 cubic meter of space and a limited number of uses. The man nodded, his gaze falling on the aircraft, a black bat-shaped device. As soon as he stepped on, the device automatically secured his feet, and he flew away. Initially a little unaccustomed, the man quickly became proficient, piloting the aircraft around the room with remarkable agility. Seeing this, the others went to test other items. The person trying on the anti-gravity shoes initially showed no unusual symptoms, until he tried taking a step against the wall. He was able to. The shoes allowed the user to walk on walls as if truly defying gravity, and their jumping ability was terrifying. A single leap could easily reach the rooftop. And that was just the rooftop's limit, not the limit of the anti-gravity shoes. The gliding cloak, while not comparable to a flying machine, still granted short-distance flight capabilities, ensuring survival even from falls. A person trying on the thermostatic suit walked around outside in it and returned completely unharmed, without even breaking a sweat. After trying everything on, the man was overjoyed and immediately told the wooden figures in the corner, no matter what, we must contact that drunkard who's acting crazy. Tell him we're buying everything, price is no object. These things absolutely cannot be sold to other countries. At this moment, 123 Wooden Man had no time to pay attention to his superior and continued relentlessly sending messages. Meanwhile, other countries that had seized supplies were doing the same, even more frantically. Pass the word down, contact drunk soy sauce at all costs. Tell him supplies are not a problem. Also, notify all players with awakened divination talents, find drunk soy sauce at all costs. If we can't keep someone like that under our control, then we have no choice but to destroy him. On the other side, after stopping the shoplistings, Ling Mo opened his private message backend and, unsurprisingly, saw a series of messages, including one from 123 Wooden Man. Chapter 86 Transaction completed. The previous items were just a test, to let others know she had these items and to set prices. Ling Mo looked at the string of private messages. Her first choice was still 123 Wooden Man. Firstly, they were from the same country, and secondly, she was very satisfied with the last transaction. As for those from other countries, don't blame her for thinking too badly of them. Those who are not of her kind are bound to have different intentions. She didn't want anyone in the game using the mech she sold to attack her. So it was better to sell to her own people. 123 Wooden Man, how many of all the types of goods you listed today are left? We want them all. What a boastful tone. Drunk and acting mad, so many? Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself to death? 123 Wooden Man, don't worry about that, I've always had a huge appetite, the price is negotiable. Drunk and acting crazy. 123 Wooden Man, didn't you want gold, silver, jade, and gemstones? We have all of those. Although it was true, Ling Mo felt something was off about those words. She felt like she'd become a gold digger. She had a legitimate reason for wanting these things. Drunk and acting crazy, this time, let's try something different. Besides gold, silver, and jade, I also need rare metals and ores, the rarer the better. There was no immediate reply. Ling Mo guessed he was probably writing a report. About a minute later. 123 Wooden Man. No problem, but we want 1,000 sets of exoskeletons, as well as flying machines, anti-gravity shoes, gliding cloaks, and thermostatic suits. Oh, and also those ding-ding fish scales, vegetable essence tablets, and energy bars, more of each, please. Drunk and acting crazy, are you buying supplies here? 123 Wooden Man, he was followed by an embarrassed emoji, but he still didn't change his mind. Drunk on soy sauce, okay, the same transaction method as last time? Anyway, it doesn't matter who you sell these things to. On the other side, seeing that Drunk on soy sauce agreed so readily, 123 Wooden Man knew he had asked for too little. The man next to him was named Xiecheng, 123 Wooden Man's boss, and also a gamer, whose game name was clashing with heaven and earth. 123 Wooden Man's real name was Mu Tao. Seeing his expression, Xiecheng's heart skipped a beat. Why this expression? Does Drunk on soy sauce disagree? It's okay to ask for less. The instructions from above are 500 sets, and the minimum is 300 sets. As he spoke, Xiecheng was about to lean over to see what Mu Tao had to say, and what Drunk on soy sauce meant. What he saw shocked him. Seeing that Mu Tao directly asked for 1,000 sets, and 1,000 sets of each type, and that wasn't all, after already asking for so many, he even asked for other things, they realized that even in interstellar space, not everyone could possess such mechs. Fearing the other party wouldn't have enough, they had only asked for 500 sets. In truth, they thought 300 sets would have been more than enough. But Mu Tao not only doubled the amount, but what did they see? He drunkenly agreed. He agreed. Although they were mocked a couple of times, the word okay was clear and undeniable. At this moment, Xiecheng had similar thoughts to Mu Tao, they hadn't asked for enough. Why didn't you say you wanted 2,000 sets before? Xiecheng said, exasperated. Shall I add a few more? Let's leave it at that for now. I'll contact someone to deliver supplies. You sound him out and ask about the situation in other countries. Does he intend to sell anything to other countries? Mu Tao shook his head. Probably not. If he really intended to trade with other countries, he could simply put the items on the shop and let others grab them. Meanwhile, Ling Mo entered her space and prepared the items for the trade. It has to be said that the number suggested by the 123 Wooden Man was just right, she wouldn't agree to add even one more. There were definitely more than 1,000 of these items, but Ling Mo wanted to keep some for emergencies, not many, just a couple hundred sets. She would sell the older ones when better ones came along. The trade took place in the warehouse within the space. As usual, Ling Mo activated the invisibility form of her illusory cloak. As the items were traded one by one, the warehouse gradually filled with various supplies. Looking at these supplies, Ling Mo used her mental power to send them to the corresponding warehouses for storage. She also built special warehouses for storing rare ores and rare metals. After the transaction was completed, Xiecheng looked at the metal boxes, his heart burning with excitement. With these exoskeletons, they could completely assemble a mecha army. The performance of these exoskeletons had already been tested and could be described as astonishing. They could fly, go underground, and even allow humans to move freely in space. While the scales of the ding-ding fish weren't as good as water-cooled stone, they were much more convenient and could be carried around. As for the vegetable essence tablets and energy bars, the research results were also in. They contained all the nutrients the human body needed, and even some special nutrients beneficial to everyone, making them perfectly usable as medicine. Although the taste was a bit off, it was far better than nutrient solutions. With a little processing and dilution with water, one could become hundreds or even thousands, that could save many lives. That day, the internet was flooded with news about Ling Mo's shop. Various bloggers even speculated and analyzed what the exoskeletons looked like and what their functions were. Many people analyzed why the woman, drunk on soy sauce, would bring out these things and what her purpose was. Some said she was a savior, others a conspiracy theorist. There were all sorts of theories. But in reality, Ling Mo hadn't thought of anything. she was simply selling some items to prepare for reaching level 3 in her talent later. After the transaction was complete, Ling Mo didn't leave the space immediately. Instead, she took out a newly ripened wind speed fruit and ate it. The previous introduction mentioned that the first time one consumed the wind speed fruit, it should be in a spacious place. What could be more suitable than this space? The ripe wind speed fruit looked like a ripe plum, bright red, and looked incredibly tempting. After eating one, nothing happened. She wanted to take a few steps to see if she should run, since it was a fruit that increased speed. However, after taking just one step, Ling Mo felt her vision blur, and the next second, she found herself in a completely different place. Chapter 87 Dismissing the Property Manager. Ling Mo stayed in the space for over an hour before adapting to the speed of the wind speed fruit. No wonder it specifically stated that it should be used in a spacious area the first time. If used in an escape route, not only would she not be able to escape, but she might also accidentally commit suicide. Leaving the space, she turned on the TV. Many programs had already stopped airing, but the news was updated daily. The government was still trying its best to maintain people's normal lives, preventing them from doing anything drastic due to despair. Experts say that applying mud to the body can effectively lower body temperature and prevent heat stroke. Insects are increasing dramatically in various places. People are urged not to pile up garbage at their doorsteps. Opened food should be eaten immediately, it's best not to keep it overnight. Newly opened rice was covered in insects overnight. While listening to the news, she started her exercise for the day. The plan that Kaiman had devised for her was to train both physical fitness and mental strength simultaneously. However, the training equipment on Blue Star was no longer enough for Ling Mo. With the dual boosts of the marrow-cleansing fruit and the strengthening fruit, Ling Mo's progress was rapid. She was currently using the exercise equipment she found at the Lion Beastman's house. Not only that, she also had weights on her feet, hands, and waist, interstellar-made weights. They looked like simple rings, but they could freely expand and contract, adjusting their weight to a maximum of 100 kilograms, or 200 pounds. Ling Mo thought about the Lion Beastman's size. Lifting several hundred pounds should be effortless for him. She planned to wear them 24/7 to increase her strength. At first, Ling Mo was a little uncomfortable, but gradually, she got used to the weights. That evening, after dinner, Ling Mo was still wondering whether to go out when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai stood outside. "What's up?" Yi Kai looked at Jiang Xian beside him. "I guessed right, she really didn't check the group messages." Ling Mo blinked. She hadn't really checked her phone much that day. So she took out her phone, unlocked it, and saw the 99+ messages in the residents' group chat. Ling Mo opened it and glanced at the messages. This is a newly built community, and many houses are still unoccupied. After the previous incident, many people know how safe the community is and want to move in. This isn't a problem as long as it doesn't disrupt everyone's lives and the rules are followed. However, some people, not content with the benefits, started demanding in the residents' group that other residents vacate their spare rooms for others. They claimed they had already made arrangements and the newcomers could move in immediately once the rooms were vacated. This stirred up a hornet's nest. These newcomers weren't even eligible to buy the houses. They moved in because they were family members of the property management staff, which is why the residents tolerated it. The situation escalated, with the property management even taking sides, finally igniting the fire. Ling Mo scrolled to the bottom of the chat history to see the outcome. The final result was that all the original residents unanimously decided to dismiss the property management company, and they and their families were evicted. Seeing this, Ling Mo was shocked. She had only not checked her phone for a day, and so much had happened. However, she did notice a group of people leaving the neighborhood that afternoon. The temperature had already started to drop, and Ling Mo assumed these people were going out to buy resources, so she didn't pay much attention. Without property management, who's going to guard the gate? Ling Mo asked. Jiang Xian replied, they just fired the property management, the security guards are still there. Ling Mo nodded, that's good. Then, looking at the equipment behind the two, she asked, but what are you doing here? And with those bamboo baskets? Ye Kai scratched his head, since we fired the property management, we have to do some things ourselves. The weather is hot now, and many trees have died from the heat and dried out, which can easily cause fires. Ling Mo understood, they were asking them to cut down trees. Their community had planted many trees and plants to beautify the environment. Before the extreme heat, it wasn't a problem, but after the heat, it became a potential fire hazard. Moreover, there was a mountain next to their community, also covered in trees. Although the property management had dealt with it before, they usually only removed the dead trees and left the rest alone. Ling Mo nodded and said, no problem, I'll go get the tools now. That night, in the residential area, residents took their tools and began working on the greenery. Some were clearing away the withered shrubs, while others were working on the roadside trees. After the extreme heat, most of these trees were half dead, not quite dead, but not far from it. Through this period of training and exposure, Ling Mo's body had become much stronger, even her strength had increased considerably. She picked up an axe and vigorously chopped at a tree near her house. In no time, the tree fell to the ground. These felled trees wouldn't be discarded carelessly. They would be chopped into firewood, dried, and stored in the empty houses for future use. The gas had been cut off for some time now, and their residential area was one of the few places that hadn't lost gas, water, or electricity. But they didn't know how long this situation would last, so they needed to prepare early. Although it was said that there was no water or electricity outage, in reality their community was quite self-sufficient. The community had solar power, and many players had awakened water-based talents. As for natural gas, they could cook by simply letting the pots dry in the sun. So this wood was truly for emergencies, as firewood was a resource in itself. While searching for trees, Ling Mo was suddenly attracted by a white patch. Walking over, she saw it was a tree that had been dead for a long time, but that wasn't the point. The point was that it was covered in white, round, plump mushrooms. In such dry weather, mushrooms could still grow, and Ling Mo reached out and touched them. The mushrooms felt very fresh, not dried out. She mentally called out the name Kaiman. Extreme heat mushroom, mushrooms that only grow in extremely hot environments. Consuming them will cause the body to generate heat. Note: not recommended for consumption in environments with an average temperature exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, as there is a high probability of burning internal organs and causing irreversible damage. Before Kaiman could finish speaking, Ling Mo had already started picking them. Chapter 88: The Mighty Girl. The trunk of this tree was covered with extreme heat mushrooms, densely packed without a single gap. After harvesting all the extreme heat mushrooms, she carefully collected them. She hadn't expected that the current environment of Blue Star would actually foster such a wonderful thing as extreme heat mushrooms. After cutting down the tree, Ling Mo enthusiastically began searching again. Unfortunately, she searched the entire neighborhood but couldn't find a second tree with extreme heat mushrooms. It seemed that these extreme heat mushrooms were very rare. Ling Mo knew what she needed to do in the future. She would collect as many of these extreme heat mushrooms as possible. It was late at night when Ling Mo prepared to go home. Jiang Xin, Ye Kai, and another person accompanied her. His name is Fu Yu, and his talent is fortune-telling, Ye Kai introduced. His fortune-telling is very accurate. You can have him tell your fortune, but he can only tell you about minor matters. Hearing this, Ling Mo looked at Fu Yu in front of her. He wore glasses and had a very refined appearance. It's worth mentioning that Fu Yu's eyes are grayish-white, a characteristic unique to diviners, and the lighter the color, the higher the talent. We don't know when the game will start, so we want to master interstellar language as soon as possible. Alright. Ling Mo shrugged. She didn't care, as long as they paid the tuition. Back home, Ling Mo gave the three of them the learning machine she had used before. She had already had Qiaman check the machine to ensure the two wouldn't see anything they shouldn't, such as her search history. The three were overjoyed to receive the machine and immediately began learning. However, the two's learning process was far less smooth than Ling Mo's. She listened for 10 minutes before feeling she couldn't bear it anymore. She secretly asked Qiaman in her mind, why were these two learning so slowly? When she learned interstellar language, she found it completely easy. Was it because they were older? These two said they had just graduated from university, they shouldn't be much older than her. That's because you awakened your mental talent. People who awaken this type of talent learn things 10 times or even 100 times faster than those who awaken other talents. Hearing this, Ling Mo's eyes widened slightly. So, the reason she learned so quickly is because she awakened a talent. She thought it was because she was young. But this was good news for her. 2 hours later, 3 listless, dreamless slackers appeared on the sofa. Boss, I feel so stupid for the first time, Ye Kai said blankly. The other two didn't speak, but their expressions said it all. Back in school, they were top students, each fluent in at least 2 foreign languages, but now, listening to them was like listening to gibberish. They then looked at Ling Mo beside them. It had only been a month or 2 since the extreme heat, and she could already speak interstellar language so fluently. Seeing the 3 dejected looks, Ling Mo curiously went over to take a look, then picked up the learning machine and started swiping her fingers across it. A moment later, she placed the learning machine in front of the 3 of them again, saying, "Why don't you start learning from here?" After all, these 3 had paid tuition, and quite a lot of it at that. What if they couldn't learn it and wanted a refund? Ling Mo found them cartoons that children in the interstellar kindergarten liked to watch, which taught some knowledge similar to pinyin. Since the 3 of them were here, Ling Mo also let Dahei and Xiaohei out. They had perforated scales on their necks, so they didn't show any discomfort even when they were out. After telling Dahei and Xiaohei not to run around or bark, Ling Mo began her meditation for the day. The night passed, and when the alarm clock rang the next day, Ling Mo slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, she realized that she hadn't gone back to her room last night, but had stayed in the living room. At the table not far away, Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fu Yu were holding pens and notebooks, staring intently at the screen of the learning machine. In the quiet living room, apart from the sound of the learning machine, the only other sound was the scratching of pens on notebooks. Ling Mo first fed Dahei and Xiaohei some dog food. However, these two had become picky eaters in the space, eating meat and fruits and vegetables as they pleased, and they didn't even glance at the dog food in front of them. Ling Mo reached out and vigorously rubbed the 2 dogs' heads, telling them that this was all they would eat today, and they would get a snack at noon. Sensing the aggrieved look on Dahei and Xiaohei's faces, Ling Mo ignored it. What's wrong with dog food? Many people outside can't even afford dog food these days. Opening the refrigerator, she found a pile of ingredients. It was obvious that Jiang Xian and the others had brought these, including her share. Since they provided the ingredients, it was only natural for her to cook. However, when she tried to light the oil in the pan, Ling Mo found she couldn't get the stove to start. Was it broken? She took out her phone, and a new message popped up. To save energy, water and electricity are now only available for 2 hours a day throughout the city. As for natural gas, it's completely shut off because of several tragedies caused by natural gas explosions yesterday. Some were due to the hot weather, others to outdated equipment, so for safety reasons it was simply stopped. Anyway, there weren't many people cooking now, and it was hot outside and hot inside. Cooking would only make it hotter. Ling Mo watched for a while, knowing the matter was settled. She glanced to the side, the food was already prepared. She dashed towards the underground garage, returning with a gas cylinder on her back. Heh, luckily she had foreseen this and bought plenty of these bottled natural gas cylinders beforehand. She also had many gas stoves and alcohol stoves. However, those things were too small to be used here. Jiang Xian and the other 2 watched Ling Mo dash to the garage, and before they could react, she returned in a flurry, this time with a gas cylinder on her shoulder. The 3 looked at Ling Mo's undiminished pace and the lack of any sign of strain on her face. It was as if she were carrying a light balloon, not a gas cylinder. Soon, the sound of stir-frying came from the kitchen. The three looked away, exchanging shocked glances. They simultaneously told themselves, never offend Ling Mo. Without her talent, the three of us might not be a match for her. Chapter 89 Ling Mo's Choice. After preparing the food, the three helped carry it to the table. Ling Mo didn't notice anything unusual. After all, at this time, not eating enthusiastically would be a sign of mental instability. Previously, this 4-dish soup meal might have been considered ordinary home-cooked, but now it was a definite delicacy. "How's your study going?" Ling Mo asked. The three stiffened, suddenly feeling the pressure of a struggling student being called on by the teacher in class. It's all right," Yi Kai said somewhat guiltily. Fortunately, Ling Mo didn't press further, which relieved the three. After finishing their meal, Yi Kai volunteered to wash the dishes, and Ling Mo informed them about the water and electricity outages, which were now restored daily. "Our community is self-sufficient, so we shouldn't be affected, right?" Yi Kai said. "Even so, our community isn't small, but we still need to conserve resources," Fu Yu said. At this moment, Jiang Xian looked at Ling Mo. "I plan to contact the military today. Before that, we'll keep some of those things for ourselves as backup." Hearing this, Fu Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at Ling Mo. After leaving the game, he had been incredibly curious about the supplies brought out from the game after hearing about the experiences of his boss and Yi Kai. Now he could finally see them. Ling Mo took everything out of her spatial storage. Among all the supplies, there were the most water-storing mushrooms. Ling Mo symbolically selected 3 of the larger ones, while Jiang Xian and the other 2 each took 10. Ling Mo didn't plan to pay the reward from the long-legged spider. Jiang Xian and Yi Kai planned to keep 1 bottle for themselves and use the other for the trade. After all, they wanted quite a lot of things, and this bottle of spider silk liquid was one of their bargaining chips. They also kept some of the rest for emergencies. Because Ling Mo didn't want to get involved, the trade took place at Jiang Xian and the other 2's residence. Although he didn't show himself, Ling Mo was fully aware of the trade process. It has to be admitted that Jiang Xian and his group were asking for an exorbitant price, wanting 10 sets of exoskeletons, along with roughly the same amount of everything else. Although he couldn't see it, Ling Mo was certain the negotiator's face must have been incredibly grim. Fortunately, Jiang Xian's initial price was just a feint. After all, according to the Chinese bargaining habit, no matter the amount, they'd cut it in half first. If he hadn't started with a higher price, the old fox on the other end would have devoured them completely. In the end, after the 3 of them argued their case and used their silver tongues, the final price was 2 sets of exoskeletons, 2 sets of anti-gravity shoes, 4 space locks, 1 water-cooling stone, 10 ding-ding fish scales, and a certain amount of weapons and supplies. At the same time, Jiang Xian and his group also made a series of guarantees. If it weren't for the special water-storing mushrooms and white ginger they brought out, especially the water-storing mushrooms, which could continuously produce water as long as it wasn't completely squeezed out, and the white ginger, which had a certain therapeutic effect on all kinds of illnesses, even curing some milder symptoms, then it would have been a significant bargain. If it weren't for these reasons, they would never have agreed to the other party's request. You see, their military only had 1,000 of these exoskeletons, not even enough for themselves. After the transaction was completed, the 3 returned to Ling Mo's side, bringing with them the supplies they had exchanged. The 3 men placed the items in front of Ling Mo, letting her choose first. After all, Ling Mo's contribution to obtaining these items was undeniable. Ling Mo didn't stand on ceremony and chose the anti-gravity shoes, gliding cloak, and thermal suit. The 3 men were somewhat surprised by her choice, as they had all expected her to choose an exoskeleton and a flight vehicle, or at least one of them. Instead, Ling Mo chose neither, opting instead for the anti-gravity shoes, gliding cloak, and thermal suit. Mo, you don't need to consider us, Yi Kai said. He assumed Ling Mo's choice was out of consideration for their feelings, especially since she had recently expressed a desire for an exoskeleton. However, it turned out Ye Kai was mistaken. These items had all come from Ling Mo, and she already had better options. Remember the reward the lion beastman had given her? She had initially thought it was just a tool that could conjure many weapons, but after connecting with it, she discovered that the tool itself was an exoskeleton. Ling Mo had tried it out. The exoskeleton the lion beastman had given her was lighter, sturdier, and smaller, completely concealable under clothing. Unlike these fifth-generation exoskeletons, whose metallic exteriors were clearly visible when worn. Ling Mo waved her hand. I just think the exoskeleton is too heavy. I'm not strong enough, so it's inconvenient to use. Not strong enough? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian and the other two simultaneously conjured up the image of Ling Mo carrying a gas cylinder past them with one hand. That's what you call not strong enough? If you feel bad about it, why don't you share some of your weapons with me? Sure. Jiang Xian readily agreed, giving Ling Mo half of his weapons and also a spatial key. Although I know you have better ones, a square meter is still space. Ye Kai nodded in agreement. That's right, but this spatial key seems to have a limited number of uses. Ling Mo took the spatial key and said, actually, as long as you don't take everything out of it, you can use it indefinitely. How did you know that? Fu Yu asked first. Since Ling Mo dared to say it, she had naturally already prepared an excuse. She pointed to the learning machine on the table and said in a relaxed tone, anything can be found with a simple search. You guys don't really think it's just a learning machine, do you? The three of them were speechless. They really did think so. So this learning machine can connect to the interstellar network. Fu Yu exclaimed excitedly. Ling Mo opened her mouth. It's not that exaggerated. It can just look up some information. Otherwise, where do you think I know all this stuff from? Although the learning machine could also look things up, most of what Ling Mo knew came from the Kaiman AI. Because of this, the three of them became even more enthusiastic about learning interstellar language. Although their progress was still very slow, they could already recognize simple characters. As for the allocation of the exoskeleton mechs, they were ultimately assigned to Jiang Xian and Ye Kai, the two combat personnel. Fu Yu's choice was similar to Ling Mo's, but he replaced his gliding cloak with a flight vehicle. Chapter 90 The abacus beads are about to smash my face. These past few days, the three of them have been staying at Ling Mo's place to learn interstellar language and also freeload meals. After all, with the water, electricity, and gas cut off, every little bit helps. Of course, all three of them bring their own ingredients, and Ling Mo is in charge of cooking. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother feeding them. The three of them study all day long, and in the evening, they go out to cut down trees together. After several days of hard work, the trees in the neighborhood have been almost completely cleared, and now everyone is going to the nearby mountain to cut down trees. Since the natural gas was cut off, the government has been encouraging everyone to go up the mountain to cut down trees, with the felled trees to be recycled. As soon as this news came out, the previously pessimistic people suddenly became enthusiastic, and even some people who didn't lack food started cutting down trees. After all, no one would complain about having too many resources. While cutting down trees, Ling Mo discovered quite a few extreme heat mushrooms, accumulating a considerable amount in just a few days. That day, Ling Mo was chopping down a tree with an axe when an older woman approached from behind, saying kindly, "Young lady, are you alone?" Ling Mo turned around and saw a stranger, probably not from their neighborhood. She politely replied, "No, I came with my brothers." The woman was taken aback. This was different from what she had heard. Before coming, she had thoroughly investigated and learned that the residents of this neighborhood were all wealthy before the heat wave, and had stockpiled considerable resources afterward. There were also many players living there, ensuring they had no worries about food or drink, a life far more comfortable than theirs outside. After much inquiry, she had learned of an orphan girl in the neighborhood who was wealthy, had resources, was young, and most importantly, was a player. This was a golden opportunity. So, the woman planned to introduce her nephew to the young girl, ostensibly to give her a home and someone to rely on in the future. Of course, after all they had done, moving into this woman's home was only natural. Before she could even unleash her silver tongue, Ling Mo's words completely shut her up. She stammered, her eyes darting left and right. "You have brothers? Where are they? I don't see them." "You're not lying to your aunt, are you?" Ling Mo turned to look behind her. There was indeed no one there. However, with her spiritual power, she knew that Jiang Xian and the other two were cutting down trees not far away and had already noticed her situation. They'd probably gone to cut down trees somewhere else. "Aunt, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll be leaving now." Seeing this, the person assumed Ling Mo was lying and wanted to get rid of her. She stepped forward and blocked her path, earnestly saying, "Girl, you don't need to lie to your aunt. I know your situation." Hearing this, Ling Mo thought to herself, "You know? What do you know?" However, the aunt was oblivious to Ling Mo's inner thoughts and continued her tirade. "You must be having a hard time all by yourself these days. If you ask me, the best thing for a woman is to marry a good man. I heard you're a player, right? I have a nephew who's incredibly handsome and charming. You'd be better off marrying him. Plus, he's older than you and will be very caring. What do you think? If you're okay with it, I'll arrange for you to meet right away, and you can move in together tomorrow. You're all alone, and it's dangerous for women living alone these days. Let him protect you." Looking at the aunt's righteous demeanor, it was as if she practically had "I want to eat your flesh" written all over her face. "Ling Mo, auntie, do I look stupid?" The auntie was taken aback and said, "How could you? You're such a smart girl, you look like you're destined for good fortune. Since I'm not stupid, why would I invite a bunch of bloodsuckers into my life? I'm not just doing this for fun." Hearing this, the auntie glared at her unhappily. "You child, how can you talk like that?" She thought to herself that once she was with her nephew, she would definitely have him teach her a lesson. This woman shouldn't be spoiled. "Auntie, I can hear your abacus beads from the other side of Blue Star." Before the auntie could say anything more, a barking sound suddenly came from not far away. The sound grew closer and closer, and in no time, more than a dozen stray dogs came running towards them, overtaking Ling Mo and pouncing on the auntie. "Ah! Help! Dogs are eating people! Help me!" The people around who heard the commotion just watched coldly. They had all seen what had just happened and were disgusted by the person's behavior. The reason they didn't step forward was because they didn't want to cause trouble, and more or less, they also had a bit of a "let's watch the show" mentality. As for the neighbors who lived in the same community, they didn't stand up either. It wasn't that they were heartless, on the contrary, after almost being ambushed and dealing with the property management, their entire community was very united. They didn't step forward because they knew it was unnecessary. Although Ling Mo's talent was more inclined towards support, no one in the entire community dared to mess with her. Besides her good relationship with Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu, Ling Mo was also accompanied by a group of stray cats and dogs. Moreover, each one was incredibly obedient. These stray cats and dogs weren't afraid of the heat, no matter how high the temperature. Now, during the day, the entire neighborhood's safety was ensured by these stray cats and dogs patrolling, immediately sounding alarms at the first sign of trouble. Not long ago, Ling Mo lied, claiming she had traded half a bottle of spider silk liquid for a batch of ding-ding fish scales after drinking soy sauce and acting drunk. With a wave of her hand, Ling Mo used these ding-ding fish scales on the stray cats and dogs. Jiang Xian and the other two initially objected, for a simple reason. They would be stolen. If anyone knew these cats and dogs had ding-ding fish scales, many people would likely target them, even residents of the neighborhood. Ling Mo had already considered this. To avoid theft, she chose to hide the scales under her skin. Compared to dying from the heat, this pain was nothing. In this way, Ling Mo gained a group of heat-resistant animal bodyguards. The old lady was so frightened by the pack of dogs that she ran away in a panic. Ling Mo didn't take the matter to heart and continued chopping down trees while searching for extreme heat mushrooms. She learned from the dogs that there were a particularly large number of extreme heat mushrooms ahead. Seeing there was no more excitement to watch, the others also went back to their work. When Jiang Xian and the other two found Ling Mo, she was picking mushrooms from a tree. Seeing the three approaching, Ling Mo said without turning her head, "Don't just stand there, come and help." Chapter 91 Good News, Bad News. Before the three could react, their bodies had already taken the initiative to help. Mo, can I ask what these mushrooms are for? Ye Kai asked while picking mushrooms. Hearing this, Ling Mo, without looking up, explained, extreme heat mushrooms, mushrooms that only grow in extremely hot environments. Eating them will cause the body to generate heat. She then added, it's not recommended to eat them in environments with an average temperature exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, as there's a high probability of burning internal organs and causing irreversible damage. We don't need them now, but maybe we will later. After thinking for a moment, Ling Mo corrected, we can use them now too, as weapons. At the current temperature, eating an extreme heat mushroom would probably turn someone into a true friend from the inside out. Soon, the extreme heat mushrooms in this area were all picked clean. After returning home, Ling Mo changed out of the clothes she had worn that evening. Because of the water outage, she couldn't take a shower, but she still dried herself with a clean towel. As for her hair, since switching to the shampoo she got from the crocodile beast man, she can now wash her hair once a day and it lasts for half a month without getting oily or itchy, which saves her a lot of time. Back on the first floor, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai were meditating. Ye Kai had been curious about Ling Mo's apparent lack of sleep, so she explained her meditation method. It wasn't a secret, a quick search on the learning machine would reveal it. However, since the others hadn't asked, she hadn't mentioned it, and Ling Mo assumed they wanted to focus all their energy on studying. Knowing that meditation could not only improve abilities but also replace sleep, she decisively started learning it. Not learning would be foolish. On the other side, Fuyu sat cross-legged on the sofa, but he wasn't meditating. His originally grayish-white eyes had turned completely white, and he was making strange hand gestures, his entire being shrouded in a mysterious veil. Divination. This was the first time Ling Mo had seen Fuyu use his talent. Although Ye Kai had previously mentioned that she could consult Fuyu for divination on minor matters such as her luck for the day, Ling Mo knew that every divination came at a price, so she never sought him out. Half an hour later, Fuyu slowly opened his eyes, looking as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, his energy and spirit almost completely depleted. His eyes had changed from white to grayish-white. What were you divining about? Ling Mo asked. Judging from his appearance, it was probably something serious. Fuyu weakly said, I wanted to divine how long this disaster would last. And what was the result? At the same time, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai also opened their eyes and looked at the weak Fuyu. Fuyu's expression was solemn. One good news and one bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Of course, the good news first, Ye Kai said. The good news is that the extreme heat won't last forever. It will end in 2 months at the earliest, and 6 months at the latest. Hearing this, Ye Kai said happily, that's good news. Doesn't that mean we just have to endure it for a while longer? However, Jiang Xian and Ling Mo were not as optimistic as Ye Kai. If this was really good news, then why did Fuyu have such an expression? Now that you've covered the good news, what's the bad news? Ling Mo asked. The bad news is that the end of the extreme heat isn't the real end. There are other disasters waiting for us, but I haven't seen what they are yet. This bad news was several times worse than the previous good news. However, Ling Mo was mentally prepared for it. After a severe drought comes a severe flood, and after a flood comes a severe epidemic. Hearing Ling Mo's words, the other three's expressions turned serious. If that's really the case, then we need to start preparing now. Both drought and flood are natural disasters that they cannot stop or avoid, but a severe epidemic can be prevented. However, these are still several months away and they have plenty of time. At this moment Ling Mo was thinking about whether the speedboat she had bought was a bit too small. Looking at Jiang Xian and the other two, she decided to let them figure it out themselves. Judging from their previous behavior, they were probably not good people. After all, if they were good people, would they have kicked someone out of the community just because of a disagreement? For people like that, getting a boat shouldn't be difficult. Ling Mo still regretted not buying a yacht, but then she thought that even if she had, she probably wouldn't have been able to drive it. Not only would it be a waste of money to just leave it in her space as decoration. Speaking of money, Ling Mo thought about the huge amount of cash she still had in her space that she hadn't spent, and felt incredibly cheated. She decided that she would go out and spend money tomorrow, taking advantage of the money while it was still there. Back in her bedroom, Ling Mo immersed her consciousness into her space. Another batch of fruits and vegetables had ripened today. She had previously harvested them and stored them in the warehouse, but she had forgotten that vegetables could be pickled and fruits could be canned. However, a problem soon arose: both pickling and canning required containers. Ordering them now was too late. It seemed she could only make a portion first and continue later. Thinking this, Ling Mo began tidying up the things she had brought back from the last game. She had been tidying for several days, a little each day, and now it was almost finished. Ling Mo divided these things into two categories: those she could use now and those she would use later. The things she would use later were like the giant rabbit orc's droppings, while the things she didn't need now were stored separately. The usable items, like the scales of the ding-ding fish, were placed in the most prominent position. These ding-ding fish scales were currently the most sought-after items in her shop, even more so than some food items. The second most sought-after items were various foods, especially meat, followed by medicinal herbs like dragon-tooth grass. Ling Mo looked at the warehouse, which was overflowing with various animal offal. Even with buying so much every day, there was no sign of it decreasing. In the morning, Ling Mo slowly opened her eyes, went to the bathroom to wash up, then picked up a bottle of Lianchin milk, checked the time, it still had half a month before expiration, inserted a straw, and drank it without a care. Going downstairs, Jiang Xian and the other two had already started studying. It had to be said, their self-discipline was frightening. A sandwich breakfast was on the table, clearly reserved for Ling Mo. After finishing her milk, she unfolded and flattened the carton, then picked up her breakfast and took a deep breath. Chapter 92: Surveillance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the residential area, a live tabby cat was stretching lazily, its relaxed posture seemingly unaffected by the surrounding temperature exceeding 50 degrees Celsius. Just then, a black drone flew overhead. The drone's camera panned, showing the tabby cat stretching. On the other side of the camera, a bespectacled, refined-looking young man, seeing this, couldn't help but marvel: this cat isn't bothered by the heat at all. "Be careful, don't let them spot us," the bespectacled man said confidently. "Don't worry, this helicopter is modified, it won't make a sound." However, the next second, an orange figure attacked from behind, hooking the drone down from the sky with a single paw, and then the scene went black. At this moment, a large yellow dog darted out from the side, picked up the drone from the ground and ran towards Ling Mo's house. By the time it reached the door, Ling Mo had just opened it. Seeing the drone in the big yellow dog's mouth, Ling Mo rubbed its head and praised, "Good boy." The big yellow dog barked and wagged its tail rapidly. After enjoying the petting, it went back to work. It was busy now and couldn't waste any time. Turning around, it went back into the house and placed the drone on the table. Jiang Xian glanced at it and said, "I've never seen the materials on this drone before." Hearing this, Ling Mo thought to herself, "You haven't seen them, but I have." The materials on the first batch of interstellar machines she sold were exactly the same as those on this drone. A few days ago, someone wanted to buy a house in this complex and move in, but they were refused, Fu Yu said. Ye Kai looked up from his notebook and said, "That's normal. There are plenty of people who want to move in." Didn't someone even set their sights on MOMO? It's probably the military, Jiang Xian said after inspecting the drone. The military? What do they want? Yi Kai asked warily. Fu Yu said, it seems they've taken our previous actions to heart. They're probably trying to recruit us. After all, right now, besides that elusive guy who was drunk and acting crazy, the only ones who can bring things out of the game are us. Being targeted is normal under these circumstances. Ling Mo looked at Fu Yu with displeasure. Just say what you want to say, why are you looking at me like that? So what should we do now? Yi Kai asked, as the saying goes, it's not the thief you should fear, but the one who's eyeing you. Hearing this, Ling Mo shrugged, what can I do? I'll just eat whatever I want. I haven't broken the law. Without the space, Ling Mo's choice would definitely be the same as most players. Joining the nation. Player benefits are pretty good, at least they don't have to worry about food. But with the space, she has more to consider. She's not some great person, she's selfish. She wants her efforts to be rewarded. She doesn't want to put in so much effort only to be subjected to countless insults because of a single mistake. After all, a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment, and she doesn't want others to think her efforts are a given. Even if it weren't for what we have, based on what we've already acquired, being monitored for a while is normal, Jiang Xian said. He was already mentally prepared for this. In fact, their neighborhood had been under surveillance for a long time. Before the extreme heat, the residents had stockpiled a large amount of supplies, and after the extreme heat began, the number of players had reached dozens. Moreover, they are perfectly self-sufficient, and most importantly, they are united. Aside from not being able to leave their homes, their lives haven't been significantly affected. It's no exaggeration to say that their neighborhood is practically self-sufficient, a clear source of social instability. Fortunately, they are all relatively law-abiding and don't have any overly radical ideas, otherwise. Finally, Ling Mo had Dahe carry the drone outside the neighborhood. On the other side, the bespectacled guy looked at the returned drone with a mournful face, staring at the person beside him. What do we do? We seem to have been discovered. The person next to him said expressionlessly, be confident. Take away the seams to part, we have been discovered. That stray cat we saw earlier, it seems there's a player in the neighborhood who has awakened a talent related to animals. They had previously investigated and found that someone had been searching for many stray cats and dogs in the neighborhood. They initially thought these people were after meat, but now it seems the stray cats and dogs weren't eaten but rather trained. Should we continue? The bespectacled guy asked. The man sighed, let's go back and report first. Since the other side had sent out the drone, they probably already knew about their actions. After returning, Xieching after hearing the two's report said, it seems these people are relatively well behaved but they now have a large number of weapons. We still need to continue monitoring them but they shouldn't enter the residential area anymore. On the other side, Ling Mo wasn't idle either. After completing her training for the day, she opened her phone and started browsing game forums. After several days, the popularity of exoskeletons hadn't diminished, in fact, it seemed to be intensifying. All of this was thanks to a video that had surfaced not long ago. A group of people wearing exoskeletons, riding flying vehicles, and wielding weapons, resembling superhuman beings. Their uniformity and intimidating figures brought more than just shock to those who watched the video. The most direct consequence was that Ling Mo's game inbox was flooded with messages again. Almost everyone was contacting her, both private and national, all sending her messages like crazy. Even 123 Wooden Man contacted her again, asking if she could buy some more, but Ling Mo refused, saying she was out of stock. Whether 123 Wooden Man believed her or not was not her concern. Bow, so cool. No matter how many times I watch it, I'm still so excited. Chosen Worker, I saw him drunk and only listed a few exoskeletons before stopping, so I thought he didn't have many. Turns out he's cooperating with the military. Silence is golden. I just want to say 2 words, I want them. chosen worker, you're dreaming. Do you know how expensive exoskeletons are? You probably couldn't afford them even if you sold your whole family. Ling Mo looked at these chat messages, refreshing the page repeatedly. Was that all? Wasn't there any useful information? After refreshing several times, a message popped up. Recently, robberies have been frequent. When going out to buy supplies, do not go alone. It is best to go in groups to reduce the risk of being robbed. Chapter 93 Preparations in Advance. Because of this news, Ling Mo abandoned her plans for the evening. Oh well, if she couldn't spend the money, so be it. Her safety was more important, she didn't lack supplies anyway. Moreover, Ling Mo searched online and found that while the money was still usable, it could only be used in government-run supermarkets. Other private owners, though not explicitly stated, basically operated through barter. However, there was a daily limit in the supermarkets, each person could only spend that much, not a penny more. Therefore, even if she went out, she wouldn't spend much. So, Ling Mo shifted her focus back to building muscle. She had almost finished organizing the supplies in her spatial storage. Now, besides eating, she exercised during the day and cultivated at night. Jiang Xian and the other two followed suit. Since starting meditation, they had gained half the time they needed, allowing them to do more. Furthermore, they discovered that meditation was similar to, or even better than, sleeping, and it could subtly improve their learning speed. Their schedules were packed every day, and not just them, but all the players in the neighborhood were training. While the previous rounds of the game weren't life-threatening, they were certainly a test of physical endurance. And just because there was no danger now didn't mean there wouldn't be later. So Jiang Xian simply mentioned it in the neighborhood's player group, and everyone else quietly got to work. That day, Ling Mo came down from the second floor and saw Fuyu performing a divination for Yi Kai. You'll be bathed in light all day today. Ignoring the two of them, she went straight to the kitchen. Calculating the time, it had been a while since the last game. Although she didn't know when the next game would start, that didn't stop her from starting preparations now. Yi Kai saw Ling Mo bring out so many ingredients and asked in confusion, Mo, you brought out so many ingredients all at once, we can't possibly finish them all at once. The weather was hot now, and even with a refrigerator, food spoiled very quickly. These days, people would rather cook less than more, because if they couldn't finish it, it would all spoil by the next meal. Even vacuum-packed rice is best eaten immediately after opening, otherwise it will get infested with bugs. Ling Mo, her hands still busy, said without looking up, we don't know when the next round of the game will start, so we need to prepare the food in advance. A full stomach is essential for the battlefield. Hearing this, Jiang Xian and the other two instantly understood. Half a month had passed since the last game, and given the game's nature, the next round should be coming soon. They remembered how they were starving in the last game, eating grass roots, and how things only improved after meeting Ling Mo. As for Fuyu, he could divine, and although he encountered some trouble, he generally fared well, not as well as Ling Mo, but better than most players. In short, Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were truly miserable. The 1 square meter space Jiang Xian had given her was small, but more than enough to hold food. The three of them also took out ingredients and asked Ling Mo to make them into boxed lunches, though not for free. Ling Mo complained that the pots in the kitchen were too small, and they couldn't cook much food at once. This task naturally fell to Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fuyu. Seeing Ling Mo bring out a huge iron pot from the basement, the three of them had a bad feeling. Yi Kai stood in the backyard of the villa, looking at the sun overhead, then at Fuyu, and slowly said, your calculations were really accurate. This was truly basking in the sunlight. Before coming out, the three of them spent a full half-hour studying how to build the earthen stove, making sure they memorized every step. The reason they studied indoors was simple. Flat surfaces are sensitive to heat, but they wore fish scales that protected them from the heat. However, Ling Mo couldn't bear to see them working under the blazing sun, so she gave them a pearl sunscreen. Don't underestimate the pearl's size, it was more than enough for the three of them. By the afternoon, a stove built of earth was finally completed. Who would have thought that the most difficult part of the whole process would be mixing the mud? Because of the heat, moisture evaporated very quickly, and the mud they had just mixed began to dry. To solve this problem, they worked until the afternoon. After the stove was built, Ling Mo started cooking. The firewood they had collected earlier was now coming in handy. The other three weren't idle either, picking, washing, and chopping vegetables, their tasks clearly divided. The gifted ones had large appetites, and the game initially lasted 3 days, then 7, and last time it even extended to 10 days, who knew how long this game would last? The space within Xian and the other spatial storage was limited, so their only requirement was plenty of food. Although Ling Mo's space was large, not all players were together. For example, last time, Xian and Yi Kai didn't encounter Fu Yu. This time, Ling Mo didn't need to pack each lunchbox individually, it would be too much trouble to wash them later, disposable lunchboxes would pollute the environment, and plastic bags weren't safe. So, this time she used a large stainless steel basin. She ordered extra rice, enough for half a month. If it ran out early, they'd have to find a better way. A basin of stir-fried vegetables, a basin of stewed meat, the broth could be used to mix with rice, and a bucket of large steamed buns. It took them a full day and night to finish all this, mainly because stewing the meat took so long. All day long, the air around the house was filled with the rich aroma of meat. Fortunately, everyone in the neighborhood had plenty of food, otherwise, the smell alone would have attracted countless customers. The group stored their food into their spatial storage, instantly feeling a sense of security. Finally, they didn't have to worry about going hungry. Ling Mo had even prepared stainless steel bowls and chopsticks. It would be so awkward if they were to eat in the game and found themselves without them, they couldn't exactly eat with their hands. Even if they ate rice with their hands, what about the meat? The essence was all in the broth. The spatial storage was incredibly magical, food returned exactly as it was. So even though the game hadn't started for a few days, they didn't have to worry about the food spoiling. Tonight's dinner was stewed beef hooves. Each hoof was thicker than an adult's thigh, clearly not from Earth. There were 4 hooves in total, which Yi Kai had bought at a high price from other players. Chapter 94. Currently, the only place on the entire Blue Star that sells these cow hooves is Ling Mo's shop, don't miss out. However, Yi Kai didn't buy them from Ling Mo. During this period, Ling Mo would sell large quantities of food at fixed times every day. After figuring out the pattern, others would specifically wait at those times. Besides eating the food themselves, they would also resell it at a higher price to ordinary people who weren't players, thus profiting from the price difference. That's how Yi Kai got his cow hooves. Seeing Yi Kai's foolish behavior, Ling Mo hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Oh well, he meant well. After finishing their meal, the group lay motionless in their chairs, thoroughly enjoying the meal. Fu Yu, can you divine what the next round of the game will be? Yi Kai suddenly asked. I've tried divination, but either there's no answer, or the answer is unknown, Fu Yu replied truthfully. He had tried divination after awakening his divination talent, but each time he hadn't gotten a result. I remember during the 3rd round of the game, he got drunk, sold game information. I don't know how he did it. Ling Mo, standing nearby, overheard this. How did she do it? It was because the system needed something and he revealed it to her. She opened the game forum and glanced at it. Now, almost all the players were discussing when the next round of the game would start. Before, it always started at midnight, but the last round started in the morning. In addition to the wages provided by the game, the last round also brought back a lot of nutrient solutions and the like. But after half a month of consumption, these things were almost gone. Now, everyone on the game forum was discussing why the game hadn't started yet. They were going to starve to death if it didn't start soon. Just as the players were complaining, a familiar mechanical voice rang in the ears of all the players. Dear official player, drunk on soy sauce, a new round of the game will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare.